Good morning, everybody. Hello, Sunny. So, hello, Sunny. All my friends. So, let's start the discuss for today. Some thoughts and illusion created by mind. So, perhaps the greatest habit of the mind is not thinking. Perhaps the greatest habit of the mind is forgetting that it is thinking. A thought appears, then immediately the thought becomes a person, a problem, a future. Yeah. A memory, an identity, a world. The thought itself disappears from attention. Only its content, its story, its interpretation remains. Suppose you wear blue glasses from birth. You eventually stop noticing the glass. You simply believe the world is blue. Likewise, the thought works. We do not notice the lens. We only notice what those lenses presents us. And because this process has happened since childhood, we rarely question it. We assume this is simply limited. So today, we shall investigate whether reality is being directly experienced or whether much of what we call reality is thought interpreted a reality as it forms. So let's observe something is seen. Observe it quietly. You open your eyes and a vision is occurring. It doesn't end there, it doesn't stop there. Then almost instantly the word comes with that vision. It feels like the word, the thought, the object came from that vision, from the eyes, but in reality, this word was created in the mind. Mind gives the word, which is the thought. Something is heard, then immediately comes the story, the thought, the interpretation, the explanation, not just hearing or seeing. If we feel something, then thoughts comes again. The next smell, taste, or touch, anything, even a thought, another thought itself gives triggers a new thought to appear. And notice how quickly this occurs. Only a vision occurring, but suddenly it's not a vision, it's not just limited to a bunch of colors. It becomes a whole story, whole object with many more data, information, emotions. But did it come from the outside? We interpreted it from mind. Notice how quickly this occurs, this happens. Even a sensation, when the sensation arises, when a sensation is arising, it starts to interpret. It doesn't end with that sensation occurring and disappearing. Immediately a story gets created and interpretation gets created. Whether it's smell, taste, touch, sound, any of our five senses contact, including thoughts. These thoughts get created. But before this label, there was simply just a sensation, a tingling, or just an occurrence. And that occurrence also doesn't stay, that also appear and disappear. Try to observe it, try to sit and observe it carefully. Before this sense of contact becomes a thought, a whole story, an interpretation, there is just only simple movement, energy, vibration, changing. But immediately the thought organizes this changing experience and makes it a solid object. And it doesn't even does it physically from outside. It does all from in the mind, inside the mind. Nothing changes outside. The only thing happening is the sensor contacts occurring and disappearing. Those are the ones that changing the occurrences, the sensor contacts, real experience. Yet the mind makes it a solid object. Even when it's changing, mind makes it a solid object. Not just once, not just twice. Like I said, since childhood, we used to make, interpret the world like this. We get a sense of contact and immediately it's become a solid object. Mind creates it, and now we are so used to it to the point we believe there is definitely an object, solid object, in that changing experience. It changes each and every time. The sense of contact changes, even the thoughts changes. Yet we believe there is a solid thought object here. The solid object is the thought. We can't even see a thought as a thought, but we feel like solid three-dimensional object, a thing, a person, a dog, a tree, even a situation, even the time, overlap that feels real, strongly feels real. They are all just thoughts, thoughts that we are used to believe as real from the beginning. Now it has become something real effortlessly because we ignore what really happens here. So one can't, human can't communicate without thoughts, words. The thoughts are useful to explain experience, but the thing we start suffering when this explanation becomes mistaken for the reality. If we take any experience as experience, thoughts as thoughts, then there's no reality, just some experiences, thoughts appearing at appearing when the conditions are met. It's like we are formed just like water. There's no solid thing, solid frame, just flowing like those sense of contact. Those sense of contact appear when the conditions are met and they disappear. So we are living in that kind of world, not blindly believing everything is solid, even as solid things, but as seeing the thought as something that is not real, but something that is useful. It's not the reality itself, but something we can use to express, explain what we feel. This is the truth of the thought of this reality. But the thing is, well, no, thought has become the ultimate reality. Now it feels real, now it feels solid. So people are clinging to those thoughts, objects, and they don't even realize they are clinging to their own mind's creation. It's not that a solid object existing out there. They are clinging to their interpretation of this solidness, this real object. Same object can be valuable for one and not for another because it all depends on their own mind, their own interpretations. Yet people unable to understand. They feel greedy, they feel angry, they feel clingy, they feel hatred, all for their own mind, not that something exists out there. That's why these thoughts, these words, these interpretations different from person to person. yet, yet people think objects are out there and they are solid, real objects. When the reality is there's nothing out there. It's all in your mind, not even exists in your mind. It's just an occurrence of your mind, not that something real. Thought itself is something that's created. We didn't get those when we were little. We didn't have those. So thoughts didn't came without we created the thoughts. We start to create the thoughts. And for humans, it differs from person to person, culture to culture, country to country, language to language. Thoughts are not same thing, they are different from each and every each and every person. So we didn't have thoughts when we were born. We created thoughts, yet we treat them as the reality. We created them, and now we start to believe they're out there, existing, real, solid. So our mind is trapped in its own creation. Mind created thoughts, and now it believes it's real and it exists out there. That's what happens. And it's trapped in this cycle of thoughts and this world and this self. Yet everything happens nowhere else but only inside their mind. This whole world, this whole interpretation, this whole wrong perspectives and perceptions all are inside the mind, nowhere else. So Through this Dhamma, we have to understand this process, this perception, this wrong view of this world, and with that deep realization of this change. So let's get back to thoughts. Thoughts are just like winter paintings. Imagine an artist painting a tree. The painting resembles it because we say it's a tree. It can remind you of the tree. It can symbolize the tree, but the painting is not the tree. It's just bunch of colors. Even if we go deeper, even the bunch of colors are things that we are assigning another thought. Basically, it's nothing there. It's simply occurrence only. So this painting is not the tree. There's no tree there. No bird can live inside it. No foot can grow on it. No shade can be found beneath it. The thoughts may function similar. A thought about a person is not the person. A thought about tomorrow is not tomorrow. A thought about suffering is not suffering itself. A thought about yourself is not necessarily yourself. It is a representation, a painting, a model, a symbol, a label, a concept, a mental formation, a mirage, an illusion. Yet we often forget this distinction. We begin living inside the painting, considering it as the reality, and we call the painting reality. This perhaps the strange aspect. Thoughts create an then thoughts believe its own creation. Mind creates the thoughts and creates it. Yet it believes they are real and they exist out there. This is the strange aspect of mind and the thought. And it doesn't just blindly believe, now it can't come out of it. Now it's trapped in the thought. Now it's trapped in its own creation. And the thing is, it can't see when it's trapped, and it can't see those dark creations until reality. It's just like imagine an artist painting a landscape and stepping inside the painting and forgetting this is a painting. They painted itself. They created itself. That's the same thing happening with thoughts. We are unable to see these thoughts are something that we created. It's something that we assign, something that we believe. Just quietly observe it yourself. Look at what's in front of you. Just a bunch of colors, a vision, simply vision of a ring. In that vision, once we created the thought called chair, and we believe this chair is here, and we strongly believe this chair is here. Now we make the chair, and now we strongly believe the chair is there. And the thing is, we don't even remember this thought of chair. This object was created by the mind itself. It feels like chair is something solid, real, existing out there on its own, without or without us. And this thought has become strong to the point we can't even see the vision. We still believe it's there. Let's say we step out of the room, still you believe the chair is there. To that point, it has become stronger, but within me, that strong feeling was secured by the thought in the mind. So we don't necessarily need to see, we don't necessarily need to get the sense from thought to feel the thought of fear, because it's always my mind and its thoughts, its story. Thoughts are always in our mind, not out there. That's why we, even without us seeing, we still feel it strongly there, because it's always mind's perception and mind's perspective. Whether the chair is in front of us or not, whether the vision is occurring or not, chair is always inside our mind. So we don't necessarily need to see it. There's no need of permission. That's why we strongly feel, even without us seeing anything, it's already there. Let's say you step out of your house and went somewhere. Still you strongly feel the house is there. Where is this house? This house is not out there. It's in your mind. And that strong building feeling of that its existence, that solidness, all given by the thoughts, the mind itself. So we don't necessarily need a vision to give that solidness. It's already given by the thought. Try to observe it yourself. Sit somewhere quietly and look at things of this and look. Is this solid feeling, this real feeling, this object-like feeling is coming from out there, from this simple sense of contact, or are we mentally assigning it to this object? Are we interpreting? Are we creating it? And then we are blindly believing it, that interpretation is real. That's what happens each and every time, no matter how small or big the thought is. Each and everything is powered by that. We create the thought and we believe it's real. And we are trapped in our own thought, believing it's real. But in reality, there's just simple occurrences appearing and disappearing when right conditions are there. This is the process of each and everything. No matter how strong you feel it, this is the process. Everything is assigned by our mind. For some, this chair might not be real or solid thing, and for some, it is a stone chair there. Because everything is depending not outside but created inside the mind. So this is how this mind creates this illusion of outside world and the solid objects and the solid reality. Not just thoughts, but the more feelings, emotions follow together, like happiness, sadness, greediness, hatred, love, anger. All those things are also happened, done, created, interpreted, none other than the mind itself. It never comes from that outside world. Let's take a simple example, a chair, and we feel greedy for the chair. Did the chair make us feel greedy? No. It's us who gets greedy after seeing, creating the thought of chair and interpreting it as something very bad. This is a simple example. Now let's move on to something complicated. A person blames us and we feel angry. Like the chair example. Chair, when it's there, the vision occurring. When the person blames us, the sound is occurring. Did the sound says I am blaming? No, it's just occurrence. We are the ones who is interpreting that they blame. And we believe that interpretation and now it becomes a real thing. And then we get angry or sad. This is how this thought, right? This word, this emotion, this fake reality. And people don't even know they are suffering for their own mind, their own thoughts, their own mental formations, concepts, and beliefs. That's why we say people are trapped in their own mind. Mind creates thoughts and it has trapped in its own creation. Mind interprets it and then it believes it and then it feels sad or happy or angry or creative. This is the cycle of each and every thought, this outside world that we feel real. So people might say, if the chair is a thought, if any object is a thought, how can it be the same thought? same object. If I see the chair tomorrow, I see the chair tomorrow again. Same chair, not just the object. Even situations like the same thought keeps coming back. Same thought keeps coming back. That's how they feel. Like they feel chair is out there, and chair is something real, object, a thing. The same thought is also like that. It's nothing investigated. With the earlier thought, survive or stop or storage somewhere. Does it have a storage location, or did it just appear and disappear? So if it disappeared, what appears now? If it's long gone, how can we say the same thought appearing now? Because the first thought already disappeared, then right, long gone. So what appears now? Perhaps another person, another thought, but it's similar, recognizable, familiar, identical to that previous thought that appeared and disappeared. And because of that, we mistaken it as the previous thought itself is here. But this thought is a new thought. And the thing is, we can't believe it as the same thought itself because we created it ourselves. His mind creates it, and mind blindly believes it real. So it can interpret it as the previous thought itself. And that's why it gives us a feeling of this is the same object. Like we say, when the conditions are met, the things that appearances, thoughts, or the sense of contacts happen. Everything is given in that way. So when the conditions are met, thoughts appear. Without conditions, there is not even a thought. So each and every time, if there are 100 times, then there has to be 100 times conditions met to create the 100 thoughts. Yet they feel similar, identical. So the mind mistaken it as the same chair, the same object. It's her. That's why it feels like even without us looking at the object, that object is still there. Because this is mind's illusion, mind's story, mind's interpretation. It has stuck trapped in its own thoughts. It can't see those thoughts are created, not real, and not existing out there. Because of this identical thought and the blind belief of its existence out there, people mistaken as these are solid objects, real things that exist out there. This whole story, this whole illusion is linked with each other because of the reason that mind creates the same thought, it feels like solid object. And because thoughts are created inside our mind. It feels, even though we believe it's out there, so even without us seeing the object, we believe the object is out there, yet it always gets created inside our mind. It's always inside our mind, no matter the location. It's always inside something that mind's created, and yet we blindly believe out there. That's the wrong view, wrong perception, wrong perspective. So now we don't even need a sense of control to believe it's out there, because it's always happening inside the mind. It's mind story, minds are some. So whether there is a vision or not, mind can assign it, because it's all a story about mind. Well, that's why we strongly believe chair is out there. But that chair also occurred at the mind in some conditions only. Yet mind can't see it as an occurrence. It feels like it's some object or somewhere there existing. No matter how strong, the thought always feels like it exists out there, even without the sense of contact. Because it's always mind assigning thoughts to outside. So mind can assign anything to outside. It always has sense of control. That's what happens. That's why we feel strongly. House is there, chair is there. It's a, always a story illusion assigning done by the mind. Likewise, these objects, the self is also believed same way, yet we assign it to inside. There's always this duality in every thought. There's object out there, and at the same time there's this self who's believing, imagine, owning that thing, that object, that thought. But both are interpretations created in the mind itself, not something that exists. But thoughts appear always when the conditions are met. Yet people believe they are something real that exists only. But the thought occurs when the conditions are met. When that occurrence happens, they can't see it as an occurrence, but they feel it as something that existed even before the occurrence happened. That's the blind belief, that's the illusion of this mind. But that thought came at that moment, and there's no object out there. The object is inside the mind. So without mind creating, there is no object. But when the mind created the object, it gives us another illusion of existing object. But if we see the mind creates it, we can figure out there's no existing object, because the object appears when the mind creates the thought of the object, the thought. But when we assign it to outside, it can give us a illusion of that existing object even without us seeing it. That's why we blindly believe objects exist even without us seeing. But if we see The object is always inside mind, and it appears when the conditions are met to it to be appear, then we can say the truth, because there is no object here. This conditions met and the thought appear. And when the conditions are no longer there is no object. It's always the mind thinking. But if we believe that without the, then we combine the feeling even without that same object is there. That's why we were unable to see objects are not real. That's why it felt so strong to the point that even without that same object was there. Because we always assign it to the outside. That's why it gives us this permanent, continuous, solid feeling for this thought. But once you start to see this thought, this object is in the mind, occurring, born, basically born inside the mind and dying at the same time, there's no existence, there's no solidness there. But during that birth, there is an underlying meaningful, it is existence, but it's a belief, illusion, not the real thing, because there's no existence there without a thought, and thought cannot last long, it just appears and disappears. So every time thought disappears, appear and disappear, the object appear and disappear. It cannot last, there's no proof, because the object itself is the thought. When you see it yourself, how this illusion is created, how this thought drives this whole illusion of and the self that feels real, that feels exist, that feels solid, even without that feeling. How this recognition happens, with that deep understanding, it slowly starts to release the value you have beyond the release of objects. But you have to understand it yourself, not blindly believe it. And with that deep understanding comes the freedom from this thought, from this mind, from this illusion. Just there gently. So even the moving Dhamma discourse for today, we will see everybody.
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet, Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. And we are always very grateful to you for your noble friendship, guiding, and helping us on the Dharma path. May our friends be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are eternally helping us with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. Uh, I'm sorry, there was a delay in starting because I had a technical problem from my side. So we will start the usual session. As you know, this is one of the sermons that you are hearing in English medium as a part of the Buddothpado PeoTV English series. Uh, in an attempt to take this message to the English speaking friends who are trying to find what the truth is. So it is important to know whether you are hearing the real truth. That is one of the things that we have to make sure, because we hear so many sermons saying that this is the true Dhamma that has been disclosed by Lord Buddha nearly 2600 years ago. So we we are trying to tell something or explain something which was actually originally disclosed by Lord Buddha, and they are all in Pali language, and translations have been done. Even the translations have to be analyzed carefully, because there are places, there are points where, lot of points, I would say, where the interpretation has not been complete or not up to the standard. So, therefore, the message which is conveyed in the translated material is not exactly the original. So, these are the facts that we have to be careful. And we know that Buddhism is not a big philosophy. It's not something that you have to by heart remember uh, as a syllabus, as not as a knowledge. So, finding out the truth is something that is going down to the level of uh, the truth. So, truth means it's common to everybody. So, something that we have never understood, as Lord Buddha said that this is not something that you have been listening, this is not something that you have been practicing. So, what he wanted to say was that this is unique, this is different from all the other religions, where your own creator or your own God is yourself. Or, in other words, your mind or your thoughts are used to explore yourself. So there's nothing to be connected to the visible world or invisible world where you think that superpowers are there to control you. It is the self actually. What you have to understand is it's happening as a system within that system. Many uh, uh, changes are occurring and many things to understand. In one way, you can say that it is something simple. In another way, you can say that it is very deep. You need the wisdom to understand this. So, uh, that is basically what I have to say. Buddhism is a philosophy, as I mentioned earlier, and you are never expected to believe what we say. Do explore yourself. See how these facts are being applied to your day-to-day activities. We know that Buddhism is something that has been disclosed long ago by Lord Buddha. He didn't have a teacher, and he went to so many teachers, and he found that what was explained or what they were practicing was not the ultimate final episode or the final goal. So he went all by himself looking for the truth. So ultimately, it was something that with lots of self experimentation, lots of self research, and with the blooming wisdom within the system, all came together to give the final product, finding the truth actually. So truth, as we say always, is common to any person, whatever your background is. So don't you think that it is worth knowing what the truth is? Yes, it is. Because it is common. It's not going to, the truth is not going to treat the wealthy and healthy person better and weak and poor person in a different way. So truth is common to every person. And because we are different from the animals, uh, being a specific group with a higher level of so-called intelligence, higher level of ability to understand, and higher level of advanced or kind of advanced mind, we are able to understand this truth. So therefore, you and me have got an unmatchable uh, opportunity to uh, hear this Dhamma, and you are hearing this true Dhamma. So why not uh, pick up your courage and determination and willingness to explore this? So our noble friend R.N. Mahanse explains about Vidarshana and Vipassana. Vidarshana is, Darshana means seeing the truth. Vidarshana means going deep into that truth and trying to have the deep realization. So piercing deeper to find out the truth is the meaning of the Vidarshana. So Vidarshana is something that the system has to actively do. So it comes under the group Savitaka, where using your thoughts, you are piercing a thought and analyze and research and find out how these thoughts are formed. Because you know, the most important teaching of Lord Buddha is understanding about this mind and the thoughts, because that is the current which is navigating or which is manipulating this physical body and also responsible for the long lasting uh, sukha, or on the other side, the long lasting, never ending samsara journey. So the path has to be selected by each system, whether you want to explore the truth and then find the sukha, uh, or on the other way, go along the stream, go along with the current, that is anusotaya, and then end up in this never ending samsara cycle or the rebirth cycle. The meaning of the sukha I mentioned a day or two before also. So many explanations have been given in English. Uh, it is one way it says deep, lasting, authentic nature, or maybe a comfortable, balanced state of tension, comfortable, balanced state of relaxation without any tension. or maybe a mental and physical pleasure. So many sort of definitions have been given, but I don't know whether any of them can be taken as 100% true. The sukha is something that the system feels. So you can say it is a very relaxed, calm stillness that is felt within the system, where there is no one who is enjoying that. That part is very important because there is no person here. This is a no self dhamma. That is the golden rule, I would say. Whatever the level that the system feels about a self, there is no self here. So, we were talking about the mind power. Now, mind is a continuous flow of thoughts. And each thought is born at this moment in this fraction of second, and each thought is dead or ceased in this fraction of second. So it's such a small time frame, isn't it? And even within that small time frame, there is changing of this thought. It's called parinamaya in Sinhalese. The thought which was born is not the thought which is going to end up even within that small fraction of second. And each thought is not related to the previous one, so it is a new thought again. These are actually the theory side, because this is not something that we can understand with our level of wisdom. It was the super wisdom of Lord Buddha who made him to understand this and see this process crystal clear, like seeing the things in a mirror. So each moment, each fraction of second, a new thought is born, and the thought will come to an end. So there is evolution of each and every thought. So that is why sometimes this, if you take it in the practical way, the thought that you had about maybe, what can I say, a thought that you had about a politician in the country. We will take a leader, your state leader. The thoughts that you had about him may be completely different after some time. So the now, even if you see the same picture, same shape, the thought that comes with that is different from what you had 3-4 years back. Similarly, now the thoughts that you had about the color pencils, beautiful stickers, or a nice water bottle, the thought that you had 15, 20 years ago is completely different to the thought that you are having now. So that is the nature of the thoughts, even if the same shape is vibrated to the eye, or even if the same sound is vibrated to the ear, the thought which comes is, or the mind sensor function is not the same that occurred some time back. That is what you explain as the viparinamaya, sanya viparinamaya. That means the evolution of the perceptions. Or in other words, the evolution of the consciousness finally. The perception is the one which becomes the consciousness, sanyava becoming viññānaya. So the perception becomes the viññānaya, or the consciousness, and there is uh, evolution with each and every thought. So finally, that is why it is changing, and that itself gives the system a feel that this changing pattern gives the system a live feel. Because if it was static, if it was the same, that alive feeling will not be obvious. So the thoughts, as I said, changes, and not only that, the thoughts can become powerful also. It can become fortified or uh, forceful. That is called uh, the abhisankarana, volitional formation. Volitional formation means it becomes stronger. So the viññānaya or the sanya or the perception can change in this way. Its evolution occurs, and also it can become stronger. Volitional formation occurs. So all these things gives rise to the feel of the to the system, that the changing pattern gives rise to a feel of living, alive. So uh, talking about the thoughts, I think we have been discussing this again and again, but it is the fact that we have to understand the formation of the thoughts occurs as long as a physical body is there. So the thought formation is common to any person in the mundane world, and also even the arhants, because you need the thoughts to live. So uh, at the end, uh, what you have to understand is this formation of the thoughts is simply a process, uh, a process that is no one is responsible. Uh, and we remember the Arhant nun called Sela said that Nahidang Attakatang Bimbang Nahidang Parakatang Aga. So what it means is that this reflection is not done by me, and no one else did it. So the formation of the reflection means a rupa. Uh, rupa, in modern word we call it vibration. So this rupa formation or this vibration is no one's job, neither me nor any other person. So it's very clear that it is a part of this system. So the rupa or the forms or the collection of the vibrations, or in other words, the vibrations are manifested as rupa. They are manifested as forms. There are 5 forms which I explained. Rupa Rupa. Rupa Rupa means the forms at the eye level. Form at the ear level is called Sota Rupa. So they are all called Rupa. Rupa doesn't mean that it is always confined to the eye. So any of the 5 senses where there is a vibration, fast vibration, and something is manifested, that is called Rupa. So you get 5 Rupas, Rupa Rupa, Sota Rupa, Ghana Rupa is the smell form, uh, Jivha Rupa is the taste form, and the Pottabha Rupa is the forms experienced by the skin level. So wherever there is a manifestation of a Rupa, uh, that is experienced as a perception. So the 5 perceptions are those 5 that I mentioned. And the perception is sanya, it is not strong enough. And what happens is, when it is happening repeatedly, that is the construct or the aggregation or sankhara. I think the word sankhara is very familiar to people who have been listening to Dhamma sermons. We talk about sankhara a lot. Sankhara means the thoughts finally. And sankhara is the one which is more powerful, and the sankhara is felt as if it is really there. That is your consciousness. So to the baby in with the radiant mind also, the eye consciousness or chakku vinyane, sota vinyane or the ear consciousness, ghana vinyane or the smell consciousness, jivha vinyane or the taste consciousness, and the kaya vinyane or the pottabha. Kaya vinyane is the body consciousness. So these five occurs even from the baby's smallest baby from birth onwards. And we know that combination of these will lead to the mano vinyane, which is a different product, or in other words, it is a thought. So the even the sensor level, there is a power. That is why the small baby experiences that light is real. He feels that there is a light. The baby feels that there is a sound. Baby feels that there is a smell, taste, and the skin sensations. So he feels that as if it is really there. That is your five consciousness. But the naming or the description occurs because of the thought formation. So right at the beginning, when a thought is formed, that acts as the baseline, and the same thought will synchronize later on, coming as what we call as memory. So the word memory is actually not correct, even though we are using it. Memory means something stored somewhere, that it gives the impression that it is stored somewhere, but actually the memory is not something stored anywhere in the brain. But of course, the brain function is needed for the thought formation. And the metaphor that we have been talking earlier also, the battery is needed. All the components of the battery has to function in the normal way to produce the current. So therefore, the battery is not the current, but battery is needed to form the current. And the other fact is that you can't locate the current to any part in the battery. You can't point out and say this is where the current is. But current is there. Current is not seen. Current is not heard. Current cannot be smelled or tasted, etc. So the current is a kind of a wave which is not manifested. To manifest it, you need the relevant equipment. So if you have a bulb, you will see it as the light. If you have a, a fan, it will come up as the wind. If you have a fridge, it will come as the cold temperature. So like that, you need the sensors to manifest this current in this mind power. So the thoughts or the mind has this power. In Sinhalese and Pali, we call it Chittaropana. Chitta means mind, Aropana is the current. So the current of the mind is manifested in different words or activities. So or in other words, if in relation to the eye, you say that I saw I saw a magpie, a bird. So that is how it is manifested. The current is there. Current is manifested as something seen with the name. Seeing a magpie is a manifestation. Hearing the sound uh, of uh, a tooting of a vehicle is the manifestation. So that is through the hearing with the equipment called ear, the sound thought is manifested. So the tooting of the bus is a thought, and the uh, the shape or the seeing a magpie is a thought. It's only a seeing to the eye, but the thought sensor or the mind sensor is the one which completes the two components. So that also we label as name and form, nama rupa. I'm sure the word nama rupa is very familiar to most of our uh, listeners to sermons. So nama rupa or the name and form means, in other words, formation of the thought. And also uh, the mind consciousness is another way of telling the same thing. Mind consciousness means the system feels that there is a real thought. The thought is felt as real. So there is dividing to the two sides. I am getting this thought. So the self is on one side and the thought is on the other side. So that is called duality. So duality in mind consciousness is another angle or another way of describing name and form or nama rupa. Many words have been used by Lord Buddha because these facts has to be explained from many angles. So many Pali terms are there. Even though many Pali terms are there, they are actually finally brewing down to a simple and common thing. What we have to understand is this process of the five consciousness combining to form mind consciousness, or in other words, the two cycles that is explained in Buddhism as Vattang Vattati, means the final product is the formation of the thought. So the first cycle is actually the five sensor functions, where seeing, hearing, feeling the smell, taste, and the skin sensation is the first round. And there is automatic or spontaneous combination of these five sensors. May not be all five for everything, but at least two of them will combine to form the second cycle, that is the mind sensor or the thought. So final product is a thought. For you and me, whatever we are experiencing is a thought. So again and again, I'm reminding that this process is occurring with no self. This is something that we have to reiterate and remind the system all the time at the beginning, because we are used to get that spontaneous uh, feel that there is a self here. Self is a feel actually. Always, whether you concentrate or not, there's a subtle feel that the self is here. Self is connected to all kinds of uh, stimuli or all kinds of thought. Each and every thought has a flicker of self. That is your arupa or your formless level. Just think about this sentence once more. Each and every thought or each and every stimulus, those are all same actually. Stimulus, thought, aramuna, all means the same thing. And with each and every thought, there's a flicker, a fine dot, I would say, a fine dot of feeling as self. Even though the term is myself is not used, hiding underneath is that self feel. And we know that the thoughts are formed in a very rapid process, very fast process of thoughts are happening. This is happening not only when you are awake, even at the time when you are seeing the dreams, this thought process is continuously happening. So, out of the 24 hours of the day, most of the time, except that spells during which there is no dreams, rest of the time, this continuous formation of thoughts are there. So just imagine in each and every thought, if there is a hidden field of self, this hidden field of self is uh, created every fraction of second, isn't it? So the how it is experienced is that a continuously lasting self is here. But actually, it's only the Arhat's mind who can understand this, that there is no continuity here. It's each and every moment the self is freshly born. So we feel that permanent myself is here everywhere. Whatever the experience, what is heard, what is tasted, what is smelt, what is seen, and what is felt at the skin level, in each and everything, the myself is there, myself feel is there. And uh, this is the most difficult thing to understand, which R.L. Mahasi explains as the three levels, the three worlds or three levels, three realms actually, the Kama Bhumi, Rupa Bhumi, Arupa Bhumi, sensual world, form world, and formless world. So formless world is there always underneath. And only when you get rid of that formless level, only you will touch the non-vibration, that is the nirvana. Actually, from the very simple explanations done by our Enhansi, we know that each of us are touching nirvana with most of these thoughts, because only if that stimulus is felt as real, or if that stimulus become a thing, that point the self is born. That is your jati. But there are many instances that it doesn't happen. In these practical programs, he always says to the listeners who are participating, look around how many things you are seeing, but there is no fire underneath those thoughts, isn't it? So what he explains is that in those situations, actually there is no self born. But we do not understand that. We feel that always the self is there. So that is one of the simplest ways that he's explaining to the person who doesn't have a great knowledge about these Dhamma facts. It's a simple way of explaining to a mother from a village setup. But for a person who is having a big knowledge by reading lots of Dhamma books uh, and uh, listening to so many sermons, sometimes from different speakers, have many facts to argue. How can it happen? How do you say that we are touching Nirvana in each and every time, each and every moment? So these are things that we have to uh, investigate ourselves, because the level of the understanding is different in each and every system. So the thought formation is not uh, something controlled by a self. That is why Aryan Mahasa says that is the mind yourself. If the mind is yourself, you should be able to control the stream of thoughts, isn't it? As I said, except that short time where we are in a deep sleep, rest of the time there is a non-stop flow of thoughts, and some are given a significance depending on the level of volitional formation about that topic. Some are not given a significance. Those actually does not create any kind of current or power. You don't feel it. Now take the example, you are walking from a room to the kitchen. That is a fast process of thoughts. If you dissect it uh, into the smallest parts, it includes the thought of uh, seeing the path, thought of lifting the leg, moving it forward, keeping it on the ground, moving your hands, swaying your hands, and hearing the sound of your footsteps, and also the seeing the things that you are passing by. They are all thoughts, but they are not given any significance, and they do not create any power or any discomfort or any current. So they are kind of ignored. But the fact that when you are walking, if you see a pencil fallen on the ground, you suddenly pick it up. Now that thought has been given a value. A pencil, who dropped it here? I have to pick it up and put it in the correct place. So that is the string of thoughts that you will get following that I vibration. So everything that you passed up to that level, not given any kind of value. You don't even remember, isn't it? You don't remember whether you lifted the foot up and kept it forward. You don't even remember passing the wall, and you don't remember even hearing your own footsteps. But all of a sudden, the pencil, which was a vibration of the eye, uh, did some clicking, I would say. Clicking means it 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 was given a value. It was given some importance, and you can say that it became a thing. So becoming a thing means always felt as real, isn't it? And becoming a thing means always a self is there. The self becomes prominent there. I saw that pencil. Even though you don't tell the word, it was yourself who saw the pencil. So finally, uh, the things that became a thing, or the things which were given a value, is the one which becomes important. And each and every place you are born again. That is your jati. So many incidents can happen like this throughout the day. Some thoughts or some stimuli are given a huge importance. Now, talk about something that uh, happened to you which came like a real blow to your head. Uh, you open the uh, door in the morning, you find that some of your precious pots of flowers have been stolen. So this is just, we can take this as a as an incident. It was a vibration to the eye, and the mind sensor is the one which uh, recognition is happening as a flower pots. The recognition occurs from a previous thought which has been synchronized to this moment. Otherwise, you have no idea about the flower pots if it is not something experienced before. For you, if you have a 8 months old baby, the for the baby and you, both of you, it was a vibration to the eye. But the baby is not getting any thoughts. It's just a vibration to the eye. But for you, the vibration to the eye immediately follows the vibration of the mind, thought. The thought is the one which is synchronized, the flower pots. And you can feel the fire, the current, which occurs immediately. You can't identify a time gap, isn't it? The moment you see the empty spaces, you have a picture of the flower pots in your thought. All the data that you had about the flower pots, from where you bought it, how expensive was it, and how much trouble you took to look after those, and the fact that you were hoping to pot them in more pots. And if you are a person who is doing some business, you were planning to take them to an exhibition. These are all thoughts which will follow that immediate thought, the very first thought called flower pots. So the flower pots is a topic or a stimulus which had significant volitional formation or abhisankarana. So when the abhisankarana is strong, when the volitional formation is strong regarding a particular stimulus, the power, the heaviness, the current which is created along that is very heavy. And that current you can explain as anger and sadness. But that is something that you can feel. And you can give different names to that heavy feeling. Anger, sadness. You can also say defilements or killis. And not only that, that is yourself. So, was this done by a person? Will you say that? You say that when you talk, you will say that I got angry. Yes. But was it done by you is a question. Was it done by somebody else? So that is a reflection. That is the feeling. That is what the Sela Teraniya, the Arhat Sela said, that this reflection was not done by me, not done by anybody. So that fire that was created instantly was not done by anybody and was not done by you. In other words, that current is yourself. The current is the one which is interpreted as self. So you can take different uh, examples in day-to-day life. See that it is happening as a part of the system. So first of all, the most important thing is to identify this is happening without a self. There's no self in this sequence. So if there is no self in this sequence, that is the first breakthrough point. Because for all of these situations, we have been tying up this self label. So when the self label is attached, always there is a thing that is permanent, and the world is sort of felt as permanent. So as I said, the main breakthrough point is that to convince the system it is just a system, there is no self. So let the system feel that fire, but there is no owner to that. A lot of people come and say that I got angry with my husband today for something. This was something real that I heard a few days back. Today morning I had an argument and I felt angry. I'm still feeling it. And how can I stop it? That is a question that most of the people do get it. So, firstly, what you have to understand is that you can't stop it instantly. No system can stop this current instantly. Only method is to identify that this part of the process and it's happening without me. So that is the most important thing. So what I had to tell her was that let it happen. Who is trying to take the ownership of that current? So you say, I got angry. So was it something that you did it? Was it something that somebody did it? No, it was just a sensor function. So there was some body sensor functions with the wording, and there may have been the eye sensor functioning, seeing, there may have been the ear sensor functioning, hearing. So the three sensors were functioning, and the mind sensor gave the final touch up, the thoughts. Not only that, the anger is also a part of the mind sensor product. So, can you say that I got angry? It was something that happened automatically. So, if it happened automatically, why do you want to take the responsibility? Is there a self to take the responsibility here? Let the anger come up, let that fire come up, but there is no owner to this. So, that is the first breakthrough point, as I mentioned earlier, to see this process without a person. When you start seeing this process without a person, automatically the fire starts going down. As long as there is an owner to this fire and not realizing that fire is the one which is interpreted as self, when there's a separate owner to this fire, that means it will get escalated and there's no end to that. Only when there's no owner to this fire, that means that thought is the one which is deleted. When the thought is deleted, when there is no self responsible for this, that is where the beginning of this path is. And with that, the fire will still come. Fire will still come because you can't instantly stop it. But gradually, the fire will start coming down. The virulence or the power of the fire will gradually come down when there is no owner. In other words, R.N. Mahasi beautifully explains that you are watching your own drama. So there'll be crying, laughing, chatting, arguing, all kinds of uh, scenes will be there in the drama. But you are watching your own drama. That is a beautiful example, beautiful metaphor given by R.N. Mahasi. There's no self here. There's no self, but uh, the drama is going on. So this is one of the points that I wanted to bring up. So on the other hand, uh, What is meant by Samudaya? People who have listened to Dhamma sermons, I am sure, is familiar with these two words. Samudaya is something used to explain the birth and death of this thought. Samudaya means how the thought is created, finding out how the thought is created. In other words, Samudaya means a real thought. A thought which is felt as real is called Samudaya. So Samudaya, in other words, Samudaya is a kind of finding out, analysis, how these thoughts are formed. So as we just a little while ago mentioned, the five sensor functions will combine together to form the sixth sensor, which is a thought. And not only that, the thoughts, when occur repeatedly, it gives rise to that feel that it is real. This is what is explained as itta sanya, or the perception of existence. And that is felt for, and that feeling that is called satta sanya. That means the uh, perception of self. Itta sanyava and atma sanyava. Itta and satta actually go together. Wherever there is a feeling that that things are existing, that is the satta sanyava is there. Self is there. So samudaya means to find out how this thought is formed, how this value is added to the thought. That means your darshana, or in other words, the sammaditthi, the correct vision. So that means the seeing the things exactly in the correct way. For that you need the penetrating ability, the wisdom, yatha bhuta jnana. So with the yatha bhuta jnana, you analyze and see how this thought is formed. When you understand, or when you have this deep realization how the thought is formed, automatically the value of the thought is gone. That is called vaya, or deletion of the thought. So in other words, samudaya vaya dakima. Lord Buddha has said that even up to the level of Sotapanna, and then even up to the level of Sakudagami, Anagami, Arhat, all four states. What you have to do is to see how these thoughts are formed. The Samudaya Dakima is the only way. So it is done in various levels, but basically what Lord Buddha said was that a meticulous understanding, or the deep realization how this thought is formed, is the way. And more clear it becomes, this process of thought formation, when it is very clear, becoming more and more clear. That means the value which was given to the thought is the one which is getting less and less and less. So that is seeing the samudaya and vaya, how the thoughts are formed, the process of seeing it is the way for the vaya, where the value of the thought is no more there now. And this is experienced in all four postures. And the experiencing that there is no value to the thought is something that is observed automatically when this vidarshana is done. So as I said, vidarshana is something that has to be actively done, and the basic important and clear knowledge about the darshana is important there. Vipassana is a kind of the final result. Vipassana means kind of observing the thoughts. So the thoughts are coming, but you know that because you have studied this thought pattern, none of the thoughts are given that uh, expected value which was given before you learn about this Dhamma. Earlier, we know that each and every thought was given a value. Each and every thought was felt as real. So, what you are seeing around you, what you hear, what you uh, feel, all of them were felt as real, isn't it? That is your loka sanya or your rupa loka, your world is true to you, which includes myself also. So the world and me are no two things. The world and me are both true and real. So that is the Putabjana level or the mundane level world, mundane level. And what happens when you do the Vidarshana? You study these thoughts, how the thoughts are formed. Everything is a result of the speed. So everything is a creation at the level of the five senses. And they are like shadows. They are not the real you can. This is just a metaphor. You know that the shadow is not given a value. So they are sanya or the perceptions. They are like shadows. And when it happens repeatedly, it is felt as if it is really there, which is the construct or the aggregation or the sankhara. And then, of course, you feel as if it is really there. That is your consciousness. So basically, if you leave aside all these uh, this war of words, simply what happens is because of the speedy occurrence, speedy vibration, something which was not there is created as if it is there. That is your uh, consciousness. And if you do not understand this mechanism, what was created is felt as real. So everything around you, everything around the system at this moment, if it can be seen as a reflection, automatically that value which was added will not be added to that, isn't it? Now it's the basic uh, explanation or the very initial explanation given to little Rahul, novice monk. Lord Buddha said there was a pot of water filled with water, pot of water, and Lord Buddha said, "Look, Rahula, see the reflection on this water. May have been the trees, may have been even the face of the little monk himself, or there may have been very many other things around which could be seen as reflection." So Lord Buddha asked little monk, "Is this true?" So to his little mind, he knew that the reflection on the water is not true. But for an animal or a smaller child, that would have been a real one, isn't it? But uh, for the little Rahulathero, he knew that it is just a reflection. So he said, "No, this is not true. This is just something created on the water." So the small but very important and powerful message given by Lord Buddha was that the whole world is like this. Whole world is a creation in your mind. It is like a reflection. So this sentence looks fairly superficial to you and me, isn't it? But if you explore it with the wisdom, it gives a very deep meaning. Actually, it helps. It gives a summary of what Lord Buddha was trying to disclose. everything that you experience, not only what you see actually. Everything that is experienced is a reflection at the sense level. So, can you say that the reflection is true? Can you say that the picture created on the water level is true? You can't say no. And finally, the ultimate conclusion is that what we experience is something created at the sensor level, but we know that creations are not true. But how bad is it to take these creations as true and having all kinds of reactions to that so called true but really not true things, isn't it? If your child is a creation in the mind, if your garden is a creation in the mind, if your house is a creation in the mind, uh, then having an attachment, having an aversion, having a creation or anger, sadness to that creation or that reflection sounds very silly, but actually that is what happens to you and me because we assume those things created, those created ones as real. So these things, it's not very easy to get convinced, isn't it? It takes a lot of time, but repeated listening to these explanations are necessary for a person to uh, get to the reverse gear. Now it's like moving forward in the vehicle, and now you have to reverse or turn back and go back. So, for that, there should be a strong ground. There should be strong enough power and courage to do that. If you take the day to day activities in your home front or maybe in the workplace, you can see how beautifully this Dhamma is getting applied. Now you have to interact with the people at home. Uh, Different environments are different from each other actually. Each family or each person's experiences are unique to that person only. And it depends, it can vary due to so many factors. One is the nature of the mind and the nature of the ability to understand how good the understanding of the Dhamma is that of that person is, that system is. So, in other words, how much of Dhamma facts have you uh, uh, got into this system to uh, apply them to the day-to-day activities? So that is one of the most important facts because always you can't try to correct the world because we know that already the world is a creation. So there's absolutely no point of trying to correct this so-called outside world to bring you comfort and happiness. So the comfort or the happiness or the sadness, whatever, is created in the mind itself. So the camera has to be turned towards the self always, because that is the first level of contemplation of the four steps that Aryan has taught us, which is the most difficult thing, I would say. Turning the camera to the self and see how this mind is dancing up and down, how the thoughts are created in a continuous flow. So, turning the camera CCTV towards the self is the most important thing. To understand that everything is a creation in the mind. So the mothers may be working sometimes, housewives are there. So much of work sometimes at home and balancing many things between the children's work, workplace, and the husband or wife needs, uh, and then the responsibilities about the siblings, responsibilities about the parents, neighborhood, social commitments. Now, all these are actually different types of uh, cages or different type of limitations to each system, and many challenges are occurring in day-to-day life. This is no different to a nun or a monk actually. The only difference is that the set of problems or the set of frames that they do have is different from that of a layperson. Uh, there may be less responsibilities. Also, there is no need to have a regular earning because they are supported by the uh, public. So there are few changes. But if you ask these monks or nuns, they have a completely different set of responsibilities and commitments. So their cages are different. Their restrictions are different from that of a layperson. But all of us face so many challenges in the day-to-day life. So in each and every situation, the behavior that the mind is the behavior that the mind is exhibiting is different. To the same stimulus, the response or the mind, the the nature of the thoughts that are formed in different systems are different. Because we know now, if for example, if the grandparents are also living with the uh, grandchildren and the own children, sometimes this is a very common thing in Sri Lanka, particularly. Sometimes the children are misbehaving and the parents punish them, and the grandparents feel hurt. Grandparents do not want the parents to punish the children. Now, see the different reactions that is occurring in the different systems. For the parents, they feel kind of satisfied because they want to uh, prevent the child uh, becoming worse from bad to worse. So they are kind of a satisfied thing, or they feel that it is something correct. But on the other hand, the child's thought is different. Child feels angry and unhappy uh, because the child was punished, and the thoughts that created in the grandparents will be another set of different thoughts. This should have been done without punishing the child. They should have done in the way that we used to do when these children were small. They could have asked us. So these are the types of thoughts that are coming in the grandparents' mind. Unhappy, again feeling sad. So you can see that the same incident creates different sets of thoughts in three different systems. That is why Aran Maharshi explained it as saying that everything is in the mind, everything is in the as a thought. So which thought is correct? You can't say that this thought is correct. Each thought is a synchronization from the previous data that was created in each thought. So the parents' thoughts which were synchronized is different, the child's thoughts which were synchronized is different, and the grandparents' thoughts which were synchronized is further different. So was it done by each of them? Now in each and every situation you had to work out and see whether there was a person who was doing it. Now the grandparents didn't do it. Again that phrase, nahitang attakatang bimbang, nahitang parakatang agang. So that statement is becoming true again. The grandparents did not purposely bring that thought here, isn't it? It was just a vibration of the eye, maybe vibration of the ear also with the sound. But the rest of the mind picture, the mental picture, was a spontaneous creation with the previous data. And the child's mental picture may have been not a very big one because not very many data. He knew that it is going to be hurting. It hurts, so that may have been the basic uh, mental picture that the child had. And maybe it made him unhappy also. And for the mother or the father's mental picture was different. The set of thoughts that he or she received was, this has to be corrected now itself. So that is the data that he had. Children need to be punished appropriately. So that is the data that he had. So can you see that completely three levels of uh, worlds or three levels of mental pictures were created in the three systems. None of them happened with that system's willingness or any kind of planning. It was just a part of that system function only. There was no son or the daughter, there was no grandchild, there was no grandparent who was doing it. Instantly, it's created. And along with that, so many other thoughts will follow. Now, like this, you can work out with any situation that occurs. It may be an incident in the office. Now, the next thing important is this. Now, following an incident like that, see how that thought is coming again and again. See how that thought is repeated. That repetition occurs depending on the power or that real feeling created with that thought. If it is not simply taken as an incident, a real incident or a live incident is taken. That is called the volitional formation. Sometimes more of the previous thoughts also will come and join. These parents are punishing these grandchildren for the trivial things that may be a past thought, and the child is becoming more and more stubborn with this punishing. And I read an article that this sort of physical punishing must not be done. Now, these are all past thoughts which are coming as fresh thoughts in relation to this incident. So that incident is not simply an incident to the grandparents. It is a thing. It has got a very big power, and that is the self. So such incidents will come up as thoughts again and again, more frequently. It's like pricking with a tiny thorn again and again. It hurts. So was it done by the self? if it was done by the self, the grandparent would definitely have put a stop to this thought because it's so heavy, so troublesome, so painful. Doesn't want to remember such incidents again and again, isn't it? No one enjoys such things. So if it is not a thing, if it is not something that had a power, tendency to come up as a fresh thought is less. But more power means it comes again and again. More power means it recurs without any permission. So a person might say, I am really feeling very upset because it keeps on coming. What can I do? Is there anything that the system can do? No, because this is not something that is controllable. It is a part of that automatic function. But only thing is that if you can see it as simply a creation in the mind, if you can see it as a repetition of this previous incident, and if you see it, look at it, if you can look at it sarcastically coming up again, if you can see it as the stage drama that you are watching, then of course that power of that thought becomes less and less. Let it come. You can't do anything. You can't prevent the thoughts coming up again. Sometimes you might say, this thought was there throughout the day today. Whole day I was thinking about this incident. Now, is it true? No, again, that is not true. You don't realize that millions of thoughts are coming in between. Now, in between two such thoughts, you may have combed your hair, you may have had a cup of tea, you may have read the paper, you may have talked to different people. They are also all thoughts. But what you feel is that because they are not given any value, because they are not taken as significant thoughts, they are not even remembered. But what you feel is that the thought which was coming up again and again, the one which had the stronger power, the one which was volitionally formed, the thought or the incident which became a thing to you, that is the only one which is obvious. So you feel whenever that thought is coming, it's somewhere hiding and time to time it is surfacing. It's always a new thought. So whenever this new thought of the incident keeps on coming, just see it as a mind sensor product. No one did it, neither you did it. There's no self who is doing it. Each time that current you feel is the one which is interpreted as self. So when you see it from that angle, the power or the current related to that thought becomes less and less. It's a kind of ignoring. And when the current is less and less, you will realize that the trouble that the system had with that thought is becoming less and less. So it's not only related to the angry or sad thoughts, always remember even the happy thoughts. The day that you received a reward as the best worker in the office, you may have been feeling so happy and you are bubbling with the happiness, isn't it? So that thought sometimes keep on coming. But those thoughts you don't mind, do you? This is the nature of the human mind actually. You don't mind the happy thoughts, but you do not want the unhappy or the angry thoughts. So the happy thoughts are equally heavy, but they are kind of given an okay by the mind. So recurring this thought about receiving a reward for the best worker, you will be living in that dream, isn't it? You like to live in that dream. Every time when you remember it, you will have a picture how you walked up to the stage, received the reward, how your institutional boss gave an appreciative type of a mm, short speech, uh, and shook hand, and then you were standing on the stage where your fellow workers were applauding, where your family members are watching you. So, if you take this part of the drama, again, have you realized that it has become a thing to you? It has become a very valuable thing, and the current that has created is called happiness or enjoyment, overwhelming happiness, whatever the word you are using. That current is given a particular name, and that incident also can keep on coming. But unfortunately, if you are a person who has never listened to this Dhamma, you will take it to the pile, don't mind pile. But the other types of thoughts, you do not want them to be repeated. So, this thought also, more you think about it, more you try to live in that thought, it becomes again volitionally formed. It can keep on coming up. And each time you have a craving or liking towards that. You like to live in that thought or this dream, which means your current is getting magnified. The current is becoming stronger. That is your raga, a defilement. Or in other words, that again has become a thing to you, and that is yourself. So these are the things, the day-to-day life that you have to understand. Where the current is formed, where the current is strongly felt. Whatever the nature of the current, it is a current, it is a power. That is yourself, that is your Atma Drushti, your self view. So, if you are looking for an escape from this vicious cycle, only ways to understand how these thoughts are formed. And we know that the formation of the thoughts is simply a process. And what happens is when you understand that current which is coming up along with that thought is the one which gets deleted. But of course, uh, at the sensor level, there is a simple basic current which is there. And that is different from the level of the current that I am talking of now. The level of current can be identified only by the self. So for you to understand the level of the current, you have to have a thorough knowledge in the darshana. So when you understand the truth, how it is happening, is the only pathway. Aranwasi gave two beautiful metaphors about the power of this current created, or this chittaropana, the current that is created. One example was that whirlpool. It has this chittaropani, or this mind power uh, has the quality of having affinity to everything around, and it is a non-stop type of affinity, continuous. and eventually it's getting more and more. So the example given by, or the metaphor given by R.N. Mahasi one was the uh, Diyasuli or the whirlpool. I think that example has been given even by Lord Buddha. The nature of the whirlpool is that it's spinning. The water is spinning. Uh, when there is an obstruction to the normal flow, the water will start spinning in one point. And there's a bottom of that, the inner, the deeper level. The bottom has the highest power of the current, because that current of spinning is focused to one place. And we know that even the sand can be sort of uh, dug deep with that current when there's a whirlpool. And not only that, even the things around, all kinds of floating things around, will be sucked into this whirlpool. That is the nature of the affinity, or you can say upadana in Sinhala and Pali. Upadana pachaya bhavo. Upadana, wherever there is an affinity, there is a feeling of existence. Bhava means the existence. Existence doesn't mean that from this birth to the next birth. Existence is occurring in each and every moment. If you feel that the rambutan tree is existing right now in this thought, that is your bhava. So with each and every stimulus, if you feel the bhava, overall you feel that the world is existing, isn't it? If you feel that the door is real, that is your bhava in this thought. If you feel that the world is real, that is your bhava in this instant. If you feel the table is real, that is your bhava again. Wherever there is a bhava or the existence, there is also self, the feeling of self. So if the door is existing, ball is existing, table is existing, then you have a world, isn't it? Existing world. So upadana pacho bhava means the upadana or the affinity is the one which gives rise to that feeling of existence. So the story about the whirlpool, that affinity to suck the things in, or affinity to drag the things, is given as an example to explain the nature of the mind power. So the mind power is always, it's like a bottle of glue, trying to get attached here and there. Another example that R.N. Hasi gave was the two sticks being rubbed together. And when the two sticks are rubbed together, there is a heat generated. Not only the heat, there is a kind of a magnetic power also. And if you keep some light pieces of paper nearby, they will be attached, they will get attached to the stick. That is because that rubbing has led to some form of power which has this affinity to attract these pieces of paper. So uh, that is how you can explain the nature of this mind power, chittaropane. It has the affinity to attract things, and it has a power definitely. And that power is the one which is interpreted as existing things. Wherever there are existing things, that is yourself. So I have been trying to explain it from different wordings, different examples. These are all actually quoted from R.N. Mahasi's explanations, and I'm very grateful for all those simple explanations which makes us easy to understand, and also it makes us easy to convey this message also to you. So in other words, the five senses, he says, they are like solar panels, non-stop creating current, and that current is combined together to form a stronger level of current, which we label as mind sensor. And the mind sensor, when it repeatedly occurs, that means the power is more. That is why you feel that the things are existing. And wherever, this is another golden rule actually. Wherever, whatever is felt as real, whatever, whoever is felt as real, always that is the self. So there's no separate thing called self here. People talk of, I am trying to get rid of all these defilements. And sometimes they say that I do not have any fires now. I do not get burnt with the topics now. How can you say like that? Because the self itself is that fire. So you can't separate out the two. The improving self or deteriorating self is just that power alone, that itself. So simply again coming back to that example, watching the own drama is a beautiful metaphor given to that. You know that it is a drama, isn't it? You are sitting in the audience and watching so many ups and downs, shouting, silences, crying, laughing, talking, uh, arguing, showing the jealousy or hatreds. You are watching, but you know that it is a drama. You know that it is not real. So that is the first stage actually in the four levels of contemplation. You are seeing the drama without yourself, but the drama is going on. So you know that there is no reality in this drama. It's just a play, something which will be changing, something which will be over in a little while, and a new drama will start there. So you are having different dramas in different places, isn't it? You have one set of drama at home. You have a different drama. You watch a different drama at your workplace. And when you are traveling to some place, you are watching another drama. People around you, people in the vehicle, people passing by, they are all having a different stage of the drama. So we are changing from one drama to the other. If you happen to be an actor in each and every drama, that is your mundane world. At office, you are a different actor. At home, you are a different actor, having a different role. At your parents' place, you have a different role, actor. At the temple, you have a different role to play as the actor. So if you are really playing the part, then you are in the mundane world because you feel that the drama is real. But if you become the observer or the spectator for each and every drama, the same things will happen, but you are not acting in that, but you can see it. So, this is what actually is mentioned as watching your own drama or turning the camera towards you, camera towards the self. So, turning the camera to the self is the very first state where realizing that everything is a creation in the mind. So the drama is actually created in the mind, isn't it? The stage drama. Now, if you take a real stage drama, something is seen, something is heard, and of course, when you talk about a drama, you can talk only about those two senses. So you are seeing and hearing. Now, isn't the each and every uh, scene is created in the mind? Just see it. I mean, it's a thought or the mind sensor which says, ah, so and so is having an argument with him. So and so are very affectionate towards each other. They are in love. This is a song, beautiful song. And now here the new actor is coming to the stage. And that is my favorite actor. Now all of them are thoughts, isn't it? But the two eye and the ear sensors are predominantly functioning. The vibrations occur, and the vibration at the eye level is becoming equal to the vibration of that end. So that we call seeing, that we call hearing. And because the humans do have more or less similar sensor pattern, we say all of us went and saw this drama. So all of us, we think that experience the same thing. But each of us experienced what was created as a thought. We don't know whether it is matching to the other person's experience either. We have no idea. We know only that we experience something and that is taken as true. So the drama is actually running in the mind, isn't it? You can't say that it is outside because all that naming and recognition and all kinds of things as a result of the uh, previous thoughts synchronizing. You say that you recognized the words, you could understand the words, you could uh, follow the dialogue, you could identify the actors. So these are all synchronization of the previous thoughts. So the drama is being played, but the story is going in your mind as thought formation. And that is the first level of contemplation that we are doing in the out of the four levels. So it's very clearly it is we can understand that it is the drama which is created in the mind as a thought. But is there a drama in the mind is the next question. There's no drama in the mind either. It happened just instantly with the sensor functions. So there's nothing permanently lasting in the mind. That was a series of synchronization and series of sensor functions, isn't it? So mainly the eye and the ear. So then, what can you say? There's no drama in the mind either. Just before you start watching the drama, there was no drama in the mind, isn't it? So it was just instantly created when the senses were functioning. And we know that it is just the two or three senses which are functioning. And that story formation in the mind was not somebody's work. So, can you say that I was watching the drama? If the story has become a thing to you, if you had heavy feelings with the incidents happening on the stage, so that means it has become a thing to you, isn't it? Doesn't mean that you have to get onto the stage and play all the time, but if you are in those characters in your mind, that again is your sakai drushtiya or your self view. Now there are instances, I mean, you are certainly not playing
as an actor. But you are living in that, isn't it? Oh, why did that happen? That person shouldn't have been hurt or attacked because he was innocent. And I hate this woman who is always talking very rude to this girl. Now, even though you are not on the stage, even though you are not acting in the stage, the drama has become a thing to you. And you are actually, in your mind, you are acting in this drama, isn't it? So that is, recognize it as Sakai Drushti, that is yourself. So you have so many incidents depending on your circumstances, depending on your lifestyles, the things that you experience will vary. And each and every moment you have a new experience. So see whether you are playing the drama or whether you are out of it. If you are out of it, you are still watching the drama. You feel sometimes sad or happy also. But that is very superficial. So that is you are observing. But if you are crying and weeping and you are going out of the hall also with a heavy heart about the incidents that happened on the stage, it has become a thing to you. Same thing happens about the teledramas that you are watching on the TV, isn't it? You might say, no, no, I was watching the drama. I didn't become a part of it. But have you noted that you are waiting until the next week to see the next episode? What what will happen the next week? Will they meet together or will they just miss each other? Now you might be having such thoughts, isn't it? That means a teledrama has become a thing to you. In other words, wherever there is a thing, that is yourself. So I'm taking different types of examples so that it will help you in a way to work out. Each of you will have your own set of exposures, own set of stimuli. Work on them. Right at the beginning, when you feel that heaviness, which is the feel of the mind sensor, just explore it and see how it happened and what is happening here. Why is this system feeling heavy like that? Then you will be able to find out the responsible sensor functions, which is not uh, preventable, which is not changeable. So there is no self at all in this system. It goes on and on and on. So whatever the cause for the current, if you understand the mechanism, because the currents will not stop, currents will occur. And if you know that it is simply a current, if you separate out this self thing from this current, that is your first step. And as I said, when that separation occurs, the current will start gradually going down. And what Lord Buddha, the director, does was to how to get this current to zero, which means there's nothing to be synchronized to another fetus. So in other words, breaking the samsara cycle from one point. So that is the intention of all of us. And with the guidance of Avaran Mahanse, he predicts that most of us, or at least maybe he says all of us, who have turned towards the correct side, correct direction, will be able to understand this truth one day. So the Aran Mahanse's support and guidance is necessary in all these situations. as Lord Buddha said, the Noble Friend's guidance is the most important thing for a person who is trying to find this truth. So, this is what we are trying in a small way, I would say, because we are not capable of doing the way that Aryan Mahasi is doing. Our effort, hope, will help in some way to the people who are trying to find the truth throughout the world. So I will conclude the session from here. I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahasi at his feet. There was Aryan Mahasi. And may our friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping us with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. There was
I don't think so. Yeah.
Okay, we can start then.
Yes, of course, you can start.
Okay. Teruvan Saranai. May Triple Gem bless all of you. We worship Aryan Mahasi at his feet. To all Dhamma friends, we welcome all of you to this English Zoom discussion. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. So, as usual, we are starting our 1 hour 15 minutes discussion in English medium on Buddothpado teaching, which we actually discuss according to some of the books that were written by Aryan Mahasi, the Noble Friend. We have been discussing very basic facts over the last few days, how the thoughts are formed, what is meant by mind, and how the thoughts are formed. The fact that it is a series of thoughts, the mind means a series, a fast-flowing series of thoughts, and how the thoughts are formed. It's actually the collective action or merging of the 5 sensor functions. So this is basically what we were discussing, and we also discussed the fact that the little baby who has the so-called radiant mind, who has only the sensor function where the ability to see, hear, and feel,
but eventually there is these sensor functions turn into a combined different type of function which we call a thought. And now at this stage there is no way of going back to the initial sensor function. What we end up is having a thought straight away. So everything that is experienced is a thought. That means some form of naming and description occurs in relation to the sensor function. And it's as a thought, the different names are given to different products. Now, one of the examples given was when there's a particular shape, we call it a car, and a different shape, we call it a lorry, and yet another different shape, we call it a bicycle. For a person who has no idea about this English language that I'm talking right now, the word bicycle is just a sound, but there is no meaning or no naming because there is no previous experience. And also, it's the world or this world of thoughts is created as a result of the sensor functions. So our world is actually limited to the ability to create something by these 6 sensors. So different animals will have those similar restrictions and have their own worlds created by the sensors. So this is what is described in Pali as Salayatana Loko. So we are in the process of understanding this process, the formation of this world, and formation of the world means the sensor function, which is again a creation at the sensor level due to the fast happening, and then there's creation of the thought, and there's a rapid flow of thought which we call living, or we feel we have this alive feeling or the feeling of existence because of this rapid flow of thoughts. So I think I will stop from there because we have run out. We are we are behind the schedule. I invite Dr. Kokila to initiate the discussion. Teruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila, and Teruvan Sarnai, all Dhamma friends.
Teruvan Sarnai. We worship our Manse. We'll start the discussion. Anyone can bring up a question which will help the flow of the discussion. Because Shani didn't read the book today, we can jump into the discussion anyway. Is there anything we can bring up today? Yeah. Yes, sir.
Doctor, I have 3 questions, but I think all are related to one. One is now we follow this or we feel it as this the truth. So in this society, when we are true and walking according to the truth, and when there's injustice and we stand on the justice side and we get blackguarded or scolded as according to Dhamma, how are we to see it out of our mind? When injustice is happening to the justice person, how is that person going to react if he knows the Dhamma properly? Secondly, some relatives and some people say the same advices. It certainly irritates sometimes. How can we overcome that? Thirdly, is that because of people's comments and all those things and this injustice happening in our lives, I don't feel like going out of my house. How can I come out of my mind as Aryan Mansi said, and how can I face this? Thank you.
Yeah. Mm. There are so many aspects to that. So one is, I'll try to catch one end to it, because the basic thing would be, if we take the justice or injustice, we have common sense. We, as you know, the injustice is actually in the mind. We have discussed a lot with Joel about how this mind is formed. Mind is formed from the sensory organs as well. And the one stimuli is, if you take it as justice, another stimuli is injustice. It's a thought. We get that. So when we say it's injustice, I'll try to say an example. Injustice in this country is not injustice in other countries. Injustice in animal world is not injustice in another world. So, just for an example, there's a mouse. Mouse was seen by the cat. Cat is running after the mouse, catches it, plays with it. You know that cat usually plays with it and kills it and eats. Okay, I'm just trying to come to the point. So cat is playing with the rat before eating, and finally eats the rat. Where's the injustice? Or where's the justice? Or where's the injustice? There's a, if there's a tribe, and the tribe believes some sort of, pattern to give away the daughters to a man. That's what they know. And it involves so many unnecessary rituals. And in their eyes, there's injustice and justice. From other eyes, we can. So the cat or the rat, justice and injustice is not the main thing that they are worried about. The rat is worried about saving the life or running away from the cat. It's just the instinct. There's no big mind in the rat. Cat, again, there's no much big mind. They have just a sensory organ function. But there is a perception. Perception is the hunger. Or even that the perception could be this is food. Small moving object. And the smell and all that. They are very, very good in this. And that's all they have. So where's the justice or the injustice? So what I'm trying to come to is, justice or the injustice is in your mind. The meaning is actually, it is in the subject. It's a subjective thing, if I would say. So according to our attitudes, the culture, the whatever we know, family, whatever the family was having, the ideas, notions, opinions, justice has a place, injustice has a place. Justice says man and a woman should be paid equally. Injustice, it's not done. It's not done. So the main thing to understand in Dhamma is justice and injustice is in our mind. It's actually coming from all the ideas that we have developed throughout our adulthood. Actually, small baby, even if there's something happening to that baby would not know. But after getting into some age, even that child is going to think this is not, can't be justified. It comes to that after a long time. How would you get that decision that this can't be justified? It is from other comparison, basically comparison. So what are we comparing? Comparison is happening in this mirage or in this illusory world. So we keep comparing, okay, that is justice, this is injustice. So where would someone stand? Is it in the injustice or the justice or the truth? Truth is none of these things are actually true. It is just a part and parcel of the dream. What does that mean? What that means is you will do whatever you feel like. If you're feeling to help someone, you help someone. That's all. So in the other way around, if someone is actually going to actually understanding this Dhamma, the actual truth, that person understands if you are actually doing something. This can be only understood by humans, by the way, not the cat or the rat. So as a human, you will understand, okay, this is the mind, yes. So if I'm actually having, because usually humans doesn't need to kill. Humans can survive without killing. Humans can survive without doing bad stuff. But when it comes to survival, people might do stuff. But that is due to the feeling of existence. Or in the sense alive faith. Because we feel alive, we try to maintain that, and we might do this and that and, all the bad stuff. Rather than standing in one side, justice or the injustice, it's actually what is going to happen is you're going to understand that all these perceptions are actually a kind of a reflection here. So if it's a reflection here, if you are killing someone, the killing is actually a perception here. Basically, you are killing, because you know that when we talk about truth, I think Joel will understand that when you take the actual stimulus, which can be chair, for an example, or milk toffee, or your enemy, just for an example, you know now. The feel that the chair's existence is you. So there's no separate you. This is a bit difficult in the beginning, but try and see whether you can get this, because the perception of chair, when it is felt as a thing because of ignorance, you take it as, you feel it. And that feel is inadvertently or mistakenly is called me or my or mine. So we understand, okay, actually, the perception of the enemy, when it becomes a thing, is the burning that you had. Otherwise, you don't feel like existing. You will be like a feather. But what happens is, what happens here is, because of the heaviness, because that you feel the enemy is there, that is you. So basically, we can understand that enemy is you in the other way around, from the perception view. So all the perceptions, whether it's your enemy, whether it's the tree, whether it's the chair, whether it's your home, whether it's your relatives, same thing. Same thing. It's just how it is. So can we separate that me from that stimulus? It's actually not. What is there is just a stimulus. And without our knowledge, even though we don't like something, underneath that, we kind of maintain that, because that is how you feel alive. So coming back to the enemy, the relative comes home and start talking, people talk endlessly. I mean, it's such a headache, isn't it? Because they don't know any Dharma. They just keep talking, and this talking is nothing related to cessation of suffering. It's actually, we can say, exacerbation of suffering, or multiplication of suffering, or doubling of suffering. Yes, that's true. You can feel this heaviness. You can definitely feel this heaviness. You can feel the toxicity. It's okay. But the main thing is that the other way around. If you take them for granted only, this is going to happen. So when your mind starts to get better, when it is healing, when you understand that all this trauma, all this repetitive talk, all this nonsense, basically, they keep talking because they don't know the truth. They don't even feel that they are hurting you, because the feel part is really lacking in this universe. Actually, only RNHC talks about this feel so much. This when the feel part is not there, even they talk 10 sentences, the other person is almost near vomiting. This person is not able to feel it because the feel part is not there. They're just in the mind. So my invitation to Joel is, after listening to this Dhamma, Joel, you start to feel things, yes, and you start to feel how you know, how people suffer. And if you get a compassion, you basically get a compassion because you know how they are in the mind and how burning they have. Because if you're burning here only, you can keep saying burning things. You can't really say a burning thing if you are not burning. So you get only a compassion. You feel that they have to heal a lot. Actually speaking, they have to heal at the same time, feel a lot, because sometimes they don't intend to hurt you. They are not actually planning to hurt you. Some have so much difficult patterns, repetitive patterns, that they are not aware of. Just imagine, you will have similar. We can have similar, patterns. Well, we are changing. Basically, we are changing. So you understand that how come that your repetitive actions are also changing. Not only perception of others, even perception of your burning is changing. It is reducing. Going away from a house, when you say I'm inside the house, I can say I'm inside the room. It's actually a perception. It's just a notion. It's an idea that we have. I'm inside my room. Inside my house, that's another one too. Is there a big deal? There's no big deal. But if you feel like coming out and you feel shaky, that means you have a safety zone now. So why there's a safety zone? How did a safety zone come? Well, we all have a safety zone. The safety zone is for the self. Safety zone is for me. Safety zone is for mine. Like it's I, me, mine problem. So as far as the I, me, mine feel is there, or self vibration is there, this is going to be there. Only an arahant who has no self perception will be free of all these problems. But in the path also you will start to feel this. So this safety zone is breached. Imagine that past experience. The safety zone also is actually a product of the past experiences. Because you know there's only few people at home, and you know that they have stopped talking to you about these things, so you're comfortable. If whole society came inside your garden and the house, you will run away, because then the safety zone is outside. You might go to a shopping center and stay there until those people are gone, because now the safety zone has changed. So how did the safety zone, this imaginary, because safety area is an imaginary area. How did this perception come? How did you feel that it is not safe, it is giving you trouble, it is giving me headache? How did this shaky feeling come when you start to try and put a feet outside your safety area? So the this self, usually this self would love to be in like a comfortable area. That is how it is. You just understand that. So anything out from that, that's why we come home. You go out, you buy something, you come home. You don't want to go to the neighbor's house and say, I'm coming here today, even though you know the neighbor very well. But you feel comfortable when you come home and you go to your own room. You're like, wow, that kind of sigh where you feel comfortable. So all these are all the side effects of I, me, mine. So this will be there for some time unless you really understand that outside is a perception in the mind, and that perception is not true. But I know, Joel, you are catching up fast, so you might be able to get this as well. If someone really get it, that all the perceptions in the mind are actually not true, whether it is your house, whether it is your safety area, whether it's your, absence of your relatives, whether it's absence of your friends, whether it's absence of your, non-stop talkers. If you feel them as a thing, you're going to feel it. But then what you really understand is, here it is. This is the beginning of the suffering. To break the safety zone, I won't advise you to, try to break it by thinking too hard. I don't think it's a good idea, because that improves the self-indulgence or the thought of I or me, mine, because you're trying to force yourself to do something. That's not the point here. As I have told from the beginning, you're not trying to force anything. You're not trying to, drag you out of your safety zone and say, Joel, now walk. That's not what we are trying to say. Actually, what we are trying to say, Joel, your safety marker, you won't be able to find it. You won't be able to find this safety margin. That will become blurry. And you will be like searching for it. Where's my safety margin? Now I was scared to go out. What is out? This safety margin is not there now anymore. Because you understand, if you say I'm at home, that's just a part of the dream. Is the dream true? No. But we act as it is true. Big problem? No, it's not a big problem. So your safety zone marker, because there should be a marker for you to feel secure when you come inside and insecure when you go outside. So when this margin get blurred, you're like, what happened to the margin? Margin, you can't find the margin now because you feel comfortable inside as well as outside. So you give up finding the margin. You are safe everywhere, Joel. You will be safe everywhere. So I would say, don't worry. That's my advice. Did I answer your 3 questions or did I miss anything? I mean, it's...
Yes, doctor. Thank you.
We can ask Surangika to add something, because when we try to talk, sometimes it goes everywhere. Anything you can add? Or anyone of you?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila.
Sarnai.
I worship Man's speech, and actually those questions are real thought-provoking questions. And Dr. Kokila has explained everything. I can try to like repeat the same in a in simpler manner. So, Joel, when you say that justice and injustice, those are also labels, like we name a chair, book, mother, father. So those are also labels assigned to certain situations. Now, for
But there is, Sudharma, there's one
yeah,
point I would add there. They are labels, but don't you feel them?
we feel everything, even the chairs, all those are we
Yeah,
feel.
that is the thing. You know,
feel.
like when
Yeah,
I say as a female, I can say females should have rights.
of course,
Then when we say that, didn't we give it like a weight? So
of course.
each and everything had so much weight on them. So much.
Of
Before
course.
listening to this Dhamma, everything had that. If you say mother, there's so much weight on that. If you say your enemy, there's so much weight on that. If you tell that person actually ruined my life, it has so much weight on that. So where did this come from? So when you say, I don't like injustice, how did this come from? These are all the views, but how did this view has so much weight on that? That weight itself is the self. There's no self other than that. That's very important to understand. That weight that you feel with one stimulus, it is the self. There's no self separately. I just want to add that. Sorry, Sudharma. Go on.
Thank you, Dr. Kokila. And I can give a simple example, child. Now in the mixed school, let's imagine there is a group of children. So they have a small block of land to play. So the girls need to play a game of netball, while the boys ask for a game of maybe cricket. So if the teacher let the girls play netball, it is injustice on boys' side. If the teacher let the boys play a game of cricket, it's injustice on girls' side. So what I am trying to tell is all these are names and labels given to certain circumstances by us. So when now we have this weapon, beautiful weapon, the truth. The truth is, Joel, that there is nothing externally or there is no one to experience anything. Dr. Kokila has re-emphasized this. And so, although it is injustice, so justice, so chairs, tables, relatives, cities, coldness, whatever we think, whatever is perceived by any of the sensory bases, if it becomes real for us, the suffering cannot be, prevented. Suffering is inevitable. So that's what actually Dr. Kokila meant when she said, if you see the chair on this side, the self is there, and the suffering, it is, of course, is the suffering itself. So when the thing is, as she emphasized, until one becomes an arahant, this suffering actually, we use different words to refer to that. Like sometimes we say the value assigned to it, or sometimes we say power, sometimes we say burning. Whatever the term, it refers to the level how real that particular phenomenon or the entities for the actually, we can't say person, for the perceiver. So the only solution, if we go by, now there are relations, definitely they criticize us.
it's a problem for us because there are relations for us in our world. They are true in our world. We do not have the ability to analyze, apply this weapon of true Dhamma to see that they are not relatives ultimately.
Actually, what
So,
we should understand here, Sudharma, when we say that,
yes, Doctor.
actually, what we understand is relative is me. There's no me here. So if we feel the relative as so much weight with the relative, that if you feel that the relative is there, that is you. So when you understand that, you understand that this mirage of self, and if this mirage of self is a mirage, how about this all the all the relative or whatever? Because we keep understanding that this is like a current, the perception is like a current. That's why I was talking about one day about a dream. In the dream, actually people are not there. So imagine that relative who comes to you and talk repeatedly about something comes in the dream. How come? Is he inside the dream? Is he actually talking to you in the dream? So it's like actually a current. This perception is like a current. If you can relate to that, that would be really good. It's an example. Like we have gravity power, electricity, like that. We have so much powers. Likewise, this is like a current. This relative, if you see in the dream, one day if you actually see, you will laugh because that how come that person is in your dream? You felt that the person is standing beside you when he came to the house, but now he's in the dream. So you can understand that you associate only some perceptions. So this perception, is the perception true? Is this current something true? Can you take it like true? Is it existing? But because we don't know this truth, we feel so much heaviness about this so-called relative. That's very important to understand, because if we say there's no relative, you can go into the no aspect of everything. So there's no relative, there's no mother, there's no father. That's not the point. You keep understanding, not yes there is or no there is no. That's not like that. It's actually understanding this current, how this works. How can you see that relative in your dream? Actually, in the dream, you will still be very annoyed with him. You see him coming, his car is coming to the garden. You'll be like, here comes again. And even in the dream, you might think the same. And how come? You have to keep analyzing. How come we live in a world of perceptions? It's beautiful research, Joel. Beautiful research. Like the trees, like the birds, like the mother who is cooking in the kitchen, like the father, like the sisters, brothers, like the relatives who come and talk endlessly. It's all perceptions. And are they true? They're actually like a current. They are not actually there. But why we feel it's so heavy is due to ignorance. Because we didn't know that this is how the perceptions occur. Did you get the point? And Sudharma, when you talk, you have to be a bit, how can I say, bit more careful, because people can actually go into no aspect if you are sometimes, just be careful. I just want to add that, because if you talk about something as there is a chair, but if you say there's no chair, that's not how we understand Dharma. We understand how this works, how this perception works. And Joel, the beauty is understand this self-perception, because you feel existent, isn't it? When you are at home now, and you feel that you are at home now. How come is that? That's the perception. How come that perception has come is because when you look around you, you can see the walls, you can see the familiar walls, familiar furniture, family people, familiar roof, familiar garden. So you're like, yeah, this is my house. How come that happened? How did this familiarity come from? How did this, how do you feel that it is my house? It's just by vision, either by hearing the same noises, or either by feeling your chair. Or if you are standing, you can say, I'm standing in my room. How come you say that? You just feel your feet, your soles, you feel the touch. And you see some things around you. And you say, I'm standing in my room. So it's very important to do this research. Actually, it is very good to do it naturally. So when you touch something, you can see, did you touch your car? Or did you touch your bicycle? And if you have a bike, what did I touch? What did I touch my, mother? If mother is there, if mother is touching the son, I'm touching my daughter. How come is that? Does the touch say that I'm touching my daughter? Does the eye say that I'm looking at a daughter? Does anything say that? No, that's a kind of another perception, new perception. The mind works like that way. And that perception is house. This is my home. Isn't it? Yes, I just wanted to add that, Sudama, just to
Yeah,
give
thank
that
you very
idea.
much, Dr. Kokila. Thank you very much for that. So, I think actually, if what we have to basically understand is there are certain perceptions, things depicted through sensory inputs as a natural phenomenon, sensory basis as a natural phenomenon, but they are not the things that we believe they are to be. For example, when we see when a
No,
certain
we don't
bunch of
have an
colors,
experience of outside, isn't it?
exactly, bunch of colors appear, we call it, we think it's a tree, we think it's a relation, we think that everything is
And
a
even
source.
colors,
So colors also, they are
because no
labels.
one
Yeah,
named red.
exactly.
We learned it from teacher actually.
Yeah. So what I actually was trying to tell, because the moment Joel talks, my experiences uh, uh, come back to me, and that's why I feel like explaining them, Joel. So only thing, we have to use this weapon. Weapon is to maybe you have to, as Dr. Kokila said, you have to analyze. So you have to see through the stimuli that occur in front occur. I mean, what you perceive right now. Maybe last time you said the banana. So banana, just a bunch of colors, but the label goes from US banana. Maybe the computer, just a bunch of colors and a shape. You name it a computer. Just like she said, somebody who hasn't seen a computer before, it is not a computer. So similarly, we create the world. Through these labels, we create our own world. So when we look at these simple,
It's
things,
actually we can't really say even we here because this is a natural phenomena.
of course, a
Yeah,
natural
we
phenomena.
have to be
It's a
careful in
system,
wording also. So it's really
of
difficult in
course.
wording because when we
Yes,
say
we get,
we, it's like as someone is existing and someone is actually
of
doing that.
course.
There's nothing like that. It's actually sensory, when sensory organs are there, when sensory
Yeah,
organs vibrate
Joel
at the
is
same
very
time.
lucky actually. Joel is very lucky. I mean, here when Dr. Kokila is here, of course, nothing goes wrong. Even she helps every one of us to, I mean, gradually progress, not as a person, to polish up our realization. So actually, Joel, this is just a system. We cannot call IV or anything. We can't. If we do so, Dr. Kokila, it's another label, isn't it? Like the book
Yeah.
or the table. Yeah, that's it. So what I wanted to tell is when we do simple kind of using simple day-to-day objects, if we do insight meditation, this analysis, when the difficult situations arise, like that things like that we get angry, certain relatives or somebody criticizing us, somebody ask a irritating question, so naturally uh, the realizations we made involving in insight meditation with simple objects comes to save us in those instances. You got it? Because when somebody shouts at us, we can't do insight meditation there. But the previous experience of insight meditation helps to alleviate the burning. I mean that anyway we are talking about the thought power, so reduces the thought power. So I'll stop at that. Maybe Ms. Surangika and Dr. Sakuntala can also elaborate on this. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai, Sudharma. I think just what has to be done. I think Sudharma is right in the way she said it because I think you have awakened to the field quite habitual with Dr. Kokila's discussions and advice over the last 1 or 2 weeks. But that in that insight meditation or the practice of putting it into day-to-day activities very casually and lightly in a very relaxed manner helps in the instance where an actual event becomes a thing of value or annoyance or stress at that point. So at that point, there is no salvation to the mind. The mind will occur in its natural way. The phenomenon is that automatically through whatever that has become there where there is value attached, then at that point the mind kind of goes into overdrive and for example the relatives talking incessantly, there has been a development within of us that it is a stress factor and that has become a thing, so that cannot be alleviated or addressed at that point itself when the relatives turn up to the doorstep. If one has looked at the stimulus, like Dr. Kokila said, understood the stimulus and understood that it is the feel which is the problem, and the feel arises, the burning sensation arises only when there has been a value attached to a stimulus. And how does the value get attached to the stimulus? If one believes ignorantly that there is such a thing called a stimulus, or an object, or a person, even the concept of justice, even the concept of injustice is nevertheless a concept. So whatever the stimuli, there can be in the conventional world, these elements and concepts are still there. It exists. But in the Dhamma, there is it doesn't matter whether it turns out to be a word, but you can't just say it's a word for the sake of saying it's just a word and dismiss it. That would be like putting Band-Aid on a wound without actually cleaning the wound properly and then applying medicine. Because what happens then is you might temporarily stamp it out, but somewhere else it'll pop up again. And just like we talked about culture and how culture can mean different things in different nationalities or tribes and so on. The same thing, like Dr. Popira said, justice for one person is injustice for another. Justice, discrimination for one society is indiscrimination to another. So where does it lie? Can there ever be a common ground? No, in this lay person's world, the truth is not the base, which is why they are all, what should I say? They're all wielding this so-called world to be true, and then they're basing it on something which is non-existent, and that itself is the falsity. That itself is where the ignorance and the abhisankarana or the volitional thing and all the self vibrations really are, tending to become the whole basis of suffering. All that happens in that process. The truth kind of takes that whole thing out. The shadow of that whole aspect of how these things have been looked at through ignorance is completely wiped out, albeit gradually. And to do that, now that you've got the basic true Dhamma or the pure truth and the philosophy behind it through the book and through Dr. Kokila's advice, the practical thing that you even mentioned yesterday, when you go about on your daily walks, the way you apply it to various objects, the things that you see on the park, on the road, the sounds, how did the sound become the sound of a car? How did the sound become the sound of a train going by? How did the thing that you saw, how did that become a tree or the next door neighbor's garden? And those are things that you can easily practice it on. And then when one encounters a sound, the differentiation that it is the endless chatter of a relative or the cute sound of a baby laughing, all that there develops almost a sense of peace. It doesn't matter what the sound is. There is no, you can't say value, but there is almost like a very, it's like calm waters. The practice gives rise to that innate wisdom arising, and it is that wisdom that cannot be generated through thinking overtly at the point when the relatives start talking. If there is a feel, if there is a tension that is being felt at a particular point when a sound is discerned, when a light or some object is discerned to the eye, and if one feels a tension, that is where the stimuli or the object or that person talking has become a thing, which is why Dr. Kokila, I think, is saying, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Kokila, that you have to understand it through the feel. The feel is the burning sensation. The feel is the current. And that is what is the point where the ignorance comes into play. When one understands the truth and we apply through that insight meditation practically into our day-to-day things and see how did the color become a color to us? Was it a color for the baby? And how did red become red? And how did the sound become, whatever, the car horning or something? Then that spade work, the homework, is being done gradually over the weeks. And then it becomes a norm. And then those things then occur and manifest to become the relative. manifest to become, a car horning incessantly in front of your house, then it is understood as a sound, and the mechanics of it is understood. So whilst you don't hear the car horning as something else, you still understand and you still recognize it. But the identification with that object does not happen. As Dr. Kofila said, you don't become that, but otherwise you become it. When I say you, there is no you here, but the self vibration is in the identification of that object.
I
And that is
think
where the
when we say
problem
that
is, isn't it?
I think that carries a problem. When we say that identification is a problem, it's not the identification is the problem. It's the weight I was trying to tell, that the that feel that we get that it is existing. So the value is like a the kind of is given from that. It's stemming from that. The feel that we feel that the chair is existing, that is the basic thing which happened to even to a baby. But the baby didn't know that it is anything. But when the baby grows up, there's
Excuse
so
me,
much
Dr.
value.
Kokila,
Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai. The value is the power itself, isn't it?
Yeah, but it has so many levels, isn't it? This that's what I'm saying. It extends so much. One can even kill for a chair. So what I'm trying to say is this: the feel that that it is existing, or the that we, if the chair is, we feel a heavy, like weight on that, like it is there. That is coming from ignorance, that because we don't know that it wasn't actually a thing. But then when we keep understanding that, you will still see the chair. You will still touch the chair, but still you don't get that power. And the chair, the perception is still there. So that the relative, the Joel's question, just go back to Joel's question. The relative comes. Okay. As usual, relative starts to talk. Because, some topics that Joel doesn't like. So there are a few aspects to that. So Joel has few topics that he doesn't want to hear. And after listening to Dhamma, that burning is going to go down too. So that relative starts to talk. And you're like, oh my God, then now he's going to talk. But then even that perception will not carry much heavy weight. So you will get the perception that, oh, this person is going to ruin my day to day. But then still, if that is not carrying any weight, you don't feel the burning. So the perception is there, the burning is not there. So that has to be understood. So Joel, you know that it is that relative that who is going to talk endlessly about your whatever the problems. But then he might even start doing that. And because you usually don't yell, imagining you don't yell at them, you just try to avoid them or just keep listening. This time, he will be talking and you will be like listening and you will not have any burning. That's all this is going to happen, nothing else. So you still know that it's the relative. You still know that he's talking unnecessary stuff. But you have the ability to listen as a saint because it's not giving you any burning. And that is the important thing here. So the suffering is to go down. Suffering is going to go down. Earlier, you could even clench your fingers to a fist when they start talking. Now you're so relaxed. And that other person also will actually get bored because you're not interested anymore. If he says, oh, Joel, have you not gone to the job yet? You're like, no. And so what? How can that other person is not also getting any fuel now? Because you need some fuel, to maintain a discussion. Some people might talk a little bit longer without any fuel too, but it's not a big deal now for you, because you know that the outside is just your perception. Whatever happens outside is your perception. The relative, the nonsense he talks, that it is your house. I told you. You said you are scared to go outside your home. This home and outside margin will get blurred, and you will definitely be walking freely outside without any problem, because all these margins are actually our perceptions, that this is our house, this is my garden, that is shopping center, that is that neighbor's house, I don't like him. It's all perceptions. And you keep understanding this through this truth. The safety zone I told you about is going to get blurred. You don't really worry about that. You know, whenever there is some perception, it's a perception. So what? Until your last breath, you're going to have some kind of perception. Are we running out of time? We are actually 1 minute more to the 4 o'clock. So, Joel, did you understand what we were trying to say? I mean, I think it's a bit complicated when we try to say from different angles. Are you okay, Joel?
Yes, doctor. I will write over again and okay, I understand. I have to practice it.
Yeah, actually, don't take it too seriously. And because you have felt it already, I think it will be all right. You just keep understanding Dharma. You will understand how these perceptions are happening, how all this, outside world was so important to you. And it will really lose that interest. And you will feel this clarity. You will feel this, tranquility. You will feel the peaceful mind, and your anxiety will die down. Just don't even think about it. Just don't. You don't have any problem at all. You step out, one day you will not even know that you have stepped out, because that's another just a perception. Don't worry, Joe. All good. And we'll hand over our Zoom discussion to 4 o'clock Zoom discussion. And we worship Aryan Wahanse. We have so much gratitude for him, for giving us so much guidance in this path. And thank you all, Dhamma friends. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you, Thiruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends.
Thank you, doctor.
No, I didn't notice her there.
Okay, maybe we'll start, and if she comes, we can.
Yes,
So
excuse me. Yeah, Doctor. She is unable to come today for the Zoom meeting. Yeah, she's having to visit
okay.
at the center. Yeah, yeah. Terima
We'll worship Aryan Wahanse, and yeah, Dr. Sakuntala, you can do the starting point. We'll continue the discussion after that.
Okay. Thiruvan Saranai, we worship Aryan Wahanse at his feet, Therwan Saranai Aryan Wahanse, and we welcome all of you who have joined the English Zoom discussion. Therwan Saranai, may you be blessed by Triple Gem. So it's our regular daily English Zoom discussion, and we are explaining and we are trying to discuss the true Buddha teachings, which has been disclosed 2,600 years ago. And our noble friend R.N. Wahanse has explained most of those facts which were hidden actually for some time, and also the influence of some other teachings from the other religions have also made some sort of alterations of the initial Buddhist teaching. So now we are listening to the true facts which are revealed according to the Sutra Deshana. Sutra Deshana were the Pali discussions or the Pali teachings done by Lord Buddha. So we are starting with the simple things. We were talking about how the thoughts are formed and the nature of this mind. Mind means just a flow of thoughts, very fast flow of thoughts. But in the mundane world, or we were under the impression that thought is something solid, which is persisting, or which was there in the past and which is there now, and also which is going to last in the future also. But now we know that it's just a flow of thoughts, and each thought is a collection, or each thought is an aggregation of the sensor input. The senses, there are 5 main senses: the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. So these senses are continuously functioning, and there is input, or there is some creations, or depending on the sensor, it will be a shape, it will be a sound, a taste, smell, or warm, cold, and hard feeling. So this is what we are trying to understand now. The thoughts are not something controllable, because there is a continuous production of thoughts. So therefore, like what is taught in concentration meditation, we are not trying to suppress the thoughts. We are trying to understand what this thought is and what is this process. When you understand this process of thoughts, then it's very clear that there is no person doing this process. There is no ownership. And when you understand this process, when the system understands this process, the relaxed feeling or the light feeling automatically comes, because there is no because always when there are thoughts, it's very heavy and it's very stressful, and it's a kind of a pressure. So if there is no way of stopping these thoughts, only way is to find out how it is formed, what is this mechanism. And when you understand the mechanism, like you finding out the tricks of the magician, the heavy feeling, or that value which was given to the thoughts automatically gets dissolved little by little. So that is what we are trying to understand. And I think the last 2 days we were just briefly talking about the radiant mind of the little baby, who has only the sensor function, but there are no thoughts formed. But as a part of the natural phenomenon, these sensor functions get together to form thoughts little by little when the child grows. So this is a process again. There is no way of stopping this. And when you understand this mechanism, and when you realize that there is no one doing, the label that was attached automatically as myself, me doing, and my things, mine, that label gets off from this system. So that is where you enjoy, actually, the word you enjoy, or experience the life in a very relaxed manner. So when you understand this true Dhamma, there is no change at all in the way that the person is dealing with the rest of the society. You will be doing the same things. You can have the same responsibilities, and whether you are studying or you are working, whichever, you can continue in a much better way, in a much more relaxed manner. So that is just basically what we are trying to understand. Teruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila, and we can start the discussion.
Yeah, Sanai is, anyone can ask a question. If Joel has any question, he can ask as well.
My question is, Doctor, I was reading about this raga, dvesha, and moha.
Yeah,
So my question is,
the craving. What is
anger,
the other one? Dvesha.
anger,
Actually,
anger,
there's another word. Aversion or no?
aversion and anger, or anger.
Yeah. And
I want to
delusion.
ask, I was just thinking, whereas when we ignore, that is moha. When we ignore raga and dvesha, is where the I component come in. Is it so?
Actually, I component is raga, dvesha, moha. So just try and see whether you can get this. So the burning is the I component, or me. We'll take it as me, because when we say I, it can be the visual I too, like the E by E. But what we are trying to say is that me feeling, or feeling as a self, is actually that burning. That burning we have categorized in such ways. So the clinging is also a kind of burning. Anger or aversion is also kind of burning. And delusion, it's not very evident, but it is also kind of burning, because delusion is the underlying reason. And even though there is no like big major anger, major craving, still if there's a delusion, or like kind of ravatima. What is ravatima, Surangita? What's the kind of what's a good word for that? Like I mean,
I think it's deluded as well, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah,
we deceived maybe.
Deceived. Yeah, kind of that.
We deceive ourselves to think that there is a self here.
Yeah, even that is a burning. And all these are kind of that. But the point here is that is me. There's no separate me. So what we call of this, that you said me component is actually this burning, and burning is just categorized. That's all. This is all words. So there's nothing, it's not a big thing. But what we understand is this burning is what we believe as self. That's how the self view has come. Why we believe that there is a self is there's a change here in this system. So we feel that if there is a burning or any change in this system, that has to be me. So that's how the self view comes. But actually what is happening here is, due to the misunderstanding of that, this the sensory organs is actually holded, so like someone is actually holding the sensory organs, because of that view that we feel that I am burning. That's actually a misnomer. Like it's not the thing. Actually, this burning is the what we actually started to believe that there is a self is the reason that there is a burning. So this burning, collectively we call burning, but we can separate them as craving and anger and delusion. That's how it is, isn't it? Do you have a better like version of Suranka? Do you have anything to add to that?
That's fine, Dr. Popila. I think why we discussed it, maybe Sudharma or somebody asked a question maybe about a week or so ago about equanimity, I think, as well. We linked that to moha and delusion. So even if we say, for example, that, if you go to a forest and say, oh, I'm fine, nothing bothers me, or I don't have a big craving for anything, or, that kind of thing.
But you still feel alive.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
fearful of death. That's what actually in the last bit when Narayan Vanse joined, I think that was like a very strong statement what he made, because if you feel alive, you're fearful of death. That's 100%. So this alive feel is actually alive feel. The extremes are raga and dvesha, which is craving and anger. But actually, the delusion part is always there because we are actually deceived, and that in the feel of, because there's always chance of getting angry or getting craving if there's underlying alive feel. So the alive feel is also something we can actually get rid of. That is the people might feel really, like, oh really, kind of thing, but it is true, and you can feel it. You can feel it one day, and also when imagine one stimulus, whatever thought, if it was not a thing, then if you feel the liberation from mind, you can feel the power, and also you can feel the sensation, whatever that sensory organ function without that power. So this power, or the burning, or we call it raga dvesha moha, but whatever the words you use, this tanha, another word that will come in the books, tanha, that is again, it has a deeper meaning, because tanha is again that power that we feel, extra power that we have, which can grow into anything. You can kill someone with that, you can hurt someone with that, you can blame someone with that, you can cry with that, you can have fear with that. So it's all these associations are with the self vibration. Without the self vibration, that's like another level of it's just another level. Anything else, Joel? Did you kind of get it?
Yes, doctor. And you were saying about this vibrations, eye vibration, mind vibration, or fire, or whatever you're saying. No? Fire?
No. I, in the sense, are you talking about the
Senses.
asa?
As a
means,
sensor.
Yeah, that I. Okay, now I have to be clear here, because word I brings so many complications. So if you are talking about the eye sensor, where when we see the light, that vibration is different. This power is different. So that's what he was trying to say. So because an arahant, or Lord Buddha, we can take as an example, an arahant, or who has felt this truth and who has become that truth, will still see, will still feel, will still hear, but that power is not there. That's what he was trying to say. So the alive feel is not there, but all the sensory functions are there. Nothing happens to the sensory functions, and until the last breath, they will be working as normal as all good, because we all know that nothing happens, because it's not like having dementia or anything. It's not like having all your abilities are vanishing, nothing like that. So all the functions, all the abilities you have, if you are a mathematician, you will know all about that. If you are a kind of whatever the aspects that you are good at, you will be still good at them. It's just that the burning part will not be there, but the sensory part will be still working. That was the thing that he was trying to say. So you still see, you still hear, you still feel the temperature, solidity, liquidity, you still feel them, you still taste really well, you smell really well. Actually, what happens is you are able to feel them as best as ever, rather than without the burning. That's what he was trying to say, that he was trying to actually clarify or bring it up so that we don't mistakenly say anything, because sometimes we can misunderstand. So does an arahant not feel? No, he feels the best. Actually, he feels everyone. So imagine someone comes to the Zoom and talk, you can feel them. Someone comes and sit down in front of you asking for help, you will feel them. That's how it works, because there is no burning here. You feel everything. Do you get it?
Another question that I was thinking about yesterday when I started to read the book again.
Yeah.
I don't know whether this is out of point, but I just want to ask this because this is a question mark I'm having, because people say this kind of vibration and law of attraction, all these things. What is it all about?
Are you talking about the Western type of thing, the law of attraction?
Yeah, that's a bit confusing. That's why I asked. I don't know whether this question is good for in this forum, but I just wanted to ask, because we are talking about the burning fire and all sensory things. So is it connected or what is it?
Yeah. Okay. So, but I have to get clear, because why I listen to a lot of podcasts. So I'm not sure what you meant by the law of attraction. What did you mean by law of attraction? Because there are so many law of attractions. If you listen to like 10 podcasts, people talk so many various things. So which one were you actually referring to?
Like one thing I heard is like when you think of a thing, for example, if I say I want a ball, right?
Yeah.
And if I if I think that I have it, I will get it.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's definitely in the section where we try to achieve something. You keep thinking about something, you will keep doing something to get it. So it's like the underlying thing. Imagine, for an example, if someone is from a family where there is so many hardships, that child will definitely get an idea. Okay, my father is suffering, trying to feed us. Okay, if I grow bigger, I'm going to earn some money and be a rich man. So that's the underlying, the kind of idea that he has taken it as true. It's kind of getting stronger and stronger. Whatever they are going to suffer, if mother can't buy ice cream for him, he will be like, oh, here again, if I have money, I'll buy ice cream. That's how it starts. And then it happens again. Then you want a bicycle, but father can't afford it. Then you will be like, oh, I should do something about it. I will earn money, and I can buy all the bicycles for the whole village, kind of thing. So this whatever the way pattern we keep thinking, it is going to manifest. So it's not a big deal. It's the same thing in such a way, like any manifestation is there, but that is all in the aspect of vibration. This is all vibratory stories. So whatever the plan that comes to mind, that whenever plan comes to mind, you will subconsciously keep doing stuff for that. Definitely it is going to happen. You imagine you want to buy a house. It is in your mind. It's not superficial. It's not coming up, but it's there. It is there. And but you try to save some money. You think about it, but you don't really go ahead and do anything. But you move forward for that. And people say, think about it in the morning, think about it at the night, think about it 10 times a day, whatever. It's just one thought. That's how even the hatred goes on like that. Imagine you see like the friend in the classroom who bullies you. You keep thinking about that boy, and every day that boy will be like telling something nasty, and this keeps happening. And this is, we call it volitional formation, I think. But I think it is better to understand without these big words, because you can understand day by day the power from that thought is going to get stronger and stronger. And one fine day, this timid boy is going to actually attack that bullying person, because the power that he is gaining from one simple thought, he's bullying me, he's doing the wrong thing, why is he doing to me? Like, it keeps on going. One thought is going to give so much power. That's what actually led you to come to this Zoom meeting, to ask, how do I stop recurrent thoughts? That's what the main question that happened. But you took it in a different way, because you wanted to actually stop that. But in a child or in a person who doesn't know what's happening here, and you will get carried away by that. And one day, some people, they are completely normal, and suddenly they do such a violent thing that you can't even imagine that that person has done such a violent thing. But do you know that it was in his system? It was in his system. He didn't voice it out. He might not voice it out. He might not act on it. But that is how the power is getting complicated and again getting added on. That power is actually coming from the thoughts. It can be a hidden thought. It can be a very overt thought. Very overt thoughts are very easy to tackle. Like, you will be shouting at them every day. You know that they are angry. But some people are there. They will just keep it like a pressurized pressure cooker, kind of like a pressure cooker. So same thing. It's not quite different to trying to manifest money, trying to manifest whatever, so it's just volitional formation. That is abhisankara. If you find that word in books, it's called abhisankara. So you think about it more and more and more and more, and it just starts to manifest. That's how it is. That's how is it John Logie Baird found I think it is him, sorry if I'm wrong, whatever he found, like there's so many people who found things. They wanted to keep checking the light, and they wanted to find something to light the evening because it's too dark. And that one thought, he kept doing that. He didn't give up. He kept doing that. And for an example, Lord Buddha is one kind of that too. He never gave up. He was trying to understand end to this suffering, the system of this suffering, how to end this system of suffering. Likewise, yes. So there is this in this human system. It's not much in animals though. Animals, they are this ability of things. That's why the suffering is more in humans. Only humans will attack another part of country or another part of the world. Usually animals, they will attack if they are angry at that point and eat or either, mark the territory, but they're not like planning in such a way. If there is a plan in such a way, it's definitely a human, isn't it? What do you think, Joel?
Yes, doctor. Thanks for clarifying that. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Anything else, Surangika? Or Sakuntala, in that case? Anyone of you can actually...
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, even that, the Abhisankarana thing about how it multiplies is also quite apparent in the social media with children, isn't it? The bullying that's happening and how it drives them to suicide.
Yeah,
So,
anyway, any aspect of
anything that's just an extreme example.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, and I have heard just another bullying kind of person keep telling, you're not worthy, you're suitable for dying. It's such a... I don't know how people come out with these words even. Young children. I don't know actually. I can't comprehend how these things, but I'm telling a truth. I'm telling from my own experience of people come and talk to me, and that child came because she was bullied at school, and I asked how, and then there were ideas that one of the other bullying girl was repeatedly telling that. So someone is repeatedly telling, when Joel asked yesterday, someone told some stuff and it hit him hard. Imagine a 14-year-old girl getting told by someone that you're suitable for dying. Just imagine. Even Joel is struggling. Well, how about a 14-year-old? How can she understand this, all this, how the mind works? Nothing. They just like dumbfounded, and they can't comprehend what is going on, and they finally start believing that word. That's how actually the that power of manifestation, I would say. That's really weird. This suffering is really weird, actually.
That law of manifestation or visualization is all part of that law of attraction, but fundamentally what it means is there is still something that they want to, that they're desiring, that is why they're visualizing it so that they get it, isn't it?
Yeah,
and
it's all related to the vibration, not the non-vibration.
Yeah, so they're thinking positive thoughts in order to attract whatever it is which they think is out there somewhere.
But because they don't know that actually if there is no vibration, you get it anyway.
Yeah, I actually read an article recently also, just skimmed it saying that the law of visualization also has broken down. It was a big thing in the last few years.
It will definitely break down.
Yeah, so I think those whoever it
because
is,
no one
people have
can
also
stop the
realized.
dying even.
Yeah.
Just imagine, I will not die, I will not die, I will not die. Where is the law of attraction now? So there are caveats everywhere, isn't it?
Mm.
Yeah, it's but interesting that volitional formation only bring up your that burning power up. That's all.
Mm. Mm.
So you will actually have stuff or not have stuff. You will be craving for this alive feel anyway, because if you have a lot, you'll be craving for them as well as the life feel. I mean, we can't even understand that we are craving for a life feel, let alone the life feel we are craving for. You know, the milk toffee on the table. Just for an example, we are craving for the milk toffee on the table, but we can't realize that we are actually craving for this alive feel. Craving is in such a deep level. So when we understand this Dhamma, Joel, actually you kind of can't crave for the milk toffee on the table. You might taste it, but you will keep understanding. It's just a perception. We discussed that yesterday. Where is the milk toffee? But as far as you actually believe that there is a milk toffee in or feel that these thoughts are real, suffering is there. That's all. Yeah, suffering is there. You just keep understanding that. And no one likes suffering. It's just that due to ignorance we are suffering. As soon as you come to know this, who will like to suffer after knowing that this is what brings all the suffering? Because at one moment or another, definitely you know that there is this body, this system is going to stop. Whether you are 100 years of age, whether you are 80 years of age, whether you are 50 years of age, it doesn't matter. So you have a good understanding about your normal life too. You have common sense. You know that these things are bringing suffering. You know that the illness, you can get any illness. Tell me about it. You can get any illness. So the suffering, you grow older. You would like to be like 20-year-old your form, but you can't. Even though in your mind you are trying to act as your 20-year-old, you're not. So the body is aging. The system is aging. Not the mind, but the system is aging. So law of attraction, what has it done? Only law of attraction or whatever has brought is suffering, because we are trying to maintain our body, we are trying to maintain the everything around us, so that everything will be good, because we are scared about the bad. We are so scared about the bad, we are trying to maintain everything good. So we struggle a lot. We have to have some amount of money. We have to have, it's okay to have money. It's not a big problem, because we need to feed our children. We need to do our responsibility. But if you question yourself, are you actually doing it because of that? Or because you crave living yourself? Because you believe that you are living, isn't it? What do you think, Suramika?
All that is to sustain that underlying feeling of being alive.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. That's the basic thing. I told once that I was thinking that everything is, all my defilements must be around kids. But, it's not true. when you go deeper and deeper, you understand you just like being alive. How? Due to the ignorance, due to the vibration, due to the feel. And what do you feel? You just feel the sensory organs, but you feel like you are there. That is the burning we are talking about. That's what Aranwansi also was trying to point out. We don't lose the sensory organs, sensory function. When you keep understanding this Dhamma, that burning goes away, or that additional power, or the power which gives you the ability to suffer. So if you want to actually win the death, you just have to understand that you have never been living. Actually, you have to become that. It's really beautiful Dhamma, isn't it, Sharanka?
Yes,
Yeah, I think it's very good questions, and because all these are actually naturally happening problems. You know, when people talk about consciousness, because I know a lot of scientists, everyone is moving forward towards that. They think it is the universal thing, but it is kind of a universal thing. But there's a universal thing than that. Actual universal thing is the non-vibration. But what actually difficult to understand is that there is no non-vibration as well, because when there is no power, you can't talk about a vibration, and when there is no vibration, you can't talk about the power, and there's nothing to talk about. In the sense, there's nothing to feel. So then you can't really talk about non-vibration, because it's not a new feeling. That's the thing. It's not a kind of a new feeling. It is, you will keep feeling the sensory function, but there's no another kind of power. It's just absence of power, absence of burning, absence of raga, dvesha, moha, absence of a life fear, so that you will never fear death also. Because we didn't have this, only we were fearful about death, and we were planning to go somewhere after death. We were just imagining stuff, I would like to go here, there, Someone will say, oh, no, I'm going to be born as a human, and I'm going to, have the same girl forever. I mean, I'm taking these things from the movies, they say that. People might even think like that. Who knows? Actually, maybe thinking that I love you and I will be with you forever. And actually, it can be a volitional formation, as because that is the kind of craving that person is going to have. But this suffering is never going to end. We all know as adults how much suffering we have just to maintain food on the table. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, actually, this talking about this volitional formation, the experience that you were explaining about somebody who was being bullied at school, and also the same experience that Joel was trying to sort of get rid, because that wrong sort of advice that he received from a so-called counselor. Actually, what we have to understand is that these thoughts which are coming again and again is not a continuation of the not a continuation of the process. it's always a fresh thought. It's always a fresh spark which comes up. But due to the ignorance, we feel that it is just a same thought which is surfacing time to time. But when you go deep and when you really understand this mechanism, then we find out that each thought is a fresh one, which has no connection to the previous one. But because of this volitional formation, as you all were discussing very beautifully, it has become so strong. It has been given such a value. It keeps coming. So then, because it's just another, the mind is another sensor faculty, like the function of the eye, ear. When they are functioning, there's continuous input, there's continuous stimuli happening. So in the same way, the mind is also another sensor faculty, where from the previous experiences, the thoughts are formed. And when this thought is, when this strong value is added, like this, what is described by this volitional formation or abhisankaranaya, the same thought can come up again and again very frequently. What we sometimes don't feel is that between two such similar thoughts, there are thousands of other thoughts coming up, which we do not even identify. Because the simple thoughts like walking or combing hair, maybe having a cup of tea, there are so many things happening because all these things are thoughts. And in between two such unpleasant thoughts, there's a string of maybe hundreds or thousands of thoughts coming up, which are not given any value at all. So we don't feel that they have come up even. So what we feel is that this thought is there always. This thought is somewhere hiding underneath and then coming up throughout the day. That is what the interpretation is. So when we understand that each thought is a freshly prepared one, where the sensor functions, the collective action of the sensor faculties, the 5 sensor faculties, results in this thought formation or each thought, then automatically the value or the empowerment given to that thought gets less and less. That is the only way to get rid of that volitional formation of this abhisankarana of the thoughts. So, what is generally done is that focusing to a different point, where a person might go for a movie or meet some friends, listen to some music or something like that. Try to focus to something else, which is just a very temporary measure. But when you realize that each thought is a new one, each thought is freshly done one by this mind faculty or the mind sensor, then you become actually a non-judgmental observer of that. Actually, there is no observer as such here, but non-judgmental observation occurs automatically, and then that the power of that thought becomes less and less, isn't it?
Yeah, actually. Mm. Yeah, this understanding Dhamma, actually, understanding is one thing, and if you can feel this also, you will definitely feel in one stimulus that how this is the case, that at one point it's only one thought is also you can understand, because the breaking of this cycle also you can feel when the alive feel is gone. So what we call the start of the path is also at the same point where you feel the disappearance of the life field, but still maintaining all the sense of faculties. So that's the beauty of this Dhamma. And yes, Joel.
Another thing I was just thinking when Dr. Sakuntala was talking about the thoughts, when I read the book, it says about sihiya, awareness. So, in terms of awareness, can we come to can we just say, can I believe that if I someday or somewhat that I will be aware of this suffering and come out of it? Can I believe that?
Believe word is actually in the thinking process. So the we can believe anything. Believing is in the thinking part, but actually you have to feel this. So the feel starts like this, Joel. Like if you're asking about it, already you are feeling this Dhamma. You haven't felt the disappearance of the life field, but you're already feeling that the outside is not a big deal. Am I correct?
Yes, doctor. Yes.
Yeah, that's how you start. So you keep understanding. You keep understanding. It depends on the level of how much you feel this Dhamma. The more you feel the Dhamma, and more you will feel the the less suffering you have. Like you feel the lightness of that because imagine me having 100 kilograms on our head, and it's like magically like 30 kilos less now, or kind of 50 kilos less now. Because imagine, Joel, imagine you kind of didn't know, and you, until your time is over, you heard about million thoughts from today onwards. If you didn't know Dhamma, if you get to know million thoughts, new thoughts, old thoughts, whatever, if you feel them as true, you know how much suffering it would bring. Because that's how the volitional formation works. Because someone says going to Mars is the most important thing in the world, and they actually try that. And another one says, no, there's Titanic ship in the depth of the sea, saying that is the biggest thing in the world. And can you believe that there is some people trying to see Titanic ship in the floor, something like that? I mean, it's weird, isn't it? Whatever the thoughts coming up in this 8 billion people, and when you get to know that, you get craving for this, that, and is there ending? There's no ending. People want to go to here, you want to go to moon, you want to go to Mars, you I don't know, maybe someone would try to go to black hole also, and with the attachment to see whether it will survive. That kind of extreme thing, because you kind of start to feel that everything is there, and you have to experience everything. If it is there, experience becomes important. So once you hear this Dhamma, 50% of your problems are over, because you can't be deceived again, saying that this is true, that is true. Can you achieve this? Can you achieve this? A child who is so light, children are so, they play beautifully. What happened to that Joel who was running around with so much happiness? no trouble at all, doesn't care what he wear, doesn't he care what he is eating, doesn't care, what is in the feet, what type of shoe. Sometimes there's no shoe, and doesn't care whether it's raining or heat. But now, how much heaviness we have. But then, as soon as you kind of feel this Dhamma, the first turning point is that you understand this innumerable, is that the word? Ananta in the sense, is that the word? Is the word correct? Innumerable, I think.
Yeah, I think innumerable.
Yeah, that one. So that you can't number them. So there's so much perception that we can have. So once you understand this Dhamma, there's no way that anyone can tell you that there is this thing, would you like to achieve that? But once you have heard this Dhamma, you know that it's not actually out there, it's in mind. So that's how the Dhamma starts to make you feel lighter, because that's the starting point. And it doesn't stop there though, because you keep understanding that even that perception, okay, it is in the mind, yes, but even that perception is not true. It's just arising from the sensory, because there is sensory organs, it's just a production of sensory organ. Imagine, Joel, how much suffering would dissolve, how much lighter that would how much lightness that would bring, isn't it? So that's how the path starts.
Another thing, Doctor, I would like to ask you, like when you said this sensory faculties, you said you feel Dhamma, right?
Kind
Doctor?
of, yeah.
Yeah, if you feel Dhamma. So nowadays, like when I go for a walk or when I do something, when I catch something, I know the eye is catching it, and it's an illusion. So I don't believe that. When ear catches something, when I listen to something, I know the sensor is working, and it's the illusion. Like that book says, when eye pulls you to one side, you go to that side. When the ear pulls you to another side, you go to that side. When you want to touch something, you go to this side. So all these cravings have reduced in my life. And I could recognize all these illusionary things are coming up in the mind. And as you said, 100 kilos of weight has lost to, I think, 10 kilos. Thank you so much.
That's good.
I love it. And one day I want to be a childlike person without any worries, without any suffering, but just be that childlike person as always.
Yeah, but Joel, there's a thing now. When you understand Dhamma, there is always someone who is wishing for that. We wish for that beautiful state. We wish for that, but in when you go deeper and deeper, you would understand that wish is also from that burning, and even that will be gone. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. You know that when we crave for something, there is always suffering, and we now crave for the cessation of suffering. That's how it starts. That's fine, but we keep understanding even that is the kind of another form of the self vibration. And when you understand that, you kind of drop everything. It's like if you drop all the suffering aspects of your sensory organs, there's nothing to talk about, is there? Like, yeah, that's kind of the liberation. It's an imaginary one when we talk about this, but this is something you can feel, Joy. And you are actually, that's what I'm saying. You are already in that path, and you just keep understanding. in the beginning we have a kind of a drive towards it, and that is thinking that it's a better place, you know, it must, cessation of suffering must be a better place. What actually, even that thought power is also going to go down. Did you get that, Joy?
Yeah, like that first time I told I had this floating sensation, and
Yeah,
doctor, you said don't. It's just a thought. It will just fade away. After we ended the session, it just faded away. And I was thinking, where was that feeling going? Where did it go suddenly? Everything is
yeah,
just for it's like a spur of the moment kind of thing. Everything
yeah,
happens, and then
yeah,
it just fades away. So the more I realized that actually I had a shoulder pain because of stress, it's not there now. I was healed. I'm not joking. I'm serious.
yeah.
And thank you for this, man. Thank you so much, Aryan and Manse. Thank you.
I think Aranwanse has joined. Maybe is it time now? Oh no, we have kind of
We
20
have about
minutes.
11 minutes, I think, yes.
Yes, Theron Sanne Aranwanse. Actually, yeah. So this as that's why so I have told you, like, I heard this Dhamma a long time ago through YouTube randomly, and I have kept listening, and well, definitely there's like you said, definitely suffering is going to go down. At one point, you will this the craving and the aversion, how much it is going to go down, how much less you are delusional, you will start to feel this truth more and more. And even the craving for this Dhamma, or craving for this anything like saying, there must be some place like Nibbana, there's nothing like that. Actually, this is only cessation of suffering. So as you said, even the 10 kilo, the 100 kilogram, the minus 90 kilograms, is if there's any 10 less, 10 there, even that 10 is going to get dissolved with the understanding of that even the senses are just the sensory function will be there, but this power is from the delusional aspect of thinking that there is self. So beauty of this Dhamma is the tranquility you will feel, and other thing is you will feel the if the thoughts are not true, kind of whatever the thoughts, if you keep understanding these perceptions, this dream is not true, you might actually awaken from that dream, and you will feel that. And the being awakened from the dream is as you said, just has to be felt, and it's not that difficult if you can feel them. Not sure whether Aranwanse is going to talk, but anyway, it's being very good to understand this Dhamma, the life pattern. When Dr. Sakuntala said the responsibilities haven't changed, but the suffering is not there. That is the main important thing. The responsibilities are still there, but suffering is not there. So sense faculties are working, but suffering is not there. There are few things that you wouldn't attend as normally. There are, the way you talk might be different, because you won't indulge in, unnecessary talk, because you're not trying to, it will just not naturally come, it's not something that you would stop. So you will naturally not harm anyone, because you know that it's a perception. Anyway, you don't feel that because it's not there. When this self vibration is dissolving, whatever associated with that self vibration is going to dwindle less and less as well, because the anger, the fear, the shame, the guilt, the jealousy, what else? Whatever the words you have, they are all part and parcel of this self vibration. So when the self vibration is going down, the whatever these words express, because these are the way the words are there to express some feelings. So these are going to not be there. And finally, what you will end up is with the feel, where you will feel every being, everything. So kind of you can help everyone, whatever the way they can, mostly from separating, helping to understand Dhamma. Anything else to add to that? I think, yeah, we
Yeah,
may.
just briefly, I thought of mentioning this. Joel mentioned about the shoulder pain. Now, any of these pains, now you said I had a pain. So that actually has two components now. As long as there is a physical body, we are bound to have discomforts and illnesses and pain. So that will not be prevented by Dhamma. But there is a mind component to any pain, where this pain is tagged or attached to myself. It's happening to me. That mind component is the one that you can get rid of. Then, actually speaking, you can tolerate the illnesses or the pains better when you understand this process. Isn't it, Dr. Vokila?
And also, there is some pains which are brought by mental health. I tell
Yeah.
most of the time, a lot of people, it's a vicious cycle. You are mentally down, whatever the pain is going to get like exacerbations, like it's going to be, if it is like out of 10 out of 1 pain, you will feel it like 10 out of 10 pain, because it's kind of, that's how it is. All the hormones are going to change. When your mind is so heavy, all your systems are going to change. All the hormones are going to change. It's all one way. But when the burning is less, we know this all the time. When even temporary burning is less, people love it. That's why they go for hikes. They go for meditation, whatever. People go for them because it's even temporarily that less burning is really good. But this is nothing like that. This is kind of we are not planning for any temporary. We are actually learning the truth, so that the burning will anyway go away, and we are not trying to get rid of burning here. That's the beauty of it. We are not trying to do anything at all. We're just learning the truth. The ignorance is going away. That's all what is happening. So we are not putting so much effort into one thing. If you push too much effort, definitely there is suffering. So definitely there is vibration. But here, everyone is just trying to understand Dhamma, yes, but that's all. So this vicious cycle of the sensory organ field feeding the mind and bringing up the suffering is going to stop. So some problems are not a problem anymore. So imagine, one person one day talked about having claustrophobia in a Zoom meeting. So when you have claustrophobia, that person's worry was sitting on a dentist chair and feeling like can't breathe. But imagine you keep understanding them and you understand this life feel is the problem, and there is a state where there is no life feel as well. It's kind of, you're not scared to die anymore. I mean, it just happens. So okay, you get the feeling like you are going to suffocate because of the fear. Even if you get that that fear is not there. You might feel it, but the fear part is not going to be there. That is the thing. So whatever happens, it's like a insurance which we never had before, isn't it? That's kind of an insurance that we never had before. When you say that, it's kind of a bit artificial, but it's just an example. I think we are running into 4 o'clock Zoom meeting. So we worship our Enhancer with so much gratitude for sharing his wisdom with us and helping us. He released his wisdom through YouTube, and we thank all the Dhamma friends and especially Joel, who is asking questions so that we and even that even the question you asked that day, that experiences being personal, it's such a deep question. I didn't go much deeper, but I felt the depth of it, and it was so good to even though it is too much to go into that detail, that none of these experiences are personal. That's a beautiful thing to understand. None of these experiences are personal. Thank you very much. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you.
Peran Sanai, Dr.
Thank you, Doctor.
Sanai, friends.
Page number 56. As you continue to be mindful, your wisdom, also known as the Bodhiyanga or Buddha nature, continues to develop. This Buddha nature is an emptiness, a supreme solitude, Uttaritara Hudekala. As wisdom grows, the mind becomes pure and untamed. When the ignorance is erased little by little, you begin to see the pure truth in everything. You awaken to a pure and untamed mind, O Prabhashvara Sita. The Prabhashvara Sita that you had when you were born, the Prabhashvara Sita does not have fetters or akusal such as lobha, dvesha, and moha. When you begin to reduce or dissolve your fetters such as lobha, dvesha, and moha, you are known as a Srinaswara Rahatan Vahanse. Being mindful and seeing everything outside according to the Yathabhuta Jnana makes you develop wisdom to enter the first supramundane plane called Sotapanna. At the beginning of the path to Nirvana, you need to practice that all what we see outside are only thoughts. At the beginning of the path, you will learn to see through the images on the screen and be mindful of the pure truth, which is the white screen. This is the first step on the path to Nirvana, and this practice will lead you to attain the first stage of the supramundane plane called Sotapanna. The second stage of being mindful is to develop the wisdom to attain the stage of Anagami. To attain the wisdom of an Anagami, one has to be mindful that there is nothing as thoughts, that thoughts do not exist. How do we learn to see that all what we see are thoughts? For example, the scientists named a virus as corona, and after some time they changed the name to COVID. When they change names like this, you realize that there is no truth to anything. The vehicle production company produces a vehicle according to a certain shape, and they call it a car. Then the same thing they will produce in another shape and call it a jeep. They would continue to change the shape and give it different names. It is we who assign different names to different shapes. Tervasana, everybody.
Thervan Saranai Shani, thank you for reading the book and starting the discussion. We all worship Aryan Vahase, Thervan Saranai Aryan Vahase, and we warmly welcome all of you to this English Zoom discussion. Thervan Saranai to everybody. And also we are very grateful to our colleagues who are doing the technical side of these Zoom discussions. Thervan Saranai everybody. So as usual, we will discuss briefly what was read from the book and then go for the discussion. We learned few new words today from today's reading, because all this time we were discussing and talking about the thoughts and the mind, and we listened to few new words. One was this radiant mind or Prabhashara Manasa, and also we talked about being mindful. Now here we use this word mindful, but we know that this same term is being used in the Western world for for a slightly different meaning.
the difference between, actually speaking, the most suitable English words may not be found to explain what was actually disclosed by Lord Buddha and our Aryan Mahanse. So therefore, some of the words we have to sort of borrow and use them, but maybe with some explanations we might be able to give the better picture about it. So being mindful is being used in various aspects. Nowadays, we hear it very often. It's mostly towards the concentration meditation side. But here, in the word mindful is indicating not focusing on a particular thing. Here, to be mindful, the essential component is that to have a clear understanding about the true Dhamma, how the thoughts are formed, how this system is working, how this self-perception and this feeling of existence occurs. So without that basic knowledge and a very clear picture about this process, this system function, you cannot talk about the mindfulness which was described by Lord Buddha. So even the word wisdom actually gives slightly a different meaning in Buddha teachings. So briefly, if I say about this radiant mind, as it was mentioned, it's something that we all had as a little baby, because we had only this sensor functions at that time. We could, the baby can see, but there is no naming, no thoughts to describe what was seen. And the baby can hear, but again, there is no thought to describe what is heard, so there's no naming. Similarly, the taste, smell, and also the skin touch. So all these senses are functioning, but thought formation occurs subsequently after some time when the baby grows up. So when the thoughts are formed only, all the defilements, in other words, the lobha, dvesha, moha, which means the clinging, aversion, and this feeling of existence. So those will gradually come up, develop when the thoughts are formed. I think I will stop from there. I will invite Dr. Kokila to continue the conversation. Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, we can start the discussion as well. If there's any questions, anyone is able to ask it. Yes.
Doctor, I'm Joel here.
Yes.
I have a question. I mean, these days I'm learning. I respect Aryan Mansa's book a lot. Still, that I component, a thought of I component is still popping up. And how could I catch this thought and pass this thought away? Is there any practical tips that I can do to, when I thought comes or any thought comes, how could I reduce that vibration? Is there any practical way or practical exercises that I could do, Doctor?
Well, we actually don't suppress it as such. If it is really bad, you can do some, going for a walk, maybe something like hiking or some activities with nature might help that. But what we mainly focus here is usually understanding that thoughts are not real, that's all. we don't really try to suppress any thought, because thought has no kind of, we know that we get the burning with that. Some thoughts bring up the burning, because this is a question that has been repeatedly asked in the Zoom discussions before. So, like when a child dies, mother is so much in sorrow, so sad, that the thought of the son is tearing the mother away. So mothers come to the Zoom meeting and they ask Aranwan, say that how am I going to reduce this burning? Actually, there's we know that if we actually engage in some other activities, this will get suppressed. Thought coming up, but that is not the point we talk about, because while doing that, we can do that. Go for a walk, be with the nature. You can do some breathing techniques. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's just changing the subject kind of thing, changing the topic kind of thing, or kind of staying away from the stimulus. But in Dhamma, what we are trying to understand is that this is a thought. Most importantly, Joel, what we try to understand is that understanding I, me, myself. What is I? What is me? What is myself? That is all we are trying to search for. So if I ask, where is Joel? Joel might say, I'm here. So when you say I'm here, if I keep asking, where are you? You might say, I'm sitting on a chair. But then, are you sitting on a chair? So we try and see whether the I is inside the body or associated with the body. But then, if you keep understanding this Dhamma, you can see that it's only we focus on the body is there. Otherwise, we don't know that we are sitting. If we are if you are engrossed in a conversation, we can't even feel that we are sitting, isn't it? So, when we keep understanding that the focusing on the body only brings up the body, then you tend to think, okay, then maybe this is Joel, maybe the mind. I'm calling myself Joel, but when we ask who is Joel, then maybe if it is not the body, because you always say, in the sense any human being always say, this is my heart, this is my liver, this is my skin, this is my face, these are my legs. So who is mine? If all the body parts are mine, who is me? So, and when we try to think about the other way around, okay, then me must be the mind. Well, is that so? Because you're so much struggling to handle the mind. You first foremost, you join this Zoom discussion to actually find out how to tame this mind. You wanted to tame it, kind of handle it. You wanted to control the mind because you didn't want some thoughts to come to the surface. You wanted them to go away and to the better thoughts to come all the time. That's why you actually joined the Zoom meeting, which is great, because that's how we got to know you. So then what Aranwanse is actually explaining here in Lord Buddha's Dhamma is that try to find yourself. So where is joy? So then, if you are your mind, you should be able to do something about it. But nothing is under control. So then, who are you? Then who is Joel? Then comes the sensory organs. Then we come to the understanding. Okay, then feelings may be me then, because there is feelings. You feel this, the temperature. You feel the fluidity, the solidity. You smell. This maybe these functions may be the me. But then, can you call that true? You can't really control any of these things. You a sensible person will really understand none of these things are Joel. So where is Joel? I mean, I'm not only talking about the word. Word Joel has no meaning actually, but you feel alive. That's why this whole thing is. So you feel alive because there's so much, fast vibration of sensory organs. That's why you feel alive. So the misunderstanding of this is happening everywhere. So the feeling of existence without any in-between time, like at the same moment, is kind of felt as alive feel. Feel of existence is due to the sensory organs, the light, the sound, the touch. So actually speaking, you can't really find joy. So if you keep doing this research, you will be actually surprised one day. It's actually a misunderstanding. So we kind of I mean, you can go through the science also if you're really keen to do that. But even in science, all the world-renowned scientists are struggling here because they came to realize that even consciousness is kind of like a quantum packet. So there are research ongoing about these things, but no one is actually pointing out that there is no self. People are like, even people might get, they kind of not out with that yet. Kind of it's very difficult and difficult to prove also. So this is something that you have to feel also, that feel of existence is there when the actual stimulus is felt as a thing. This happens in every level. As we discussed before, when the word job comes up, you felt as so irritated. So that's where we understood that a life feel is there, because that topic was so unpleasant. So likewise, so it's easy if you keep understanding that you can't really pinpoint anything here as joy.
And also another question, Doctor. I think today's training is about mindfulness. According to Dhamma, what is the real definition or deep meaning of being mindfulness?
It's actually the super awareness or kind of feeling that the self is not there. That is the deeper meaning. So usually now, imagine, Joel, just imagine this, just go to the imagination here. You are seeing a dream. You must be remembering some of this now. I mean, usually most of us can't remember any dream in the morning, but some will be there. So if you remember whatever the dream, don't you feel that when you are in the dream that you are actually in the dream? Don't you feel alive in the dream? Kind of don't you feel you are in the dream kind of thing?
Yes, doctor. Yeah.
And you wake up and we are kind of telling, oh, I saw a dream. It was so, so dramatic. I did this and that, I ran away. I got away and I woke up. And then now we never talk about this dream being a dream, but it's the same feel. The feeling of existence or the life feel is something like that. But when you understand Dhamma, in one really small, like even a fraction of a second, you might feel the non-existence when you are having a walk, or when you are going for a sightseeing, when you are listening to maybe music, maybe the natural sounds, whatever the beautiful activities that you all do, you might get this experience that the liberation from mind and the non-vibration kind of thing. So to do that, to happen, I mean, you can't do that, obviously. If there's a door, there's no non-vibration. So if this is to happen, main important thing is to understand the no self anger, which you have done miraculously. Actually, I think you get it because you got it, because there's no way that there is Kokila here or Surangika here or Dr. Sakuntala or Dr. or Sudharma or anyone. Or in that sense, Joel is like something like that, So we have some kind of identity given by the society. That's fine. We go by that. Everyone calls you from that. Yeah, that's fine. You answer. That's okay. And you keep doing all the responsibilities. That's fine too. So what we are understanding here is that even though we have entered this dream, due to the self-vibration that we had, the dream, we keep understanding that there is a dream. It's okay. I mean, we are in the dream. I'm talking here. I'm sitting down now, cross-legged, and I'm talking. So what's the big deal about that? There's nothing about that. But what we understand here is that this dream is actually not true, even though it appears like that. That is the whole mirage of it and whole illusion that is there. But it doesn't necessarily mean that we stop doing anything. Why should we stop doing anything? There's no point in doing anything like that, because if you're trying to adjust something or change something forcefully, it kind of has that power. But only thing you can do here is keep understanding Dhamma, keep searching for yourself, and one day you will feel the non-existence, and at that particular moment you will realize, wow, actually this mind bubble is not actually true. And when the the stimulus, whatever it is, it can be a horn of a car, it can be a sound of a bird, it can be touch of the feet on the floor, it can be breeze in the touching the cold air touching your skin. It can be anything, doesn't matter, whatever it is. If the thought is not real, you will feel the liberation of mind, and in that point, when you feel that, whatever you feel is also a sensory organ function. and whatever you feel is due to the state of the sensory organ. If you feel this, the non-vibration is already there, because that is how it is. And that experience will pave you to understand that if the vibration is not a thing, in the sense if the stimuli is not a thing, in the sense it's not taken for granted, this feel of existence is not there. And this understanding helps you for the whole samsaric journey, actually, to understand that that alive feel that we felt throughout the life is actually, because we felt it as continuous. That's why we are scared to die. That's why we feel so much burning, because we feel that everything is happening to me. The chair is out there, that person is there, I'm here, something like that. That's the duality that we talk about. But you keep understand through your experiences that's actually not true. So the most important thing that you understand from this experience is the stimulus. If the stimulus here is, if it is a bird sound, that's a stimulus. If it's a visual image of the chair, that is a stimulus. If the stimulus is felt as a thing, that is you. There's no separate Joel. That's where so much beauty in this Dhamma. You understand that separate Joel was actually illusion. What actually is there is just the feel of the chair. So you keep understanding that the feel of the chair is actually just a vibration of the sensory organ, whether it's the eye, whether it's the ear, whether it's the skin, whether it's the nose, whether it's the tongue. It doesn't necessarily matter, because if you have ever eaten a pineapple, Joel, we can do like a debate, and we can say, Joel, have you ever eaten a pineapple? And then you will be like scratching the head and thinking, have I eaten a pineapple any day in my life? I mean, I hope you have eaten, but you know what I'm saying? Have you ever eaten a pineapple? But then you would say, no, I know the pineapple smell. Okay, you know smell, but have you ever smelled a pineapple? Then you can say, no, I have tasted the pineapple. Well, you have tasted something, but have you ever tasted a pineapple? No, I have touched a pineapple. This is the piece of the pineapple. Why are you saying all this nonsense? Okay, well, you touched something, yes, but did you touch the pineapple? Then what you can know, I can see this. Can you not see? Are you blind? Okay, I can see something. Is that pineapple? So we keep understanding, this research is so beautiful. We keep understanding, okay, where's the pineapple now? What's the big deal about this pineapple? Joel, you can't really, we don't actually get the craving, we start craving pineapple, not exactly the taste. Taste is something that we think that is existing. That's bringing the feel of existence. But actual craving is actually for the pineapple. That's how this works. And you keep understanding how the life, or so-called life, or so-called, the dream works. You get calmer and calmer, and one day you will really feel this non-existence, and you will understand, okay, it's not a big deal, like all this time I thought I'm existing, but there is a feel of non-existence too. So there's a new normal now. So then you get the idea of no self perception too, because all this time you have the self-perception. You feel like an example I told you about the dream. You feel existent in that dream, actual dream that we see at night. But in the daytime, when we are running around, when we are going to the shops, when we are cooking or making a tea or washing clothes, anything, or having a shower, we feel that it's happening. That's because of the sensory system. That's because of the fast occurrence of this sensory vibrations. That's all. That's why we feel this is real, but the dream is a dream. What actually happens is the same kind of thing, because in the dream also what you saw, that I saw a dog and I started to run and I fell down and I woke up on the bed. But I was actually running down a staircase, but now I woke up on the bed. So didn't we feel so much existent even in that dream? Didn't we actually run? Didn't we feel the fear? Didn't we feel everything? How do we do that? If that is so, is there someone else in that dream? So is that not Joel, or is it Joel, or is it here Joel, or is it not Joel? Actually, it is not about not Joel or it is Joel. Actually, it is how understanding what is happening here. It's not about the actual name. It's about the feeling of existence, that how we are trapped in that, the speed of these vibrations. We just get trapped. And now what we do is we just understand that. That's all. We don't change the life, but it will change. Mind you, it will change. Today, the one you hear in this in Zoom discussions, I bet all of us have changed. Did we change ourselves? No. We are not doing anything forceful here. I'm not trying to suppress my I thought or anything. I'm not trying to suppress my any thought. I'm not trying to change my thinking pattern, but it's changing every day. It's changing. It's actually, I can't even say changing. It is actually, it has no power, basically. But act in the same way as usual stuff, you have some, responsibilities, you keep doing that. That's it. Did you get the point, Joel? Anything else in that specific part? Do you have a question?
No, doctor, thank you, because I think these days I'm changing, but I don't feel I'm changing, but something has changed. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, all good. Thank you for asking questions, actually, because it inspires the Dhamma. It brings out Dhamma, because this is all what we are trying to do. Because what we are trying to do is, we are not trying to give it to anyone specifically. We are just releasing it, so someone may actually get it, and someone.
Saranai, Dr. Kokila, I think Aryan Hanse has joined.
Yeah, from the start, Aryan Mansi is listening to our conversation.
Is it Aryan Hanse? Because there is sometimes iPhone mark coming. I don't know whether it's Aryan Hanse or not. I have seen sometimes the iPhone mark. If it is Aryan Hanse might actually speak. He will join us if he is there, if he is free. Yeah, because I have seen 2 phones now with the iPhone mark. I have noted it before. I have noted it multiple times, and even when Naranwansa is talking, I have seen another kind of saying without the name, just saying the iPhone. So I'm thinking, I don't know. Anyway, we'll see. If Naranwansa is there, he will start talking. So the actual the Dhamma is we are releasing Dhamma. So we are trying to do this with help of Naranwansa, the noble friend, and then randomly people hear this. That's what happened to us. I mean, we randomly heard that and started listening, and for some reason kept listening. And I felt the difference from day one, and I kept listening. No one has forced me to listen. No one has asked me to listen. I actually listen with great difficulty with time management, but I haven't stopped listening to Naranwansa's sermons until today. I somehow or other try to manage to listen to whatever he says. Anything else to add to our discussion today? Suranka is also here. Sudharma is here. Dr. Sakuntala is also here. Anyone can add something or start the discussion with any point if they would like to.
Yes, Sarna, yes, Dr. Kokila, I think as you mentioned very clearly, this about this suppression of thoughts, as you said very correctly in Buddhist teaching, when we understand this, how the thoughts are formed, actually there is no need to try to suppress it.
Yeah, thought suppression is a part of the concentration meditation, which was available even before Lord Buddha.
Yes. So actually,
we all try to find a way to get rid of our bad thoughts. It was there from ancient times.
Yeah. So suppression is just anyway out. So what we try to do is, because it's not a permanent solution anyway, trying to suppress the thoughts is not something going to help in long run. Maybe temporarily, if somebody is disturbed with the thoughts, concentration meditation for a short while is advised. But it's, as you said, it has been in practice for a long time. Even when this Prince Siddhartha was born, even at that time, this concentration meditation has been in practice. So when he was trying to find the truth, he also practiced this concentration meditation and found out that it is not the permanent solution. So what is sort of explained in Buddhist teaching and what is explained by our Envase is that how to analyze and find out how these thoughts are formed. What is this process and what is this system? So when you
and what is the reason for this power we have so much
yes,
suffering?
exactly, yes. So when you find out the mechanism of this system, how this current is formed, in other words, what Lord Buddha explained was that if you learn the magic, the tactics, tricks of the magician, the power and this, not the power, actually the enthusiasm to see the magic becomes zero, or I mean it becomes some sort of laughing stock. You are not surprised by the magic. So similarly, when this, how this system is functioning, how the thoughts are formed, when you learn this mechanism, when you learn this function of this system, you eventually realize that the value which was given to the thoughts becomes less and less. It becomes fade away. So that is the basic teaching of Buddhism. So I
And we
think
keep understanding that even the death is
exactly.
again just a similar thought. So every human being, whatever the religion, whatever the the political position, whatever, I mean, I don't know, whatever thing, is scared to die. Or if they are willing to die also, some people are actually willing to die, but that's in thinking that after death there will be better solution. That's why some are willing to die. People do a lot of various things thinking that this is bad. Now at this moment my life is bad, and if I don't have this life, then the next one will be better. That's how the need to end the life is also coming. That's how it works. So this the thought of death. So the death is actually just, that's why I told Joel that the experiences are the understanding this puzzle, understanding this, the illusion, understanding how this works, helps you to understand why we are fearful, why we are having these aversions, the delusions, the cravings. Like there has to be something to crave for, something to have aversion. So the main thing is we feel alive, so we are scared to die, thinking that the feeling alive is the normal thing, and you like it so much. In the sense, it's not even obvious. That is the thing, that we like to survive is underlying. It's an underlying thing, because we like to okay, I'll tell a few things that we like to. I can say, what are things we can say? We like independence. Okay. We like what else? Ability to do all the things by myself without bothering someone else. What else? You want to be peaceful. I'm running out of examples now. You want to have a full stomach, not an empty stomach.
And
very, very
doctor,
hungry.
we like to get rid of the notion of self as soon as possible. We all-
Yeah, that's also coming to this problem of wanting.
And Dr. Kokila, when Joel asked that smart question, that because already he has understood that this feeling of self is the big trouble. No, now
Yeah,
having listened to the Amma for several years, even people cannot, I mean, understand that. Aryanwase always asks, have you identified yourself, where your self lies? Have you identified that you are talking with the self view, self anger? So having listened to Dhamma for 3-4 days, now he is asking, my problem is this I component. I don't know, doctor, I want to get rid of this I component. That itself is a real achievement. And Dr. Kokila, when he comes to know that there has never been a self, that part, the truth is
yeah,
actually, yeah, that would be really beautiful. And so as
yeah.
he's asking
Actually,
now,
thank you very much for bringing that up, Sudharma. That is a beautiful thing. Actually, Joel, it's a beautiful thing. When we feel this non-existence, what we actually understand is, when this stimuli is felt as a thing only, we have felt that self. Otherwise, there have never been a self. That is the normal thing. But because due to the ignorance that we have been complicated, have become like koala babas, I don't know what to call that koala baba in English, but like glue dolls. We kind of get entangled everywhere without any understanding about this, this existence. So that is the beauty of it, actually. Thank you very much for bringing that up, because if you feel this, what you keep understanding is actually there has never been a self. When the stimuli is taken as something as granted, only you feel as alive. That's all. Otherwise, there has never been a self. And that's why when we do the research, where is Joel, where's Joel, or where's Kokila, where's Sudama, that actual research becomes fruitless. That's how we understand. Actually, there has never been a Joel, never been a Kokila, never been a Sudama, never been a Suramika. So it is very interesting. Not even the name, even the feel. That is a misunderstanding. We felt something, yes, that is because of the fast vibration of the sensory organs. That will continue until your respiration stops. But that's how it is. And I mean, can't even express the beauty of this Dhamma sometimes. That's so interesting. It is interesting in a way, in to a person that look at Dhamma in that way, like all the people out there who really thinks that there is no universal science. I would say there is. There is a universal science, because you look at the what is it called, the outside, I forgot the word, when you look at the stars and all that, we look at through the
Telescope or
yeah
what?
Yeah.
what are we looking at?
The stars through a telescope or what?
Yeah,
Is it the
where are the
instrument or
stars? Where are the stars?
in the space?
Yeah. So we are doing a
Space.
research about the space, and especially all the scientists are doing researches about the space and about the black holes, about the, so many stuff. If you go on to read these scientific articles, you can see how interested they are in, finding out what is inside the black hole, what is happening in universe, what is happening here, what is happening there, what is happening under the sea, but this is happening through our sensory organs only. So it is limited to our sensory organs. Even if you use thousands of machines, again, it is limited to our sensory organs. So the kind of a animal would see the world differently. Whatever being that is, unicellular or multicellular, or even can't be seen with normal eye, their perception of their world is completely different to human perception of the world. But the human perception of the world is also limited to the sensory organs. So even if we keep, they say about the going to Mars, they know that they can't come back. And people are there now. I actually saw an article saying, yeah, I'm willing to go. I don't want to come back. There's no need to come back. I will go. So people are in that extreme that they would like to, explore within their sensory organs. They would like to explore. It's fine. But what I am trying to say is, it's
Peruan Saranai, I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our era, most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruang Saranai, Dhamma friends. Today I am going to talk about the continuation, self-translated continuation of Nissarana Magga 7 sermon. Aryan Hansi has done before 6 years and uploaded to YouTube. Aryan Hansi is preaching this Dhamma discourses based on the hidden truth of Lord Buddha for more than 1,000 years after realizing the ultimate bliss of Nibbana. Aryan Vahanse is the only spiritual master revealing the complete Lord Buddha's complete truth. So, based on the true Buddhist philosophy, Aryan Vahanse has done the great revelation after 1,000 years, because all that time true Buddhist philosophy was not there and nobody able to go beyond the sansaric journey. However they tried with different types of meditations, all the Veda meditations. Once came an Indian sannyasi, I think. He is actually came like a monk, but actually he's not a Buddhist monk. He's called Buddha Gosha, and he has ruined the very large part of Buddhism and the true Buddhist philosophy also. So after the great effort, Aryan Vahanse has finally found this ultimate truth and revealing to the mankind now. So, for about 6 years now, for the people with wisdom and needed to go beyond this suffering of will, Aryan Vahanse, the Kalyana Mitra, is showing the path. We are actually bow down to him for his great effort and the great work he is done and doing already to redeem the innocent people from this sansaric journey. When comes to this path to liberation 7, Nissarana Magga 7, Aryan Vahanse is explaining about the shadow reflection creating in the eye. In Dhamma it says like this: Prasadyat alokyat nisa ativana pratibhimbaya. Eye sensitivity, that means due to eye sensitivity, light and light and the stimuli, there is a reflection is creating. This is creating due to light vibration. Due to light, tree and the shadow of the tree fallen onto the ground is called Tinnan Sangati Passo. Lord Buddha actually Lord Buddha preached this Dhamma, and Aryan Vahanse is the only spiritual master describing this sentence, this part of Dhamma clearly. Before that, all were mistakenly taken that also. They thought in a very wrong way, but Aryan Mahansa is now telling, due to light, when there is sunlight and a tree, the shadow of the tree is fallen onto the ground. Yes, that we can see when there's a spacey place. There may be lot of uh, trees, and when the sunshine is there, we can see clearly the shadow of the tree is fallen down to the earth. This is called Tinnan Sangati Passo. That is, three things are combining and the touch is happening. What are the three things? Light, tree, and shadow. Like that, form stimuli saying in another way. Due to eye, light, and form, touch is happening. That is called eye consciousness. Yes, when there is light, vibration, and eye vibration, and there's a form and its vibration. Three of those vibrations are becoming equal, then they are synchronizing. The gap between them, the vibrations are vanishing, and the three vibrations become one. That is called synchronization. Due to synchronization, we will be able to see a form. So, when there is light and form and touch is called eye vibration. Chakku viññāna. That is called in Dhamma Tinnan Sangati Passu. A shape is coming to consciousness, like that shadow. Yes. Normally we see so many shadows when the light is there and there are some trees, and if there is a clear space, we can see the shadow of the trees fallen onto the ground. Like that, a shape is coming to consciousness, because when the three vibrations, eye vibration, light vibration, and the vibration of the stimuli is becoming one, with the synchronizing, we can see a shape. That means the shape is creating in our mind. A shape is coming to consciousness. That shape is knowing by the, recognizing by the consciousness. Like that shadow. So eye consciousness is creating in the mind. Yes, each and every consciousness is creating in the mind, and the mind consciousness is the knowing part. Otherwise, there is no knowing. Consciousness, duty of the consciousness is the knowing, but actually speaking, there are nothing permanently happening here, just arising and disappearing. So, Sankara is matching from previous vibrations. Yes. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. That means when there is a form, Rupa, we have a feeling, Vedana. Sanya, then we see a perception. Without knowing, there is a perception. And then comes to Sankara. At that point, Sankara means that at that point the matching from the previous vibrations are happening. That means mental construction is happening as at that point, that is called Sankara. Then it comes to Vijnana, the consciousness, the mind consciousness happen to know what it is. So Vindim Hadatalya, that means feeling the shape and realizing the perception, stimuli. Then knowing is, that means the Sankara level, the what we have that we have seen is matching with the previous vibrations and mental constructions happening based on that stimuli. Then the mind consciousness become to know that what it is. Then that is why in Dhamma it says Vedana and Sanya becomes Sankara. That means feeling plus perception, stimuli is becoming Sankara. At that point only this methodical constructions happening for the mind to understand what it is. So the Panchaskandha, 5 aggregates, Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. Yes. Actually, we know in a human mind there is Panchaskandha, but it comes to Pancha Upadanaskandha because with the grabbing nature of the mind. Panchaskandha is in each and every thought. That means 5 kinds of aggregates are there in each and every thought. That is called Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. That means form, feeling, perception, or the stimuli, then the mental construction and the consciousness. Then talking about then comes to the Upadana Skandha. Upadana Skandha means grabbing. We are grabbing to what we see, what we feel, and what the stimuli, what we are also grabbing them. And we are grabbing each and every consciousness with liking or without liking. We used to grab things 2 different ways. So the grabbing part we call Upadana Skandha. That is how with this clinging, with this clinging, this Pancha Skandha becomes Pancha Upadana Skandha. That means the clinging nature of the mind is there. If we see something, we used to clinging to that. Hearing also, we have clinging. Feeling also, we have clinging. Tasting, smelling, touching, everything we have feelings. So when the ability to grab, cling is already there in a human mind, and it is called Pancha Upadana Skandha. But in an Arahant mind, this Upadana part is not there, because they also feel this Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana, but actually they are not clinging to anything, anyone. That is how we are naming a chair. This is how we are naming a chair, because when we see the shape of the light, when we look at a chair, at the first moment we don't know anything, we just look at something. So only a form comes to our mind due to the light shape of the light vibration. Then uh, at that time the mind gives a name for that, because we have seen so many chairs before, and at the same time mind gives a name, because we were fed with names and forms combination from the early childhood. Therefore, at once we see something, if it is not very different to the normal human lives, we will be able to understand what it is. So at once the mind gives the name. Then when we see a photo of something, when we see a stimuli, the mind says it is a chair. Actually, knowing becomes the stimuli, right? Then understanding, that means the consciousness shows that this is a chair. Consciousness is the part of knowing in the mind. So because of the knowing become the stimuli. Actually speaking, we are seeing things, we are hearing things, we are feeling things, but actually speaking, we are not seeing, we are thinking. We are not seeing, we are thinking. And we are not hearing, we are thinking. And we are not feeling, we are thinking. Even if the thoughts are flowing, but we used to grab them and start thinking. That is how this uh, human machine is working, due to the cause and effect law and the habits, past habitual life experiences. When a bad smell or a good smell is there, this all the bad smells and good smells are based on the mind. Mind is only saying this is a bad smell, that is a good smell, like that it says. Certainly this mind is also not true. Yes, this mind is also not true, because there is nothing called mind. Mind. There is nothing called mind. It creates when there is light vibration, we can, and when there is light vibration, eye vibration, light vibration, and the stimuli vibration become one, and we will be able to see something. And because of the vibrator in nature, what we see is at the same time it is appearing and disappearing because of the vibratory nature. So there is nothing called mind, and when it shows something and just disappearing, when it again it's coming with another uh, form or a sound or a taste, like that it is all the time rotating. So we have to dismantle this story little by little. Yes, we have caught into a story which, which is not true actually, because we didn't know how to see this world in a correct view. So we were practiced so many wrong views, and now we are unable to do anything. Now we are unable to do anything, and we are just continuing. But if we need to go beyond this samsaric journey, we have to dismantle this story little by little. True nature of this is the form created in the mind is not in outside. Yes, true nature of this is the form created in the mind is not in outside. Yes, because you may have seen so many lenses, right? If we are using a lens from one side, the other side, there is only a reflection is creating. So we have two lenses in our eyes. That means everything we see as a shadow through this eyes. Everything we see as a shadow through this eyes. Therefore, we must we must be very careful, because we actually living with we are living with dealing with shadows. We are dealing with shadows and reflections. So we have to dismantle this story little by little. True nature of this is the form created in the mind is not in outside, because actually we see everything through these two lenses in our eyes now. So that means the focusing point, they are only a shadow is creating. Focusing point, only a shadow, a reflection is creating. So there is no way for us to see a reflection, and we can't say that the reflection we see is out there. That is why Aryan Mahansa is explaining true nature of this is the form created in the mind is not in outside. Must see the reality of form created in the mind. Yes, we can very simply we can understand this. We didn't think about it in our younger days. Actually, we have when there is a lens means only a reflection. Actually, through a camera, we catch these photos. There are no self or soul or anything is there. This is the same story in us also, happening the same story. We see some shadows and we put some names according to the conceptual names feed us from the younger age. Then we are giving names to what we see, and we are giving names to what we hear, and we are giving names to what we touch or feel. That is how this is working, because the human realm people, they have different conceptual names for each and everything. But all those names are also different to each and every country and language they talk. So if we say a chair, somebody who's from the other end of the planet Earth, somebody who doesn't know anything about English language, they can't understand what is chair. So this is actually a creation of the mind. This world is, this form is actually what we see is only a shadow, a reflection, and we are giving a name. The other combination of name and form is happening there. Then only a thought is creating. So now we can very easily understand true nature of this is the form created in the mind is not in outside. Must see the reality of form created in the mind. Yes, now we can understand the form created in the mind is not out there, because we cannot say the actual thing is equal to a shadow. So there's no way for us to see anything actual. We each and everything, even for even our body, we are seeing as a reflection, shadow. Even this human body, there's no way for us to look at it. We see it as a shadow. Chakkuncha paticca rupecha chakku viññānam. That is called Chakkuncha paticca rupecha chakku viññānam. That means because of the eye and the form, there is the eye consciousness is creating. Tinnam sangati passo. Three things comes to the touch of the mind. That is light, eyes and the light, eye and the form. These three things combined and touching the mind, and the knowing happens there. It calls chakku viññāna. Tinnam sangati passo. Three things combined to the touch of the mind. Passa paccaya vedana. The touch, because of the touch, the feeling arises. Wrong knowing. Because of the wrong knowing, everything we have taken in a very different way, but the actual way of looking is Aryan Mahansa is now showing us the actual way of looking each and everything. Nama means conceptualizing. Yes, Nama means all are conceptual names, conceptual conventions. With the perception and knowing, consciousness creates. Nama means name. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Chetana, Passa, Manasikara. This is how the Nama, the name have these parts in it. That means Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Chetana, Passa, Manasikara. All these comes under name. That is form, feeling, perception, intentions, touch, and mental construction, formations. All these are combination is called nama. This is how the name is creating. Aggregate nature is in the nama. Yes, aggregates are not out there. Aggregate nature is actually in the name, nama, not belongs to outside. There are 5 aggregates in each and every thought. So the thoughts are flowing into the mind, created in the mind. Therefore, these aggregates created in the thoughts are not belongs to the outside. Aggregates means Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. All those are created only in the mind. Name and the shape both are not true. Actually, illusions. Shape is actual shape. The form is creating in the mind for a fraction of the second due to the fast light vibration, fast eye vibration, and the fast vibration of the stimuli. So they just appear and disappear. Therefore, those are not true. Those are actually illusions. Names are also like that. Names are all the names are created by the human beings, and each and every part of the world there are so many names for one object, one form. So they are therefore the names are also not true. In different people are telling different name for each and every stimuli. Mind cannot touch outer things. Yes, because mind means a fast vibratory power of fast vibration. The cosmos we live, we the beings, all the creatures as us, all the living beings are in this cosmos, and the cosmos means a fast vibratory nature. Everything in the cosmos is actually have the fast vibratory nature. So these human machines are also a part of that cosmos. That means in that fast vibratory nature. So the mind cannot touch the outer things because it's actually it's a that mind is just a creation, that power, and it's creating the mind is creating things, stimuli coming through this 6 sense system, and the mind is nothing to do with the outside world, outer things. Therefore the mind cannot touch the outer things. In Dhamma it says, Manasancha paticca rupecha mano vijnana. Mind consciousness is creating due to the form created in the mind and the name also given by the mind. That is how mind consciousness is creating. Therefore, the mind is not taking care of outside things. So the mind is not actually aiming nothing outside. Mind is aiming the things created inside the mind. They are the forms, that means the forms, names, and feelings, touch, feelings, taste, smell, body touch, cold weather, or hot weather, or anything, something like that, or the touch vibration. We touch hard things. So each and every uh, seeing, hearing, and touch, any feeling is created inside the mind. The conclusion is happening inside the mind. That is why actually the mind is not dealing with the outside. Depending on the mind and mental objects, mind consciousness arises. Yes. When there is a form, at once we see something. After sleep, after so many hours sleep, at once we get up, and at the first second we are just looking, and we can't figure out anything at once after a deep sleep, because this mind consciousness creates when you that means when you see something clearly, or hear something clearly, or touch something clearly, then only the mind consciousness arises. If you can just close your eyes for a while, for a few seconds, and if you suddenly open it, at once you can't, mind consciousness is not coming, because without name and form, you are looking for a second. That is why, depending on the mind and mental objects only, mind consciousness arises. That means the mind is dealing only with the mental objects. Mind is not aiming the outside things. Mind is not aiming the outside things. If mind is not aiming the outside things, if we clarify this matter, we are certainly not seeing, we are thinking. There is a very subtle fact here. Mind is not aiming the outside things. If we actually speaking, if we clarify this matter, we are certainly not seeing, we are thinking. At once, that is why Aryan Mahansi is mentioning there are 2 rounds happening. Because Vattang Vattati, the first round, we can't actually find out the thing. So, because actually as soon as we see something, we can't recognize it. We have to think what we see. Then only we are realizing what we see. When we hear something, the same thing is happening. When we hear something, at once we can't recognize the sound. We have to think about what we are hearing. Then only we are understanding, because of the knowing comes that way. Just looking, the knowing is not coming. We have to think what we see. We have to think what we hear. We have to think what we feel. Then only we can actually come to the conclusion. The consciousness is become the knowing after that, after thinking. That's the thinking part is hidden here, but actually the thinking part is coming as soon as possible. Therefore, we can't see that. But when we see or hear or feel something, actually the thinking part is the realization part. That means that with the thinking part only, we understand things. That is the very subtle fact here. Is there what you think? You think the so many things outside? No, that is not so. What you think is not out there. You are creating things and looking at them. Yes, because there are so many things. There are so many things outside, but they do not say, I am a jack tree, I am a coconut tree, I am a wall, I am a machine. Nobody says that. I am a chair, I am a cupboard, I am a bird, I am a house. Nobody says so. All these are our creations. That is why Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is telling, based on the ultimate truth of Lord Buddha's teachings, actually speaking, we are creating our world inside our mind. There is no outside world for us because there is no way to experience anything outside. Because we are unable to see or feel or touch or anything outside, because we can see, hear and feel everything based on this six senses system in this human body. That means this human body is a machine with six senses systems. They grab things according to their ability. That is how the stimuli are appearing into the mind. And due to the names fed us during our childhood, we are recognizing things based on that conceptual conventions. We are giving names. This is the bed, this is the wall, this is the coconut tree, this is the jack tree, like that. This is the human body, and we see somebody that is also a human machine. There is that means if we are dealing with reflections, how come there is a soul? How come there is a man or a woman or a bird or a dog or a cat or a reptile or whatever? They do not know. We have put them so many names because they can't talk. Animal can't talk. Only these human beings are putting so many things, so many names. For each and every food even, putting different names. Each and every clothes, different names. Like that. What they are using, they are putting names. So that is why we are certainly not seeing, we are thinking, and there is a very subtle fact here. In there what you there is nothing what you see. You are creating things and looking at them. Yes, if you can make a different type of cloth, you can put it a different type of name. If you can cook a different type of food, you can give it a new name. Yes, It's up to you. That means you are actually creating things according to your mind. Truth of that is we cannot get anything not meeting outside. Yes, we cannot meet outside because we can't see outside, we can't hear outside, we can't taste, feel anything outside. All what we see, hear, and feel is according to the ability of this six sense system. We haven't made the outside. Yes, we haven't made the outside even from our birth. Likewise, this mind is also an illusion. Shapes outside is also a lie, illusion. That means the mind shows us each and everything the mind shows us and tells us. All those are lies. That means what we see is lies, all lies. That means we hear what we see, hear, and feel. Everything is big lies. If you can show this truth to your mind, that everything is created in the mind and watching, then the seeker is not attaching to the consciousness illusion, showing as the things are existing outside, redeeming from the outside. Actually speaking, Aryan Vahanse is showing us, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is showing us how to redeem from the mind by using the mind, because there's no other way. We have to see, we have to do the same thing. If somebody fallen into a well, he has to come up in the same way. Like that, if we want to come out from this mind, we have to use the mind to get rid from this samsaric journey. That is the way, because this mind is actually peeping into each and every stimuli, then each and every sense system and controlling this human body. Therefore, in a very subtle way, we have to handle this mind, because the mind is creating uh, in the early childhood. Creation of the mind is happening from the Montessori level. Up to that, there's no mind actually in a baby. They just born into this world as with a radiant mind. But in that radiant mind, they have hidden defilements, hidden nature of defilements, but can't see. But they can see, hear, and feel. But there's no mind for them to analyze what they see, what they feel, what they hear or feel. It's kind of a feeling they have. That is what it's called a radiant mind. But when the baby is becoming a bit bigger, growing bigger, mother and father says, no, first they take the small baby in front of a mirror and showing that, this is the baby. This is the baby. And then showing them the baby and says, this is baby, this is me. That is how the me, my mind tag is created. Thereafter, Baby used to see, this is my mother, this is my father, this is my bed, my cot, my teddy bear, my toys, my plate, baby's bottle, everything. Now the names and form combination is feeding to the baby like feeding foods. With all this, when about 3 years, baby goes to the preschool. Then what happened? At that point, the mind creation is correctly beginning because the Montessori teacher is showing the baby so many things. First, showing the colors. This baby, this is red color, showing the red color and telling this is the red color, that is the green color, that is yellow, that is purple, that is pink, that is white, that is black. Now baby has got some idea because the form, the color of the color baby has seen and the sound has given through the ear. Then the teacher shows so many other photos. This is a house. House. The form of the house is showing with the name. This is mother. A mother figure is showing. Father figure is showing. That means the form is given with the name. The form, name form combination is putting into the baby's mind. That is how this mind is starting to create. So after 1 or 2 years later, then baby is starting to go to the big upper school. There are so many other things are feeding. That is about the languages, Sinhala language, English language, maths, and so many uh, subjects are also given with the forms and names. Different kinds of forms and names combination is given to the baby. That is how the baby is creating the mind. So without the mind, baby lives at least nearly 2 years without a big mind, because with that radiant mind, feeling, seeing, hearing, and feeling. When the mind is created, that means processes are happening to arise, create so many thought processes. So when the baby become big man or a big woman, what happens? Now these human minds have lot of things, lot of names and forms, combinations. That means name and form combinations means thoughts. Then thoughts becomes the consciousness, the knowing. So many knowings are there. So many knowings are there. Now different types of knowing and different types of stimuli are coming through the six senses system. Now the baby become big and the baby's world become very heavy and very large, very heavy thoughts. Now the thoughts are pressurizing the human minds. That is why nowadays people do not have any kind of relaxation, because so many thought processes are giving them so much pressure. So, if you can show this truth to your mind, that everything is created in the mind and watching, then the seeker is not attaching to the consciousness illusion. Actually speaking, this mind consciousness is a big illusion, because if we see something, a food, a plate of rice, the consciousness says so many thought processes are flowing, because the consciousness says that rice is not properly cooked, or that rice and curry is not taste enough. Like that, so many creations are given by the consciousness without a reason even. That is why we have to show the truth to our mind, that everything is created in the mind and watching. Then the seeker is not attaching to the consciousness illusion, showing us the things are existing outside. Yes, all the time the consciousness, mind consciousness says no. There are so many things outside, and they are belongs to you. Your house, your mother, father, husband, wife, children, all those are belongs to you. Actually speaking, we are dealing with shadows. So how come we are de- how the shadows are belongs to us? No, no shadow is belongs to us. That is why we have to slowly show the mind the correct nature of the actual truth, and we have to redeem the mind from the mind itself. For today, I am going to conclude this session. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our era, most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world, to end the suffering of all the human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Paran Mahansa at his feet, Thiruvasannayaran Mahansa, and as we always say, we are very grateful for the strength you are providing us, the guidance you are providing us as our spiritual teacher. May all our friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping us with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So as usual, this is our discussion session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. In the as a part of the Buddothpado PeoTV English channel. So any of our friends who are listening is mostly welcome to join us if you have anything to discuss with us, because it's very nice to continue it as a discussion, even if the question or the queries looks very simple. Please do not hesitate, because that will open up a big uh, flow of Dhamma discussion, Dhamma explanation. So uh, we always welcome any kind of questions or any kind of topics to discuss. So our two friends Champa and Sudharma have joined. We can start the discussion. Thiruvan Saranai to both of you.
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor.
Thiruvan Saranai, Doctor. Thiruvan Saranai. Let's
Uh,
worship Buddothpado and Mahansa's feet as
Teruvan
usual.
Saranai, Mahansa.
So any topic that we can start talking about from any of you until
Doctor.
Kokila joins?
Yes,
Yes,
Doctor. Today morning session there was not much.
yes, yes.
Last night, still Aryan was is still talking about the that means the without the self thing. No, Aryan was is telling see everything. That means see the sensor system. There's no self, non-self angle. That is what Aryan Vansi was discussing last night also.
Yeah. Anything to bring up from those discussions? Anything that you thought of talking today?
Yes, doctor. I have a brief note there.
That, of course, we can, if you want to wait until Dr. Kokila, we can discuss when she
Yes,
comes.
yes.
Before that, we can.
We can talk about that topic. I think if Sudharma has anything else,
Yeah,
we can
Uh,
talk
yeah.
about that also.
no, that's good, Champa. I also listened to both sermons. And what he highlighted was yesterday, last evening, it was very good. The Andolanatmaka Deshana. I
Yes,
was bit frustrated about the previous day. The whole format anyway has changed, like even Sarnamali joined. And
yes, yes.
Dr. You also listened to it, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
listen.
that was very good. And Aryan Mahanse also started from A to Z again, and how we do meritorious deeds and all these Bodhi pujas, and how we go behind this good image, good person and the bad person.
Yeah,
So that is not the one barrier. I mean, somebody in the path uh, may face, right, doctor? Because naturally we tend to be good. However much we know there is no self, that barrier is also there. So the fact that if we try to maintain a good image, that is another problem, because that conversation happened between that mother from Panadur and Naryan Vase was very effective, I think. That one retired doctor, lady doctor, was talking to
yeah,
Aryan Vase. Yeah. And then the fact that I is a thought, this self notion of self is merely a thought, should be looked at from diverse perspectives. There, that is something that we should, I mean, take as a very useful point of contemplation, because even if we uh, work on other, I mean, Aryan Hase now always reminds us that you are not to harp on the philosophy always, because even if he comes here, whenever I happen to start the discussion, I go on telling sense faculties function like this and that, and now it's high time to stop, he would say, because he's really, really against we harping on the same syllabus, taking it as a school syllabus. So if you are skilled, what you should do is to identify how the self arises at even at subtle levels. So in the day to day life, doctor, now actually now only I see how the thought pattern, the how the mind flows actually, when Swarnakanti Swarnamali reminded once again yesterday, that thought flow, how the thought uh, arises and they create an impact in action, in that is action word. So the mind, that is, doctor, the stimulus, no, stimulus, when it becomes true, the automatic generation of thoughts, we know them as verbal formations, then bodily, and what are the other formation, thought,
Verbal.
mental formations, verbal formations, and yeah, bodily formation. So that story was
Bodily
there. So
functions.
yeah, in I see, I mean, how the self arises. I can't say I have fully realized that there is no self, because now only I see how the self arises in day to day work also. Whatever I do, especially in the school, now I have the sometimes I have the feeling some words come, some words arise. If I analyze them, what happens is um, the belief that I am a very important person. Without me, these things will uh, not happen the way now, how they happen right now. That kind of subtle belief is there. Subtle, uh, that I feel. And sometimes I feel some inner happiness arises when they talk about my sons, when people inquire about sons. I see that I mean, now only I don't know, maybe in the uh, preschool, kindergarten, now only I see them, doctor, the things, how what goes on within. uh, Unlike before, quite often, that the beauty is that awakening is there, doctor. Now see how you are, I don't know, not a person, but some knowing that you are, see the self is arising, who is this happy person, like I mean, very often it happens. Yeah. And
Yeah,
whenever,
as yeah.
yeah, it's a habit, doctor. I see now, this is self evident to me. I have the habit of thinking I am an important person in the school. It's like a habit now.
Yeah, actually, RN
Yeah,
Mahase clearly says, no, this
yeah.
habits again is not myself.
That they are not myself, doctor, but some words, I'm very friendly, like that mother was also telling, no, I am very open and I say everything, don't keep anything to uh, so that is another way of maintaining a good self image.
Yeah. Champa, are you going to say something?
Not really, doctor, but actually speaking, I tried to find that one day Dr. Kokila told me not try to find whether the self is arising, right? That means if we are trying to see a self is arising, that means we are again creating a self and trying to uh, redeeming from the self, it seems, means.
Mm, mm.
That
Mm.
is very correct, Champa. Dr.
Mm.
Kokila said not to maintain this awareness. Awareness is always mine. No, awareness is good, but she says what she says is that with the self view we can have awareness. So we are always vigilant and trying to find the self.
Yes, yes.
What I am telling is, Champa, it's a
Mm.
little different situation. This awareness arises within, without
Within.
without any effort.
Yes,
Just I mean, I can't explain it. Some knowing is there. This
yes.
is, yeah, that's it.
Mm.
Deliberately trying to find the self is another task.
Danger. Yes,
That's
yes,
why Dr. Kokila said that. I remember
yes,
she always talks about, because awareness, Aryan Mahansi always says, awareness is in the mind, and jnana, the
is in the field.
intuition, that's in the field. Yeah.
Yes, yes,
Thank you. That's what you were telling. Yeah, we should not. I mean, there was a time, even at that point also. Uh, I mean, Dr. Sakuntala will be able to explain further, so I can also think about it. Dr. Sakuntala, please add your thoughts on.
Yeah, actually, the awareness, did you use the word awareness for sihiya?
Yeah,
yes,
see here.
Ah, right, yes. Yeah, sihiya means always it can happen even to a person who has no idea about the Dhamma.
Mm,
Because
yes,
even the thief will have the sihiya for what he's doing.
mm,
yes.
So sihiya, Aryan Mahasi said very clearly, is with the focus.
mm,
Focus,
There's
yes.
a nimitta. Nimitta is there.
mm,
Mm.
So always there is something. It is
Yes,
focused. Sihiya is focused to something.
yes.
And the jnana is actually, as you said very correctly, feel.
Feel.
Yeah,
Yes.
so there are two things. And
Mm.
also about that other thing that you were discussing, yes, very true. Because at one level, there is a person who is trying to find out whether there is self here.
Yes.
So the self is trying to find whether the self is
There.
rising.
Yes.
So that is one thing. So then, of course, the good self also will be found very often. When the
Yes.
self is trying to find the self, always
Mm-hmm.
there will be a good self coming up. Now
Yes.
people say no when they are talking that
Good, good.
my defilements are less now, and
Mm.
I can tackle any situation. So all those situations, the self is there who is trying to be good.
Yes.
But on the other hand, uh, so I think there is a very fine difference between the two. You can always get dragged to that wrong path in that one. But here
Yes.
in the other situation, as you said, no thoughts are coming. Just it is a feel and it's gone. I mean, it doesn't last also, and there is nothing to discuss about it, and it's felt and just a feel. That's
yeah,
all, isn't it?
yeah, that's it. That's right,
Mm.
doctor. And doctor, when I mean, when we consider this contemplation or kamatahana with regard to identifying this sense of self of a system or a person, there are also so many levels of it. Now, Aryan Mahansi himself says, I used to write the number of times the self arose in a book. He used
Yes.
to,
Yes.
Yeah.
that is the initial phase. But
Yes.
what Dr. Kokila said to Champa was Champa now has listened to Dhamma for a long time, and to me also, I have listened to Dhamma so don't make a deliberate effort to find the self. If
Yes.
you finding it is a different level, and seeing it, knowing it, that inner knowing feeling is a different level, isn't it, Champa? Yeah,
Yes.
Doctor.
Yes.
Yeah. Hmm. And then it's not just reproducing the film, but still uh, my the level of defilements also. Now, in one instance, yeah, uh, some some guy sent 2 pages for me to uh, proofread. It is just the photocopy of the circular sent by the Ministry of Education. They are just 2 speeches, Barack Obama's well-known speech and somebody else's well-known speech, masterpieces for this oratory. So I got it, and because this is what happened. So uh, I felt intimidated for sending that to me. That is the bottom line, doctor, because it's like I was wondering. Then the system started. I was talking because it was brought to me by another teacher. What is this? Even a student can check it because it's in the circular. It's the photocopy of the circular. What is there to be proofread? It's just an utter waste of time, no circular. So I was just telling all those these I mean kind of thing. I don't know. It's a waste of time sending it to me, having all the work here. Like I was telling lot of things. So I knew that it's now see the system. There is anger. These are hurtful words also, but still I told them. I don't know whether it's the person even. Actually, at that point, doctor, what I realized was I could prevent it, but the system says it. You get
Yeah,
my
on the
point?
other hand, you can tell it. No, you can, I
Yeah,
mean, if you feel, you can tell it. It depends on how what sort of current was there in the system
there.
when you were telling.
With that current, the system is producing all the words, doctor. But knowing, inner knowing is there. With if I respond to that inner knowing, I could stop it, but I didn't want. It was not, I mean, angry words, but just hurtful. I mean, those are like critically commenting on the person's action. No. It is a useless thing like that. But while talking also, inner knowing is there. This is not the right thing. In if you are a very decent person, why are you? That kind of thing is there. But I didn't want to stop that. I let the system flow. I don't know whether I'm explaining it properly. So
No, no,
i
yeah, but do you think you should have stopped it?
I didn't.
Do
I
you,
didn't do. There, I felt that stopping person is the idea. I felt
yeah.
that stopping person, that it's not nice to say this is the self. That is how I mean, felt it, doctor. I felt that it is the sudden reaction of the system that whatever the words came out, I can't
So
explain.
no, what
No,
you're
but there is another way to look
Ah,
at it
doctor.
too.
Yeah, doctor.
Seven
Dr.
Teruvan
Koki.
Saranai, doctor.
Thirwan Sarnai, there's another way to look at that too. Now, this our current is a self current, right? The self
Yeah,
current is usually very quick to
response. Ah,
safeguard
ah.
safeguard the me component of it.
Mm.
So if you are looking at it and understanding how our mana is, that is all right.
Yeah, man. That's
Mana
what
is
I.
the thing. Mana is there. No,
Mm.
Mana. You can't
Mana is the
really
thing.
say Mana is not there because
Mana
in
is there
exact,
definitely. Yeah,
yeah, in
doctor.
your exact words, you said
Intimidated.
they could
Yeah.
have done it without bothering me.
Yeah.
So Mana is there. Mana can be Adimana, Hinamana, equal Mana. It doesn't matter whether it's
Yes.
superiority or inferiority or the equality. It doesn't matter. Mana is actually, I don't know whether you can even call it ego, but the words are
It's
not even matching the English words because mana is a
yeah.
different thing that you
Conceit,
feel.
doctor. Conceit.
Yeah, it's a thing
Mm.
that we
Mana
feel.
is
So
self, isn't it? Mana is self itself, isn't it?
yes.
Yeah.
So, but the thing
Ultimate.
is, then mana jumps, and mana
Mm.
jumps. If we know that it is mana, that's some kind of a skill.
Mm.
So the difference is that usually, Aranase says no. If there are so many variations, we can keep saying that to our way. We can keep saying, but if there's an elephant and we keep running and keep saying there's no me, but I'm running, that's also kind of a thing that we satisfy ourselves. But I'm still running. I don't want to get trampled by the elephant.
Mm.
So who is not getting trampled by the elephant is his system. So there is this self-perception or the self-vibration, self-perception mainly. Even though the self is not there, still there is resistance to like like being surrendered.
Mm.
There's no you don't want to surrender.
Mm.
So that kind of attitude has to be picked up. If you pick it up and understand how mana came, then whatever the answer you give is irrelevant.
Yeah. And doctor,
If
another
you don't know the
bad,
mana, then the answer is also useless anyway. Whatever the answer, it
another,
doesn't matter.
yeah, another very bad trait. I mean, so, uh, so I gave up teaching O-level class last year because another very popular tuition master, I mean, he's a very nice person, joined the staff, and I happily, because he really wanted, then I happily handed over O-level class to him, and now this time, uh, they haven't got any A's. So when other people say that, oh, this time there aren't any A's for O-level literature, some happiness is there. Some inner, very dirty happiness, no? That I am
Yeah,
not
that
the
is
one.
also again
Yeah.
the kind of the that is good because you detected it. That is
Mm.
good. That is kind of again the complex, like the conceit or whatever the word you can say.
Mm. It's very difficult, doctor, when we see this. I mean, always I see a lot of bad things only. I don't know.
The bad or the good is not anything to do with
Mm.
mana. Mana is, I mean, we can call it with the dukkha sanya.
Mm.
There's no sukha sanya about the mana anymore.
Mm.
But the mana is actually much deeper than that, I feel, because it's a alive field also.
Mm.
But then mana can be taken in different angles. As you said, the feeling superiority or feeling inferiority, because you
Mm.
didn't talk about inferiority complex here.
And
It's kind of a superiority complex.
and doctor, I also realized the difference between the conflict between the system and the inner self kind of thing, mana or whatever. Because I would at once say, no, no, the batch of students were very poor. They were not doing well, while feeling that subtle kind of pride or whatever within.
Yeah, that's what I said.
They,
Whatever
yeah.
the mouth says is actually irrelevant. Whatever you
Irrelevant.
feel is the skill is to detect that, not actually what come out of our mouth.
I realized, doctor,
Because
words
mouth
have.
actually is habitualized, like good morning.
Mm.
We say good morning to everyone now sometimes,
Mm.
but there's no at all good morning here. It's
With
all
that,
bad morning, but we keep saying good morning. So
yeah.
that's a habitual thing. So habitual thing can be to say, hello, how are you? I'm fine, thank you. Then you say habitually, you keep saying that, even though I'm really dying here.
Yes,
So
yes.
that's the
Yeah.
habitual answers can be there. So when you say someone, no, that's not teacher's problem, that's a student's problem. Even that answer is again
Just
because you
social
may be just
etiquette.
giving.
Yeah.
So
Just
yeah,
to.
so they are like actually doesn't matter. Even last night, the last night discussion,
Very good discussion.
Andalaatmoka's
Yeah.
Deshana, I thought that was very good.
Yeah.
But there are so many things that we need to know, because these are how can I say, the actual answer doesn't matter. Can you see?
Yes, doctor.
Answer
It's
can
not
be
the
really
thing.
good, answer can be bad. But the what our feel is the importance. What is the restlessness feeling? What is the higher, like the conceit? um what kind of feeling? Even now patachara, it is the lower feeling you get when everything is lost. So it is so what comes out of mouth, we can be very polite to each other, can't we?
We can. Yeah, we are just
We can
polite.
now think about this, like a lot of even European countries, Western countries, this talk is really beautiful, but the actual talk can be very methodical and very articulated in such a way that it is so beautiful and attractive, but the only the feelers will know that it's actually told in such a different way. But at the same time, if they are genuine, we can feel it, right? So the feeling is an important thing, not the actual words or the meanings of the actual said things.
Yeah. So how unreliable these words are, that became self-evident to me. Words,
Actually
yeah.
speaking, this gap
Mm.
narrows down in a person with Dhamma. This acting part narrows down. Narrows down to zero, actually. Lord Buddha is not actually acting. There's no acting as such. He does whatever he feels.
Doctor, it was not intentional acting. It was just,
no.
yeah.
What I'm saying
Mm.
is, it's not
Mm.
intentional. It is the
Mm.
tradition versus the actual thing. Now, mother acts differently to sister. Sister or mother acts differently to the teacher. Are you thinking like that? No. When you, as soon as you go to the school and go in front of the classroom, you're the teacher. No. So are you thinking like that? No, I have to start acting now. I'm in the classroom now. You don't think like that? No. You automatically jump into that acting very nicely. As soon as car is parking at the home, like when you come inside the home, like a big door, then you are automatically shouting, why are you not clean this? What is the problem with this house? Why you can't do this, do that? Oh, something like that, right? The kids, you will never do that in the classroom. In classroom, you will be like, good morning, children, put a nice smile, right? So
Yes.
that is not, you can't say it is artificial. It's actually happening. That's because we believe in the role that we are doing. We actually believe in that. What is but there's nothing in any of these things. We are not actually acting. But this whole thing is a drama. Foot anyway. Like the whole thing is a drama. So we can't really say we are acting like in the medical center I'm acting, and at home I'm acting, at this platform I'm acting. What I'm saying is acting actually disappears, and when the self goes, because self is the one which keep changing like that, right? Yeah, because when the self is gone, it just the feel only. You are like the tree. You are like the flow, earth. You have become the great elements. There's nothing to say. Still, you will be acting very normal in front of the monks, and when you go to the king, before king, you are not dancing up and down. No, before the king, you would act. But when there was a small monk, he was asked to sit in a proper place. He went and sat in the king's chair.
Yeah, throne. Yeah.
Yeah, throne. But it's in such a genuine way. He's not acting there. He's not trying to show that I'm the most powerful man. He's actually doing it because he can't understand that there's no another place for them. Isn't it? What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, actually, the points that you brought up is very important because words are also habitualized. Not only the words, even the acts are kind of habitualized, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
As habits, we are doing certain things. Also, I wanted to say now, this Sudharma's two incidents that she was mentioning, is there a kind of a guilty feeling underneath? Because Sudharma is a person who is on this Dhamma path for a long time. She has been participating and she has been uh, conducting programs. With all that, she feels guilty that these unsuitable words are jumping out of her mouth and the unsuitable thinking is happening. So she's trying to kind of control the system which is working. So that is a part of the system, those
I
feelings
saw
and
it. Yeah, doctor. That's very nice. That's the beauty. I saw that it is the system, doctor. So then the guiltiness does not arise.
That's good.
That's that's the
Well, I
difference.
don't know whether we can put it in that way either, because actually, it's not the guilt, because guilt is also part of the self. What should be there is asaksha that's all. So, asaksha is something you feel. It's not converted to the words. So, asaksha is needed for you to monitor this self burning. So, this self burning will be coming down, right? That's all. The guilt is again the self burning. If it is there, it's okay. That should also come down. So, this everything regarding a self is related to self. So, like guilt, remorse, ill will, everything becomes like craving, sleepiness, doubts. They all actually block the path for you to see the no self anger or no self perception. At that moment, no self perception is hidden. So, if you know that, that's all. So the
they also part of
guilt
the system.
guilt is part of the self anyway.
So,
But the
doctor,
asaksha jnana is different.
I'm asking from both of you, doctor, now, when the system responds in a certain way, it is because of the current. That was really evident. So there was some, not an urge. Actually, it cannot be verbalized. I knew I can stop that, and in somehow if I stop that, I would be a good person. Kind of knowing was there. Was that the self?
No, good and bad is in the mind. No.
That
Good
inner.
and bad is in the
Yeah,
mind. Doubt, everything is in the mind. But what I'm
yeah,
trying to say is,
yeah.
tanha is something you feel. Doubt also, it is coming under that feel. Whatever the self feel.
Mm.
So the
It.
self feel monitoring is not related to the mind. It's a jnana. It's a different jnana.
Mm.
It's nothing to do with this story, whether it's a good
Mm.
or whether it's bad, or whether I am behind in Dhamma or whatever. That's all
Mm.
mine. It doesn't
Mm.
matter what the mind says.
Mm.
Asakshay jnana is a complete thing. Otherwise, how
Feel,
would you know that
complete feel that.
complete
Uh,
feel? Because
yeah.
that's where you will actually will know that there's nothing more to do.
Mm.
This alive feel is this is top of alive feel now. This is not alive feel we are talking about.
No, this is sensual.
This
Yeah.
is sensual. Yeah.
Dr. Kokila, can you explain now? Sudharma said that uh, within herself, she felt that this is not good and it should stop.
That
But
is mine. That
that is the
story is
mind.
in the mind.
No,
Jnana is a
no,
different thing.
it is not. When I say I use that word, but the feeling was there, doctor. Actually, it is not the very say, words.
Yeah,
Some
yeah.
knowing was there that it's see
It's
somebody was
That is
watching
okay.
that.
Skill
Yeah,
should be
yeah.
there to identify the self.
Hmm.
That's a different story.
Hmm.
Comparison is in the mind. That's what I'm trying to
Hmm.
say.
Hmm. No comparison, no. Earlier, I was feeling like nothing came, nothing was there,
No,
but
slight
then,
comparison.
yeah,
Now you actually didn't do anything wrong here. I'm just trying to explain
yeah.
that whatever the mind says
Mm,
is irrelevant, but asvaksha jnana is important.
mm. Yeah, doctor. It's there are a lot of other instances. Don't know whole day.
But there's one thing to add
Yeah,
also. The
yeah.
dream is really true
It,
there.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It is.
So if you know that, that's fine.
Mm.
Because there is a teacher, there is all level
Other
classes, there's
person.
the whole thing is true, no?
Mm.
So that means you are getting dragged into the actual sensual world again and again. Sometimes it
Mm.
happens.
But in those instances, if she can identify that, that's
Mm.
something good, isn't it?
Yeah, this
I
is
mean, if she
about moving
realizes.
forward. Even in your
Mm,
case, Dr. Sakuntala, I said the same thing. This is about moving
mm,
forward.
Mm.
mm.
Moving forward means I asked what you said about I was monitoring my own burning.
Mm.
But then I was questioning what burning are you talking about? Because then is it the mind sensor? Is it what? Because the answers can be very different. But in Sudharma's one, it it's difficult to say anything else because it is already involving that
Mm.
she fully realized it is a self. So we can't really do anything there. But again, if it is self, now imagine we got the idea really this is the self, then this is the self vibration or self, this is a self perception. What what is your job is a thing to you that
Mm.
100%
Mm.
that has to be tackled because
Mm.
you are not a teacher before.
Mm. And the need to be
And a
perfect.
good teacher also.
Yeah, doctor. And another thing, so I am not letting anyone else to talk. No, that's
No, no,
No,
no.
that's
Champa.
Please
okay.
go
That's
on.
okay.
It's
No,
okay.
another finding was the need to maintain the appearance is going down without me knowing it like normally. And now I have a lot of grace today. So without coloring, because not intentionally or unintentionally, uh, it didn't become a thing. I could go to school, I mean, with grace here and there. So, what the feeling? I'm not telling this to be a good person, but still, that burning, that real need to maintain the appearance perfectly. That is also just diminishing in some way. It doesn't come that powerful now, doctor.
Now, this is the thing, Sudharma, I told you moving forward,
Mm.
we are not actually trying to beat this. We are trying to beat a very deeper thing than this.
Mm.
So these are baby things now.
Yeah, everything. Tip of the
Baby things.
iceberg, no? Still
Yeah. Because
beating around
the
this. So,
yes, because the light consciousness, sound consciousness, touch consciousness, mind consciousness,
mm,
these are a bit deeper than these actual topics, right?
mm,
So it's a gross dream that we talk about this body or the
body
thumb
immediate.
or the work or anything like that.
Champa is keeping a note to be read.
Ah, it's okay. It's okay. No problem. Your problem should be solved, Sudharma.
No, actually, these talks are really good. Last night, is it last night? Narayanwanse was, in the Trido morning. I can't remember. He was talking about how learned people are like
Yes,
finding
last
it
night.
difficult to attain
Mm,
Nibbana.
mm, mm.
Yes.
Yeah,
That was last night.
Is that-
that
Yes.
was last night. And last night talk
mm,
was very beautiful because
uh, that
trying to correct ourselves, trying to the attitude, the attitude can't really change the attitude, can you? The only the if you are very open to your attitude, only you can understand. Because some people have different attitudes. Now, usually, my sister can handle any bad word from anyone. She's a very down to earth person. On the other hand, I might get annoyed. I'm not talking about now, but I can get annoyed. So these things are our attitudes. The self has so many variants. That doesn't necessarily mean Akka sister is better.
mm,
It's just her way of handling things with a lot of self though. Self is there, but that self is a different self. But she may be very close to Buddha than us.
must be the taints,
Mana,
doctor. Less taints.
yeah,
That
mana is the
wise.
thing.
Yeah.
But there are environmental thing for the mana also, and this current from birth as well.
Yeah.
So the
This.
environment gives a thing. When Narayan Hanset was talking about how doctors find it difficult to attain Nibbana, I was thinking about that. Actually, that can be because the mind is very powerful. Mind has to be powerful. But in mind is powerful because automatically when you um, become a doctor there, especially in Asian countries, the mana becomes high. Actually, not mind. Actually, I'm talking about the mana. Mana becomes high
Mm.
because when it is high, uh, it is difficult. Sopaka, it was low. So for Sopaka, it was low. For Sopaka, Lord Buddha's way of handling him is a different way. He gave him the status that he didn't have. He called him. He said, come. Is it Sunita or Sopaka? Now I'm confused.
Sunita.
Sunita. So he didn't have any status, and then Lord Buddha told, come, you can be with us. There's no problem. And now the king and the Sunita is in the same place.
Yes.
The king is also there, Sunita is also there. So the inferiority complex actually becomes that very strong mana balances. In the other way around, this mana becomes high in a like a sophisticated job. Usually the white collar job, isn't it? White collar, I think.
Yeah, white collar.
White
And
collar job. So it's a thing that we have to handle, but even the kings managed it.
Yes.
Kings even managed it. So it's not a big deal. It's just identifying how this happens.
Doctor, not only the pride or the status, there may be pressures also. No, while working, so many pressure. No, the doctor is having a lot of pressure. No,
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
that
Yeah, it
also.
can be. Pressure is there, as well as the
no, they are
person who
driven
is
by
handling the
the
pressure is also there. Whenever the pressure is high, the pressure handling person is also highlighted.
Mm.
and
Even a thief,
Yes.
a thief or a thug, I would say thug. I don't know whether that word is a good word though. We'll say patali. So that kind of person is also
Yes.
having another kind of big head, right? Like
Yes.
yes, yeah. That's the thing. So we in this vibration finds a way to become another wave from the sea, because sea is the basic element. It just wants to highlight. That's how it works.
they are the analytical skills. They come as a negative force here because learned people always like to analyze and come to conclusions. No, it isn't. I mean, very
Yeah, the feel is gone,
dominant
basically.
characteristic of them, no? Like very difficult to convince. They always go by the facts. I mean, it is in their blood, like, I don't know, it's a habit in a way. And when a teacher is concerned, doctor, they are born to instruct and advise, and so it becomes a part of their life. I mean, wherever they go, I mean, go into an alms giving also, they would say, keep the ball on that side of the table, not here.
Yeah,
So that
actually speaking,
comes,
this
yeah.
feel, there can be teachers with high feel. There can be teachers with high mind. Even the I would say surgeons. There would be the surgeons with high feel also. There's a different. There are so many different things you can't actually compare. There can be a surgeon who comes in a bicycle, and there are so many specialists I know who are very down to earth. Can't find whether they are specialists or not from the dress. Even they sometimes I know specialists who came in the train every day. He got highlighted only when he was working with the COVID time, and then no one knew him because but he's a specialist. In the COVID time, he got highlighted. But the thing is, self view. They are down to earth, close to earth. But the self view is there. As soon as the self view is gone, they would be actually close to the earth. So when you're close to earth, you can become the earth easily. The thing is, uh, the everyone is not like that. Even though the feel is there, feel can get uh, like subjected to, like it will go. It will basically, this mind will take over. So the feel is even when we try to analyze feel can't handle it because with the feel we know what to do, but the mind says law is this, medical law is this, other law is this. So mind says so many things. So it's not only done by the feel, because then if you are in a forum, you don't know what actually you can't say I did it with the feel, because there are so many guidelines. You have to go with the guideline, right? So because the field doesn't have a guideline. Well, I don't know whether I'm talking truth. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala? Does the field have a guideline? I don't think so, but we have to go through the guideline. So
No,
it becomes a mind.
I don't think. Yeah, yeah.
So the guideline is in the mind.
Mm.
We have millions of guidelines, because we have to do a specific thing. And if someone has done out of the guideline, and in the court case also, you can't do anything. Why did you do this? I don't know. I did it
Yeah,
through the
yeah.
field. You can't. No one will take that answer.
Yeah, that is exactly because uh, as I mean, on the practical side, we have to go along the mind. We have to follow the guidelines.
Yeah, so
Mm.
that is why it is difficult, because coming back to the field, it's like Veda Mahatya type. Veda Mahatya didn't have any guideline. Veda
Mm.
Mahatya touched the patient, knew that this person will die within 10 minutes. If I do this, he might survive. If not, he will die. That's his verdict.
Yes.
And he may die or not, it doesn't, I don't know, whatever will happen. But the thing is, that is gone now.
Mm.
That's gone now. Everything is programmed. So we are in not a AI program. In future, it will be AI program actually.
Yes, doctor.
So if someone is actually trying to practice without the program, then that is also again another program. So it's better to just go with the flow, but just understand this Dhamma and feel the Dhamma. It's not easy, but not difficult also. Because we started as a baby. We started with the feel. We started as a white sheet. What do you think? All of us. Whether the mind is now 100% or 99.99% or 98%, whatever. It started from zero, because there was no mind initially.
There's another thing, Doctor. I actually wanted to ask it from Aryan Mahansi. Now, when breathing happens, even we don't know that at least. We
That's the
don't,
body, yeah.
yeah, body. But the moment we focus our attention on breathing, it generates power. It becomes so breathing becomes a stimulus. No, at that point, it is detected, so it generates additional power. Otherwise, when it normally happens, that power is not
That's
felt.
a self-view though.
Self view in the sense that we feel that if we focus on breathing, that some knowing is there. No, it becomes
Who
that
cares?
identification. But
Who
there
cares?
is a difference, isn't it?
Yeah, but who cares, in the word who cares doesn't actually tally there, because it has to come with all Dhamma.
Yeah.
So if you are
Actually, when I was doing yoga, it occurred to me how breathing becomes a thing. And because right throughout I've been
no,
breathing.
that's what I'm saying. It's
Yeah.
not a thing, but the way you apply it, it has become a thing. That's the thing what I'm trying to say.
Mm.
Now, if you are doing the 4 contemplation, Naran Hanse has told it will never become a thing.
Mhm.
Breathing is a mental image, no?
Yeah, it happens naturally, no, doctor. What I
No,
am
that's
telling
not the
is,
point. That's not the
yeah,
point. Now, if you are going to attain Nibbana through Anapanasati, that's a
no, no,
complete different practice.
no. Breathing as a stimulus, I'm telling.
Yeah, but that is
Breathing,
Anapanasati, no?
yeah, Anapanasati. No, I am not focusing on it and trying, seeing it or not observing it. The moment somehow, by chance, if we happen to focus on
Okay, by
breathing,
chance I see the fan. Is it a big deal now?
then it generates power. So
No,
something like
no,
that.
there is no self.
No,
Oh my God, get rid of that idea. Drop that
That is
idea.
simply body consciousness, no? What you are
Yeah,
experiencing is body
yeah.
consciousness.
If you keep saying that, you will never get rid of the self view.
mm,
So, the vision
yes,
is the fan. That's eye
mm,
consciousness, right?
yeah,
In the end, fan is a mind, but in the end, it is eye consciousness. So the breathing is a mind. That means it's a mental picture.
mm,
But at the end, it is the body consciousness.
mm,
Walking is a mind, or that's a mental picture. But at the end, it is the body consciousness. These are beautiful facets that you can see in Nibbana.
yeah. So what I was trying to
There is
say,
no self. So the
doctor,
way you look at it is, I don't know, I told this to Champa one day.
mm,
The way you look at this should be completely other way around.
mm,
So breathing is body consciousness only.
yeah, that's true. It's like what I am trying to say is,
The
doctor,
word, when you put the
now,
word power, that becomes really
no,
bad.
yeah, this is what I am telling. Now, I perceives the gecko on the wall. So there are a lot of other things that that arises within the range of visual range. But the gecko, once the second round happens, when the mind consciousness arises, then the complete it becomes a complete thought. But the nail next to the gecko, although it is within that range, it doesn't generate any power because it's not still a complete stimulus. So breathing happens, body feels, I mean, it happens right throughout. But when the focus is given, the mind consciousness, I mean, it becomes a complete stimulus. That is like, I mean, that's why I don't know, I am unable to
Yeah,
explain.
actually, what I'm
That's
trying
what,
to say,
yeah.
that is okay.
Mm.
Otherwise, you
That's,
can't
yeah.
really say that Lord Buddha actually saw that child who was sitting there, right? Lord Buddha went to a sermon. 500 people were there. Imagine 500 people. But he was waiting. So you think he has now self there? No, he's waiting. He's waiting for a specific girl to come. And the girl came, sat down. Now he is fully concentrating, focusing on that girl. So what's the big deal? There's no big deal.
Yeah, in that situation, Dr. Lord Buddha does it without zero self perception.
No, that is the angle I want you to see that.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. No, actually, that's very good, the explanation. It takes us to another level. I was simply feeling the difference when the mind
No, but
conscious.
you
Yeah.
simply felt the difference in a different angle. I want you to change the angle.
Okay. Okay, doctor. I got it. Yeah.
Okay, all good.
Therunkaranai Sudharma, I think you
Yes.
You don't have much this exercises. I think that is why you should relax your body. I feel something like that.
Champa, you mean like working excessively? I do some yoga daily.
Uh-huh. Yoga means pranayama. You are doing pranayama.
I do 10 Surya Namaskaras and several other postures like
Then how
several.
come that means breathing? How come then it comes to something?
No, in Surya Namaskara also we breathe deeply at the starting point.
No.
No, it didn't become, I'm not talking about a big issue.
No, she is talking about the
Yeah,
focus. So it's a
yeah,
different
focus only.
question,
Yeah.
Champa.
Uh-huh.
It's a different question. She's asking a different question. She is worried about the focus.
Yes, doctor. That's because I am also did this now. Surya Namaskar. You don't do it. There are different ways of doing it, Sudharma. You don't do it with the breath, thinking about the breath. You just did it. You do it, right? You just without thinking about the breath, you do it because
No, but still the question is not about the actual exercise. It's about her question originates from the focus. Focus, if you focus, is there a self?
yes.
That's a different question, Champa. It's
Right.
not about any of these things because carrot talet focus වෙනවනේ එතකොට. කොහොමද carrot කපන්නේ එතකොට?
Yes.
So
You have to,
that's not about the actual thing. It's irrelevant.
right. Okay.
It's
But
irrelevant.
that's beautiful. And doctor, it was, I was not actually telling that it became a thing, but
No, that's what I'm
it
saying. But you
was,
had an
I
idea about this focusing.
experienced the difference only. Like it was not a kind of,
Yeah.
so the whole day we have been breathing, but once the mental focus is there,
That's why I'm telling
that's
so many
it only.
examples. Carrot,
Yeah.
Lord Buddha's
Yeah.
looking at a girl and all that I'm saying just to break that idea.
Yeah. True, that's beautiful. And then again, doctor, it is not a kind of 30,000 watt power or something, but it is some power which was not there when the mind was not focused on that process. It is not only about breathing with any other object, it's like that. There are a lot of sounds here, but if I focus only on those sounds only, the identification happens and that they come in the form of stimuli, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
clear.
If the
Yeah.
self is not there, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Self
can maybe
perception
explain
is
in
not there.
different.
That is exactly like Lord Buddha. Yeah.
Mm.
Yes.
Yeah, but can't you explain it in different levels, as you said, with the level of the samadhi or with the level of the self, whatever explanation, whatever the level, that focusing can make it a complete thing, or it may be in different levels, isn't it?
Yes.
Because I
Sensual
remember
world, it
once.
is different. Form level, it is
Yeah,
different. Feel
yeah,
level, you can't even talk about this story. This story is
yeah.
irrelevant.
Even in the form level, aren't there different levels? That is what I was trying to say, because once I remember Aran Mahanse in one of his deshana, he was explaining about a nail, a cobweb, and one more thing on the wall. And he said, because the focus went into cobweb, even though the other things were seen, even though the other things were within that vicinity, in that area which is caught up into the eye, uh, the only the focus went to the cobweb. So that was the stimulus which became a thing. But
Yes, that's in the initial level. Actually, like the
mm,
while driving, you're captivating what a limousine,
mm,
not the other cars. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't know actually
yeah,
what limousine even. I just took the
yeah. So
example.
that is something felt by the system, isn't it? I mean, what level was it? What level was it
Yeah,
focused?
that's
What level?
complete captivation,
Mm,
right?
mm.
That's complete captivation. But this is the thing. The whether I'm answering the answer, that's a difficult area here. It is this when answering someone, whether the question is coming from that level or whether it's actually whether it is coming from a much subtle level than that. Because if it is the limousine, of course the limousine has become a thing. But when she questioned about the breathing, breathing, when breathing is focused, is there a self? No. But the thing is, yes, if it is self view.
So, out of the examples that we are discussing, actually, the Lord Buddha is focusing on the girl, and the carrot, when we are cutting the carrot, focusing on the carrot, and what the Sudharma explained. So, all cannot be put into one bag. That is what I was
No.
feeling.
Yeah. When
Different
the
levels.
limousine is
Mm.
concerned, it's complete captivation,
Mm. Yeah.
complete sensual world. Yes. So actually, the answer can be really said in different ways. Answer will be
Yeah.
different.
තෙරුවන්
How
සරණයි
the
ඩොක්ටර්.
self felt about it, isn't it? How the
Yeah,
self
but
felt
I
about
thought
the thing which was focused.
I don't know. Sudharma can answer that because Sudharma is
I
actually
missed it.
talking
I
about that.
was not here for 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Uh, when Dr. Sakuntala started talking about gecko and what I had to go out. Sorry about that.
Ah, okay.
That's okay.
If
Thank
you
you,
don't
Sudharma.
mind, please. Yeah, sorry, doctor, because there is some construction, electricity thing is some renovations, repairs are
Ah,
going.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
right. So
sorry.
you
Sudharma
want
will
us to
talk
repeat it?
tomorrow.
What
But
you,
your topic
yeah.
was very good. Thank you for bringing it up.
Mm, yes, yes.
We'll talk about that
Just
tomorrow.
things that I face, I have 101 things to talk about now.
That's
Dr.
very
Kokila,
good.
I can
Very
keep all
good.
three of you busy despite I have to leave. Teruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan
Very
Saranai,
fun,
Thiruvan
right?
Saranai.
Thank you for sharing your experiences.
Thank you, Doctor. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai.
Yes, sir.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ඩොක්ටර්. Can we do something like that? That means when she's telling no, the breathing is becoming a thing, then can we at that moment can we think it's just a body sensor?
Well, yes. That's what I said from the beginning. It's a self view that is the problem.
Yes,
So
that
the
means
focus has, if so, now it is a different area again. So I told you, no, if you focus the limousine,
yes,
it has power, right?
yes,
If you focus the breathing, it has power. If
yes,
someone is in self view, 100% it has the power.
yes, yes.
But if the self view is shattered,
Mm.
then imagine someone's self view is shattered, the breathing, whether it is focused, the breathing, whether it is focused on a limousine, whether it's focused on the king, or whether it's focused on poo or the stools, it doesn't matter.
Yes, yes. Nothing become a thing. Yes.
No, it's a thing,
Mm.
but the view is not involved. No.
Yes, yes.
So when the view is not involved, it is
Easy.
easier.
Mm. It's
It
easy.
is easier. So when the view is not involved, you know that actually these little things doesn't bring power then.
Yes.
What brings power is either death or either son or either daughter or either work.
Yes.
Specifically, these highly repeated things will only become. Now imagine, I have told you this before, like imagine someone actually can't breathe.
Yes. Yes.
Now
One way.
dying, like with the shortness of breath, then it becomes a thing.
Yes.
Then only you can actually find out how the breathing is so important to us,
Yes.
because
So
this is just focus.
yes, actually, doctor, the level in our level of this spiritual path, now we can do only that. No, that means when something is like that, when something is becoming a thing, we can just put it to the one of the senses and just wait.
Yeah, these first three can't be broken by meditation. First
Yes.
three is broken by Dhamma only.
Yes.
Like it's
It has
darshana, no?
Darshana
Mm.
only.
Yes.
After that, anyone can. It depends. The marga depends on the
Next.
their power level.
Yes. Yes.
So power who has very low power will be able to transcend very easily.
Yes.
High power, it will be difficult.
Yes.
But wherever the focus is, there is no self. That's why what I wanted to highlight.
Yes. Yes.
That has to be registered nicely. Otherwise, everywhere the focus is, you feel like, oh, I'm there. No,
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
not there.
Mm.
But there is focus. There is ability of focus. This is mind ability,
Yes. Yes.
human ability. Otherwise, how can you actually do like an article? How can you write a translation? How can you even write few words without
Yes.
focusing? You have to focus now. How
Mm.
can you cut some carrot?
Yes, the mind is needed, but not controlling.
Even actions,
No.
none of the actions, walking, breathing, going to the toilet, coming out of the toilet, going to the kitchen, making breakfast, there is no self.
Now I am doing that. When something is happening, just pushing it to the sense and just waiting. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, but that's the initial time that Aranvansi said that to last night mother nicely. It is very initial step. She was talking everything in the mind. What she said was not wrong. Actually, she is the beginner. But the thing is, she was comparing it to a end person.
Yes, yes. Whatever said and done, doctor, we should know our actual level. So
Yeah.
in this level, we can do only that.
Actually, every level we can only see Dhamma
Mm.
or Darshani or the actual truth. There's nothing else we can do. Can we, Doctor? What do you think, Doctor Sakuntala?
Yeah, each and every level is different. Actually, that lady who was talking last night, uh, I think she herself didn't feel her own level. She wasn't recognizing her own level. But I suppose everybody who were listening, we could very easily uh, recognize that pattern as that she was in full mind, and she was trying to sort of safeguard herself and then always trying to bring up that good person. I mean, it will happen to all of us,
All of
uh,
us, yeah.
all of us,
Mm.
because when you are in that role, I suppose the main thing that comes up is to safeguard the self. So the words or whatever, even when you are
But that
meeting
was out
somebody,
of line, I thought. I
yeah,
mean, that was bit more out of line because
yes, yes, yeah. I mean
she went
that's what
on
I
for
said. It was
good
very
good
obvious to
few
everybody.
hours.
Yeah. So, uh, as you said, it is something that ability to understand that itself is a skill, isn't it? So, if I can't understand my way of talking, that is something that I have to improve, because I should be able to understand the flow of thoughts.
Yeah, even we all actually struggle everywhere. It's
Yeah.
okay to struggle.
Yes.
Yeah.
It just knowing that we are struggling is also a skill, I would say.
Yes.
Yes.
That is true.
At least to come to that level, because then you don't get the higher mind.
Yes.
Because if you feel like, yeah, I know now I have Avadi done. Because
Yes.
if you have an idea about Avadi, even it's not there. In the sense, at that moment, it is not there.
Yeah.
And this that is why this Dhamma can't be even taught. I don't know actually how Lord Buddha did this, because nowadays it's Zoom type, so everyone hears everything. So it's
Of
it's
course. I
typically it
mean,
can get mixed up.
Those days, doctors, people searching for this truth in different ways. There's something like that in that Indian society in Sri Lanka also.
No,
yeah,
but the
yeah, they
thing
were
is,
killing, but I mean,
first
you had to
500,
physically go, no, for everything.
yeah, first
Physically, you had to
500
meet
didn't
the
have
people.
trouble.
Mm. Mm.
After that, Lord Buddha also had trouble. No, he had people quarreling. He had to
Mm.
leave the monastery.
Mm.
Imagine Lord
Mm.
Buddha leaving the monastery because everyone is shouting.
Yes.
So he's going like a baby now. Like
Yes.
you all shout, I'm going by, kind of
Yes.
thing.
Yes. Andavaniya.
Even at some point, I think people were enrobing because they were getting all kinds of hospitality from the people with free food and lodging and everything. So that
Mm.
was one of the reasons that the problems came up later on.
Yes.
Mm.
Yes.
First
And
week is okay for Lord Buddha.
yeah, and Champa, you were trying to tell Sudharma something. I wanted to add to that.
Hmm.
That the answer you were trying to say was completely හොඳ සිංහල උදාහරණයක් එන්නේ ඒකට. Something like if කපන්න බැරි අත සිඹිනවා වගේ වැඩක්.
No, doctors, excuse me. You
No,
know,
no, no. I want to know whether actually you understood the thing. So I want to actually talk about that, because
yes,
she was trying to understand why she feels self there. And you are saying don't focus on the breathing. That's not the point.
no, excuse me. There is something relating to yoga, doctor. There, right? When we are doing that Surya Namaskara, there is
Yeah, but again, I'm not going to listen to that, because I'm actually prohibiting you to talk about that, because that's not good, because we are not actually believing in that. What I'm trying to say is every action, you don't have to talk about a Surya Namaskara. No. Going
yes,
to the
yes,
toilet is also action, right?
yes. There's a
So if
control
you
of breathing.
focus on going to the toilet, is that a self?
Yes, doctor. There is the way of controlling breath. Don't know.
No, that's not the point. That's not the point. Again, I'm telling, I don't know whether you understand why I'm
I know.
interrupting you,
I know, doctor.
because
That
I
is
don't want you to talk about that.
right. I thought,
Because if I don't want anyone to like restrict what you do and understand Dhamma. That's not the point here.
right, doctor. Okay, sorry for that.
No, no, change in the way of living is not the actual thing. Aran Hanse never says that, no.
Yes,
You understand Dhamma in this living now, here and now. So you breathe normally or you breathe abnormally when you are having a heart attack, that's a different story.
yes,
There's no self. Even if you are actually, your respiratory rate is like 60 and you're dying, still there is no self.
yes, that is true.
So whether you focus on the breathing or not focus on the breathing, still there is no self.
Yes. She was
So
focusing
so
on the.
whatever she is doing, I'm not telling not to do any of these things. You can do whatever. You can do 100 yogas, still there won't be nibbana if you don't understand this phenomena properly.
Yes,
No, as just the exercise, that is, doctor. That is, nothing is happening from that. It's just an exercise.
Yeah, even exercise, it is again similar to the one Swarnamali said, no, one day go to the gym. It's the same
Yes,
thing.
yes, same thing. The
Same
same.
thing. But imagine you go to the gym and you focus suddenly on the breathing. Oh, there is self. Oh my God, that's not the self.
Yes, yes, yes. Something
You are
happened.
trying to say don't focus on the breathing. No, that's not the point. There is
Mm.
no self, whatever the focus.
Yes.
That is a level that we expect from long-term listeners of this Dhamma.
Yes, yes. The Dhamma is very
Not
correct,
me.
doctor.
Aranahansa expects, yeah.
Yes, that is true. That is what, no, I am not doing anything now. Right? I have completely forget about
But your
all.
answer came from mundane world. That's why I'm telling you.
Right, right. I thought she was stuck there with the with that
No,
breathing.
no one is stuck when they are going to the toilet, are they?
Yes, no, no, doctor, no. Sorry.
No. So that's fine. They can breathe or stop breathing, that's fine.
Mm.
Suddenly die, that's also fine.
Yes.
What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, actually, that advice is completely out of the path.
Yes, yes.
Mm.
If I don't say that, Champa might do that again. So I have to say that.
No, no, it's okay, doctor. I thought because of the way of doing it, that happened to her. That is what I.
Yeah, that's a wrong view.
Mm.
Again, way of doing is has nothing to do with the attitude, right?
Yes.
Self view has nothing to do with whatever you're doing.
Yes, yes, that is true. Everywhere there is self view. Yes.
And if it is not there, also it is not there.
Yes.
So whether you focus on the breathing or not focus on the dream is not the point.
Mm.
It is a view which has to be which has to be broken.
Yes, yes.
Then whatever the focus, whether even the limousine, it's fine.
Mm.
As far as the self view is shattered, whether the focus is limousine also, it doesn't matter then.
Yes. No, I didn't mean about anything about the self view. I did that. That practices
Yeah,
that.
that's the thing that R.N. Vanse says, no, Dr. Sakuntala, can you speak not like a doctor? So the same thing. Even
Yes.
he will tell me also. Can you stop talking like a Dr. De Kokila? Then, yeah, yes, R.N. Vanse.
Yes, yes,
So
doctor.
suddenly, your all the knowledge came out about breathing and yoga.
Yoga.
I kept interrupting because I didn't want you to say that bit because it's nothing to do with the self view. Because this Dhamma forum is about the self view, self perception, and self vibration, nothing else.
Yes, yes. Very true, doctor.
Champa
Mm.
has something written on to read today.
Yes, that is.
Is that about the last night one?
Yes,
It was
yes.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
beautiful, but it was so comprehensive also. But I
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
don't know how you managed to write all that.
No, no, no. Not with that. Not about that lady's talk. Before that, Aryan
Ah,
was saying something.
okay, okay.
That is okay. Yeah.
That is that part. Shall I say, doctor?
Mm.
Yeah.
Andalatmaka Deshana, 2nd July. Everything is happening without a self here. Buddothpada listeners know there is nobody here. It is only a wave. Whatever happened, whatever heard, whatever felt, whatever thoughts appeared without self. Whether I am hearing, I am seeing, I am feeling, I am thinking. No. Only the eye is seeing, not I am seeing. Only the ear is hearing, not me. Only the nose is smelling, not me. Only the body is feeling, hot or cold, not me. Only to the mind thoughts are flowing, not me. This is where the Arya Bhumi, pure land is. If you are searching for truth, You will find this. Death is only a thought. I am only a thought. Sun, moon, leafy greeny vegetation, mother, father. We are associating thoughts. Chittena niyati loko, world created in the mind. Chittena parikassati, mind pulls the self. How come the thoughts are getting powered? These thoughts we get fooled and how we are running behind. This is our true story. Up to now, you suffered due to thinking the thoughts are true. You suffered about a child, but it is only a thought arisen in your mind. You all, you all are deserted in a thought world and suffering. When you think the mind is true, you think the world is true based on that. You do not feel that there is only an illusion creating due to six senses. You think there is a person called me. If you know what actually happens here, you are not getting fooled. The true story is there is only one mind in this fraction of the moment, and your whole sansaric journey is in this mind. At this moment, this mind, this stimuli, you see that, but it is also not true. If you see this, you will not be fooled by this if you are vigilant. Whenever you go here and there, you take me, self, with you. Self means the illusion of the mind. This sound and colors are not true. Then, how come the sound and color equals to thoughts are true? Can see, hear, feel, thoughts flow, the six senses work as usual, but you are realizing everything. You have redeemed from the world. You are awakened from the thought world, redeemed from this world and the world beyond this. Redeemed from both the worlds and living a balanced life. Etan santang, etan pranitang, yadidan sabba sankara samato. This created Sankata Mayava, fabricated illusion, thoughts you are realizing. According to the level of realizing this, you will have the relief, feel it. ඒ ශාන්ත ප්‍රනීත නිවන් සුව අවබෝධය තුලයි උපදින්නේ. Peaceful, calm, tranquil, sublime Nibbana is arising through the realization. After seeing this truth, you being a prisoner in your mind, trapped by the mind, will be over. Like a bird freed from the cage. Akasena sakuntanang gatite sanduranya. Birds are flying in the sky where there are no roads for them. Naparang aparang gachanti. Meaning by it is the freedom, simplicity, relief. Thoughts are very heavy and very much tiring. Buddhas come into this world and telling a path to be free from suffering. People suffer due to thoughts. All are at this position. People who are listening to this Dhamma know this very well, but still you are living in your day-to-day life as in the past. Still in this world true to you. Still is this world true to you. Are you suffer in the worldly perceptions, not to create a self or else not to give power to the self, fooled by the illusion? You can find the way out from these sermons. That relaxed, relieved mind is very pleasant, like a part of the nature, trees and stores, trees and stones like. This experience is important for you. Home is true, children are true, husband is true, everything is true to you. When you hear this truth, you will slowly realize the above things are not true. Then the inner pride is starting to dissolve. Maniya makkato, atimaniya kukkaro. Proudness, because due to proudness, become a monkey. More proudness, become a dog. Pride means the self me become powerful for a certain time period. The static power comes in as I am like this. I am like this. This thought world created due to sounds and colors is not true. When you realize this, that thick stack of self, me, will be starting to melt. You see, there is nobody here. That practical experience you do is the practical experience which is redeemed from all the sufferings. What you study. Ekayana Maggo Ayam Bhikkave. Clergy, there is only one way to purification of the mind. We know everybody listening to this Dhamma is living a peaceful life with relief. If you are still dealing with self, you can feel it. If all your defilements, fire is redeemed, if you die even now, only the taken is just going out. There is no self to die here. We will talk from that point. Worshipping Lord Buddha. Buddha means realizing. That means that there is nobody here at this moment. භව උද්ධවන තැන බෞද්ධයෝ බුද්ධ භාවයට පත් වෙනවා. When redeeming from the existence, Buddhists are becoming Buddhahood. Bhava Nirodha, Buddha. Existence cessation, Buddhist, then become Buddhahood. Buddha Parayana, Sambodhi Parayana, Buddha oriented, complete awakening oriented. That beautiful, pleasant Dhamma you all are learning today, your home become a delightful place. ධාර්මික නිවසක් වෙනවා. If there is a problem in your children, you can say, son, you are suffering due to your mind. It is useless. Live in this present moment. Everything will be successful. That is all, doctor. තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Yeah, that's good, beautiful. So that's what all about Dhamma is. No self-anger.
Yes, doctor.
Yeah, it's a very good discussion today, actually, because it's all about the way you look at, this body. I have to tell something. The body. What do you think about the body? Body is actually the thought.
Yes. Body is also a thought, yes. A shadow, yes. Thought.
Body is a thought. The breathing is a thought. The child didn't know that breathing is breathing.
No.
So when we say the breathing, it's like walking.
Yes.
Or jumping or any other word.
Yes.
They are all mental pictures. So the mental picture is made out of light and the sound. Someone
Right.
has to say that this is breathing.
Yes.
And what happens in death is stopping breathing is also taught to us. That's why breathing has become a magic to us.
Yes.
Otherwise, breathing is not magic. It just happens.
Yes.
So that's the thing. It should be really, you should do a lot of research about bodily actions. Bodily actions actually is not the powerful tool. If the body is becoming a thing, means you are still in sensual world.
Actually, doctor, for me, body is not becoming a thing. This
Not,
mind.
not, not, not. I'm not talking about you as such. I'm talking about Dhamma here. So body becoming thing, you can't really say that because it is a difficult area. If you, when you say words, you say with such a certainty, you become like yesterday mother. You have to be careful.
Yes, yes. Yes, we
Because
can't go conclusions. Yes.
yeah, you suddenly say a word, no, body is not a thing to me.
Something
But
happened.
body is not a thing means actually uh, that means sun can't be a thing to you as well.
Yes.
So
Ah,
because
yes.
so these are all in one bucket.
Yes,
What do you
doctor.
think, Dr. Sakuntala? They are all in one bucket. You can't really
Yeah.
separate the body from son to daughter, daughter to husband, daughter to Australia. Everything is in the same bucket.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
it is because when you work it out from the level of the small child, it very clearly shows, no? Now, as you said, the small baby did not know about the breathing, did not know about the walking, didn't know about the mother, all that, and didn't know about the house, food, whatever. And
Yes.
from that level, everything is built up as a thought. So it's very clear that sun is also thought, and there's nothing that you can say that it's not a thought. Whether it is an action, whether it is a word, whether it is simply a thought alone, all are thoughts, isn't it?
Yes.
And to say that the body is not a thing is why it is a broad statement to say is why is then the body consciousness can't be a thing also.
Yes, that is right, doctor. Body consciousness is not much felt like the mind.
Again, I'm telling you have to be careful because when you say body consciousness is not a thing, uh, your assumption is in the mind.
Yes.
This is why we have to be careful about the mind assumptions.
Mind is the problem. Yes.
No, mind is assuming things.
Yes.
Whatever the mind says is useless.
Yes.
If you if the body is not a thing, even if you are blind, even if you lose the body parts, then nothing matters, right?
Yes.
It's like a log. I
Yes.
don't know whether we can say that until it happens.
Yes, we can't say that. Yes, doctor. We can't come to any kind of conclusions. Yes.
Any conclusion, any assumption, anyway, is in the mind.
Yes.
Assumption actually doesn't matter. Whatever assumption, actually, any assumption is wrong. No?
Yes.
So whatever the mind says is not the important thing. In an experience, if the body consciousness is not a thing, body consciousness actually includes taste, smell, and hotness, the touch sensation, pain, everything comes under the
Body
body
consciousness.
consciousness.
Yes.
So we can't really comment. I think better not comment any of these things like that unless you have some kind of experience about that. And
Yes.
also Aranhanse says
Yes.
you can actually nama rupa thing. You can go from rupa thing to the nama thing, nama thing to the rupa thing. It will keep shifting like that. That can happen. So you
Yes.
can't come to a conclusion because just imagine now. I think Aranhanse said that in the previous day in the sermon also. If the chair is a thing, or the table, he took the example. I think the table is a thing, whether it is a thing in the outside, because outside is the body.
Yes.
Whether it
Okay.
is in the outside or whether it's in the mind, still it is kind of the same. Doesn't
Yeah.
matter whether it's in the mind or it's outside.
Yeah.
You feel bit satisfied that the outside is not a thing to me, but it's only in the mind. No, it's still the self.
Yes. Feel the
So
same.
whether it is kamaraga, ruparaga, aruparaga, whatever it is still the self.
Yes.
So we can't really boast about any level.
We can't do anything, only to listen to them and practice for contemplation.
No, but this word jumps out from your mouth immediately. Ah, no, this is not a thing to me now. This is not a thing to me now.
Yes, yes, yes. That is my weakness, doctor. That is
Yeah,
my
it is kind of overestimation.
yes,
Actually, as soon as Aranwanse feels that someone is overestimating, he will attack that.
yes.
In a way, it is good, but
No,
he's
he has
doing that to get
to
the
accept that.
mana down.
Yes, the spiritual uh, levels, the higher, somewhat higher spiritual level people should educate the lower level people. Otherwise, can't go. No, can't actually can't understand this Dhamma. It's so subtle.
Yeah, it is subtle actually. But the better be like a village mother who actually doesn't estimate that much. They
Yes,
live day from day to day.
yes,
They live from meal to meal. They
yes,
live from morning to night. So then they don't have kind of a estimation. They are
yes.
the most suitable people for Nibbana. Even last night, Taranansi said, what do you think, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, true. Actually, these people don't know anything about this Nama and Rupa or Rupa leading to Nama, also Nama, Rupa and Vijnana, those things they don't know. But I think simply understanding at that level is quite easy for them. But on the other hand, because we have heard all these things so many times, we find it difficult to sort of just shed that knowledge and go to that level. That is also there, isn't it? What do you think?
Yeah, but even listening to last night, Mother, she didn't even talk about deep Dhamma, but still she was talking
Hmm.
overwhelmingly about herself
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, true.
and not even understanding that she's talking about a self that is trying to say that has attained something
Hmm. Hmm.
and not realizing that. And
She was explaining some sort of sudden sort of experiences, some sudden changes of her or something like that. Was she explaining? Was it on a different way?
she
Doctor, when
was telling so many things. She was telling so many
Hmm.
experiences. But the thing is
Hmm.
the agenda behind that. Why
Hmm.
she is
Hmm.
telling those things.
Yeah.
Now, if we want to become the good person, now imagine this classroom. There are 30 students. One child is showing colors. Uh, they will, right? Some
Hmm.
vibrations are trying to show colors now. There will be another child who will not show colors.
because of her age, I think doctor, she must be trying to achieve something very quickly. She's now 75, no?
Mm, I feel that she had that ability to distinguish between the problem and I don't know. It's very tricky there because the way she talked was not that bad. She knows Dhamma,
Mm.
but the thing is uh, even though she says I'm willing to, she talked nicely, like very methodically. She said,
Yes.
"You all know who." Even that sentence is wrong. It should be this system should know about this system, not really. You all can. That means there is no asavakshanya.
Yes.
Her
That's
methodical way of talking, I suppose, is a habit, isn't it?
habit. Yeah, that is why
Mm.
we get into trouble. I mean, we know what
Yes.
to tell also sometimes.
Yeah.
But even that, actually, it is now easy to understand whether it is coming from that or just spontaneous. That it is. It's happens sometimes. Actually, I don't know. It is a tricky area. Anyway, I would say. I would say this. Like a tube light, there should be a way of understanding the mind and the not the mind. Mind being powerless, mind being powerful, and mind being powerless. It's a tricky area. Aranhansi says, come to the sea here, come to the sea here. In a long time ago sermon, I remember him saying, "Siya tamai ape gedara," or something in that. I remember him saying so many things. It's beautiful things that he was talking about. Nowadays, sermons, sometimes they are not that deep, but he goes into these deep things here and there.
I used to listen to this village mothers things also, doctor. Then I know the beginners, the way Aryan talks to them. Those things are also I used to listen little by little.
Yeah, because we are all in the path. There's always a tricky area anyway.
Yes. They get it very quickly, no, doctor? In one day, within one day, they get the essence, no?
Mm, yes.
Because
And yes, what
very
is it?
simple, very simple way Aryan Mahanse is talking to them. Very, very simple way.
Yeah, because mana is less in people who live from day to day, meal to meal. The mana is less.
Yes.
Mana of knowing, mana of money, or mana of knowledge, mana of some status, mana of having a family, mana of having a house. Can be
Because
anything.
that means they are struggling with the life also, no, doctor?
Mm.
Not easy, their lives are.
Yeah, but they are down to earth. They are close to the
Nature, yes.
nature.
Mm.
Their competition is less, isn't it? Because
Yes.
when they are close to nature, the competition is less compared to a person at a different so-called high level.
Yes.
Actually, the mana, the elemental level, and the we could talk about this sea and the wave. Wave
Yes.
is not very high. Wave
Yes.
is like a slight high, so
Yes.
it is easy to become the actual sea.
Yes. Actually, they are struggling with the day-to-day life, no, doctor? Even for a meal, they have to struggle, no?
In that struggle, they can have a mana, but only some people will not have mana, because I know people even in the struggle can have a mana of survival.
They have.
Mana of survival can be there. So any possibility is there, but there are people who are close to the nature than others.
Yes, yes. They always live with the nature, no?
But that doesn't mean that people with high mind is unable to do anything. That's not
Yes.
the thing. They have to try a bit more.
Yes. Try bit. We don't know no, how this mind has become so powerful, even not knowing, no? Without knowing it has happened.
Yeah. Now even the data, how much data we have in a village mother, there is only few much data. So
Yes.
there is no much to like overcome. Just imagine knowing Pali and knowing this Dhamma and then knowing a lot of science and all that.
Yes, not
How to
much.
realize that is all in the mind.
Yes, actually, doctor, that means about this worldly things and perceptions and those things. No, very much those things are there. Mm. Dhamma is not much.
Mm. But in Sri Lanka, mostly even the village mother will know some Dhamma.
Yes,
And they
they.
will have idea of God also. That's where the problem is. And they will have idea of I am good, I will go to a better place kind of thing. The self view will be there.
Because of those priests are always telling them, if you do good things, you can go to the heaven. That is,
Mm.
but actually, the thought is the one assuming where is going, where the next vibration will be, where the thought is the one, and that's the critical point is the thought.
That's the power of the thought, yeah.
Power of-
Actually, there is no self, but this is the power of the thought.
Yes, power of the thought is handling this.
As you said, it is a traditional teaching that is going on, which is very difficult to change in our temple setup. Now, for example,
Yes.
at this temple that we are having the monthly program,
Uh-huh.
it's always that monk, he's coming and giving us the pansil and then do the Buddha Vandanava. And at the end, he speaks briefly and he says, Aranhase is doing such a good thing to change the people's mind, all that things. And then he will say that may God help him, may God protect him from all the evils, and may he have a longer life to continue this good uh, activities. So again, he's handed over to the gods again. So those are traditional ways that has been happening, and as Champa also said,
I
now
think
our
last,
village.
is it today
Mm.
morning, there was a mother talking about this Holman kind of thing.
Yes,
Ayyo, I was like,
Was it? Yeah,
Australian.
yeah, yeah. Yes, yes, yes.
yeah,
Yes.
see the way, the same thing, the way you told now, it's the other way
Mm.
around.
Mm.
This subtle thing that chair is there for the ghost or the god.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's a vibration, doctor.
There, no,
Power
even there, no, even if you contemplate it as a vibration, even you are there.
Yes, yes,
Then the vibration is there.
yes,
Same drushti, no? Same drushti
Drushti,
is there.
drushti, drushti,
Mm.
drushti. It's all in the drushti. The mind
Mm.
actually is completely any drushti is drushti.
yes,
Mm.
Lord Buddha only said this. No one else has told this ever before.
yes,
So that's the thing. What Dr. Sakundala said is so beautiful. The the same way we
Mm.
feel for everything. The fan is there, breathing is there, walking is there, toilet is there, house is there, Australia is there, God is there, body
And
is there,
ghosts are there.
ghosts are
Ghosts are
there.
there.
yes.
Yeah, there. Someone is there. I am there. I'm
Mm.
here.
Mm.
I mean, everyone is there. I'm here.
At least that priest is good doctor anyway. His help is actually allowing you all to
Yeah, that's true.
that even.
Oh
He's
my gosh, that is unimaginable. The way that he's supporting,
yes,
we can do basically anything in that temple on that day. We are 100% free to do anything. I
yes,
mean, our people are going to the kitchen and preparing the tea for the people, and uh, all we are fully 100%. The temple is in our custody on that day.
yes. Because of that, Mr. Saman maybe.
Yeah. Anyway, that monk Swami Nwanse is also so nice. I think he's a fairly senior person, and
Yes.
he's the only person in that temple. And there are two assistants.
Uh,
And that's a very old temple, which is about, I think, 800, 900 years old. Boat wheel is also there. That
yes,
again,
yes.
something to
Mm.
do with
King
King
King of it.
Valagamba.
Yes. Maybe.
And he's a teacher in one of the Pirivena. So I'm sure he's listening to the Deshana also now. That day when Narayan Hase was doing it, it was with all the speakers and all. I'm sure he could hear. So as usual, Narayan Hase was attacking the people. I mean, attacking about the Piriven education
Yes,
also.
yes.
But he's so nice.
Mm.
And even, that day we were arranging the arms for Aryan Mahase at the end of the session. It was around 4 o'clock.
Uh-huh.
We were arranging it in the Danashala. He was saying, no, these containers are not good. Take these dishes and change these things to that. It's not nice to serve like that. And
But
he was sort of so nice.
he knows not of that value of an arahant. He knows no better than us.
Yeah. I offered him one of the pen drives also, but I don't know whether he has listened or whether he had time to do it. I don't know.
I
But
think
right on the very first day, I offered the pen drive.
he may be listening, doctor, otherwise not changing like this. He may be listening.
Yeah. He's so nice. I mean, we can take anything from the temple for, I mean, there are things sometimes we forget to take. Now, for example, that day, even the person who brought everything, flowers and wicks and everything, yes, she has forgotten coconut oil. So even things like that, we go and take as if it is our personal belongings. So
Ah,
it's so
yes,
nice. I mean,
wonderful thing in this candy. Such a temple is there means it's wonderful.
yeah, yes, that's right. And he is helping with those two assistants also. He has two uh, young men
Uh-huh.
staying there. So they are helping a lot with all these flags and decorations and all that. They are also helping.
That is the place where fall candy is changing from that point, I think.
Yeah.
There are places like that. The
Yeah.
Dombogoda will be a place like that. Anyway,
No, it's
Even I think the Puja Pitya place where we had the program on the next day, I think the monks from that temple, they were very supportive. Particularly the second junior monk has even joined one of the programs also.
right, right. Slowly, it will be.
Mm. Yeah. And that monk is very humble now. When we say that if you were help and this sort of support wasn't there, this wouldn't have happened anyway in Candy. So he's very humble. He was saying, no, we have to help the good things like that. He's commenting like that. Mm.
I think this is the best time ever in Sri Lanka to bring up any Dhamma point because uh, specifically very like monks, there's no Dhamma coming from them anyway.
Yes,
And their power is also not that high like previously because
yes,
of their wrongdoings also.
yes,
So it keeps changing.
yes, doctor. Some priests are actually now changing. It will be okay for another 1 year's time. It will be okay, I think.
Yeah, I think we have come to the end of the
Yeah,
session,
we have
isn't it?
come to the end of our session. Yes.
Teruvan
Thank you
Saranai.
very much, Aaron Hansen. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dhamma friends, for coming.
Teruvan
Thank you.
Saranai.
And Thiruvan my Dhamma friends. Thiruvan right?
May Triple Gem bless you all.
If you had missed seeing any previous thoughts, and as soon as you realized that you missed seeing some thoughts, you would immediately be able to bring your concentration back to seeing the thoughts. This is what is meant by the stanza Uppanan Papakanan Akusalanam Dhammanam Prahanaya. Only a person who knows the Dhamma and who likes to follow the path will apply an effort to realize the truth, nobody else. A person who knows the Dhamma would not like to be tricked by this illusion. Anyone who has realized the truth, or anyone who has attained the first stage in the supramundane plane, Sotapanna, will never fall into bad world or hells. He is known as Niyata Sambodhi Parayana. Bodhi means Buddha. Try to see through this illusion on the screen and realize the truth that there is nothing. Try to see the illusion on the screen and try to eradicate it. Means to completely destroy Lobha, Dvesha and Moha. After that, you begin to feel the nature of the Buddha, Buddha Svabhava, and experience the serenity and calmness. Therewasana, everybody.
Tiruvasaralai Swami, thank you for reading the book for us. We all worship at Aryan Mahanse's feet. And Tiruvasaralai, all Dhamma friends who have joined today. Because we are a little bit behind the schedule, I invite Dr. Pokila to start the discussion. Tiruvasaralai, Dr. Pokila.
If you have any specific questions, we are open to them actually, because it's really important. Even if one understands this Dhamma, so you can bring up any questions. Until such time, I'll keep talking. So when we say akusal, actually it is this self-vibration basically. So whatever the vibration we have, we kind of make sure that it doesn't happen. And now at the same time, there's a very beautiful underneath that beautiful thing. That thing is there's no chance of arising of self-vibration as well. So this is the beauty of Dhamma. So it's so because if there's no power in here, when the power is not there, there's no way that the suffering can go on. So this is if we talk about it in details, it's a bit complicated, but I think a more simple way to say that would be that if you believe that this is existing, the world is existing, definitely the suffering would be existing. That means this burning or this power will be existing. So whatever the level of that existence, it doesn't necessarily matter. So this power or the burning, it is easier to call it burning because it's easy to understand, and that will be reduce it. But we can't understand one side and not understand the other side. We need to understand the both sides properly, because no way that the vibration to occur without a power, and there's no way the power would exist without a vibration. So it's very important to understand. And then when we keep understanding this Dhamma, what happens is whatever the vibration that has risen here will die down, and it will go on like that, and there will be never a chance for any vibration to occur. That's the last bit, and that's also important thing. Anyway, Joel, do you have any questions from the book? You are the I don't know whether you finished the book actually. I don't know. So maybe.
Yes, doctor, I finished it.
Yeah, so you don't have any more questions from that?
No, doctor, like I can feel that I don't certainly get vibrated now. And today when I was going out also, I didn't feel that I was walking. I was just walking. And when there was sunlight, when I say it was very warm here, so I was just thinking more than warm, I just saw it as light that is showing to us that we are able to walk without saying it's warm and it's sweating and all those things. So many things have changed in my life. So thank you.
Yeah, and you can go to that website and find anything interesting, and you can dwell on that. And also, if you come across any burning at any time, we can discuss that too. It doesn't matter. It's all good. And at any time you can voice your any thought. And Sudharma and Surankai are also here. Anything to bring up, Sudharma or Surangika? I heard there's a massive sermon today morning. I haven't finished it fully, but I'm going to. But it was a long one that Aran Hanse did, and I think it's one of the best I have heard recently. But he has told all these things before. It's just that in time he has to repeat these things, because it's so good to repeat the
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, yes, it was a very beautiful sermon, and there I have to listen to even 10-15 times to get it, and I already listened twice, and I got a lot of new things in those two listenings. Also, we have to go on listening. I mean, you may not be having such issues since you are aware of the thing. And Dr. Kokila, today I can share a very simple experience. Actually, how the mind consciousness act as the deceiver using perceptions and create stories. So, few minutes ago, maybe 15 minutes ago, I had to go out to get some photocopies. So as I entered the main road, another trishaw turned into our lane. At that moment, I got the idea, okay, the gas tank is outside, gates are open. So there was a story like now this part didn't come, but underneath somebody is telling this trishaw guy might take it even. So at that very moment, I realized that it is a thought, and that the work of the mind consciousness. I had my peace. I didn't turn back. I went to the communication center and got it done. But still, if it was a time that I was unaware of all these consciousnesses and the perceptions and all, I would have turned back and come and close the gates. But what I wanted to tell is this mind consciousness create a story that must have been an innocent guy. But however, such a story was created.
Yeah, but
Can you
Sudharma,
please, yeah,
we'll talk about that because it's a very beautiful actual life thing. I really like talking about these actual life occurrences because it's much better than this, talking about vibrations, because this is what it happening. But as a person who has listened to Dhamma for at least 2-3 years, isn't it, Sudharma? You have listened to Dhamma for
yes, doctor, 3.5 years.
3.5 years.
Continuously, yeah.
I have to add this because this is the very important thing. Perceptions are perceptions. Don't take this wrong. Perceptions are perceptions. We don't really don't misunderstand that we are going to not have perceptions. Okay, I have repeatedly tell this to like multiple times. RN say tells it anyway. So the perceptions are a normal thing in day-to-day life. Okay, when you see, what can I say? Okay, for an example, you see. Okay, examples are coming from my experiences, so bear with me. So if you see someone very pale and sweaty sitting in the waiting room which is full of patients, and you see your eye catches that patient, and you get a perception that this patient is having a heart attack. You just get that perception. That can be wrong, it doesn't matter, but I get the perception that my patient may be having a heart attack. Now perception with the burning, perception without the burning is such an intimate discussion because it has to be felt. The perception with the burning, perception without the burning. You just have to understand properly. At least when we discuss this, it will go to our heads. Perception has no fault. Perception has no nothing, actually speaking. Perception is a perception. I can only say that. So if there is a perception that this patient may have a heart attack, first thing would come to that system would be take that patient to the treatment room and make that patient comfortable and talk to him or her and call ambulance or whatever to be done. Doesn't matter what is to be done. So there's an action now. Can you see? There's a perception and there's an action. So action with burning, without burning.
Without burning.
And you talk to the patient also, talking with burning, without burning. So this has to be clarified, and this has to be felt too. That's the challenge here. But what I'm trying to say is, don't get carried away by the type of the perception. that's from past experiences. Now, just because I'm sorry, I'm telling these weird examples, but imagine a senior teacher of us walking along the ward, seeing someone far away and telling, oh, that patient has that. And that's a perception. Of course, that teacher will have the self-view and all that. Put it aside. I'm just talking about the perception. What's the problem with that perception? It's a perception from all the aspects that past occurrences, because there's so much, you see thousands of patients, you get a perception. And one view that teachers tells that patient has this. We are like mouth open, when we are training, we are like watching him with amazement. But now we have to understand that perceptions are just brought about by 5 sensory organs as well as the mind sensor. So the mind sensor has so much data. It's like a complicated computer. So much data. So whatever the data you have, because now what are the other examples I can say? Okay, your dog is barking. The dog is barking very abnormally. What is the perception? You know that there is some problem. So is that wrong? This is what I'm trying to say. So that is the common sense, or whatever the data you have, that whatever the perceptions you had before has formed a formulation. True, this is the dream. This is the dream.
It's the dream.
What I'm trying to say is, you understand the dream. You understand that it is not actually true. You feel it too. That's a difficult part. You feel that the dream is not true. And you know that it is not true. And you start living in that. And that is where the perception comes without the burning. Perception of, actions. Actions are also perceptions. You go to the patient, take the patient in a wheelchair to the treatment room, quickly assess whether the oxygen is there, whether he's going to arrest. It's difficult, different thinking process. But someone else might not get that idea. Someone else might be like, do you want some water? I'll get you some water. Someone else might do that. Or someone might say, are you going to faint? Can you lie down? That's their perception. This self-perception is the problem. And what we are trying to understand here, how does this burning happens? When we try to understand how this burning happens, then comes why the burning happens. Burning happens because we take all these things, this dream, for granted. We take this so seriously, real. So granted, so as a thing.
Yes.
But you have to feel this too, that it's not it's actually a dream, but underlying is just a vibration which you understand.
And Dr. Kokila, after your explanation of perception about the shoe, gradually it came to me, and it's very important. I mean, you have explained it very well. On that day, I was a bit confused. I didn't get it. But later on, it came, and this time I felt it actually. what you meant by when you said it's a dream. Very recently, Aryan Mahansi also explained now in form world, you may not have any burning as such in sensual world, but still if somebody asks you to draw that, let's take that shoe that I lost, I still can draw that shoe, and uh, I can identify it even in a shoe shop if I find, I mean, if I come across.
Yeah,
So that thing is there. It's clear. Yes, Dr. Koki.
yeah, but
Please go.
what I was trying to say today is a different point because uh, you know that it is a form world, you know that it is not true, you know that even the whatever the consciousness are actually happening due to the the speed, you know that even if you haven't felt it properly, you know that now. So you get the perception, but actually what you told was correct because you got the perception. You just draw, you just draw away. You got the perception he might do something, but you draw. But the thing that I didn't feel right was the part that you said that you added Dhamma there. I don't know whether you actually did add the Dhamma there.
I didn't go into deep contemplation, but at once it made me like laugh. Oh my God, because how come the perception of the gas tank and the gate is open, everything came here because nothing can be seen. So,
Yeah, that's
and
the beauty
this,
of the telepathization.
right, yes.
Because you have had that
Yes.
experience before. I mean, we have so much experiences. And I have told this to Joel also, someone asks a question, you get so much burning because you have burned before. So it keeps coming back, and he's wondering, what's the big deal? I mean, why am I burning again and again? No, even without a reason, you actually got the perception and you smiled. Okay, you smiled. Yes, but again, what I'm saying is, even if this perception comes, and imagine you actually went back and closed the gate. The thing is, the important factor here is whether you have done it, believe in the dream or the not believe in the dream, is in the field section. It's in the field section. It's so intimate,
subtle,
so
yes.
sandittika that no one can actually get it by the very well RNC, because I haven't encountered working with him, but you have. So you can see he can like say, do this, Sudharma. You do that, Asanti, or something like that. He can say. So do you think he can do that without a perception?
Yeah,
100% there is a perception. So do we say, oh, Aranwanse has perception, so it's wrong? We don't say that. So we clearly understand Lord Buddha had so much perceptions. Otherwise, how can he say, I'm free today, I'm going to see Anuruddha Thero, I have to go and see Anuruddha Thero. Or when he's invited to a lunch or the almsgiving, will he not know what he's doing? He definitely knows what he's doing because he answers people with their names. He have so much deep consultations, like the conversations. How come you do that without a perception? Immediately, actually speaking, immediately when a person comes in front of Lord Buddha has a massive feel. That's a different thing, actually. So what I'm trying to say is, when you say that sentence, that you say, I got a perception and I smile, that's good, because you actually understood that how this telepathization, how this, things go on. That's what living is. But if that dream you feel it as happening, that is a different thing. So the main difficulty here is understanding this dream with the power and without the power. There is no shortcuts here. There is no shortcuts here. I don't think so. So I think we need to just keep contemplating and understanding how this happens. And as much as you dwell on the idea that light is not actually there, light is actually the perception of light, when it happens so fast, you feel it as existing. This is the beauty of Dhamma, and that is where you actually, this understanding is very necessary to actually get rid of the you craving for the non-form world, or in the sense the feel, because otherwise the consciousness basically fools us. Because now imagine, now I can put my palm on the floor now. So when I put the palm on the floor, am I now deceived if I don't know the Dhamma? I'm going to be totally deceived, because I feel that there is a touch, but that's not the only thing that I'm going to feel. I feel that the main problem here is we feel that it's happening here. So, but with Dhamma only we understand it's just touch itself is just a speedy vibration of the organs. That's all, nothing else. And this contemplation is very needed for you to actually feel the absence of self vibration.
And Dr. Kokila, in the morning sermon, there was a very beautiful revelation that he said, when we perceive something, now the chair, we see the chair, and in no time another thought occurs that it is there. So that is the power, that is where
It's
the
actually not another
yeah.
thought, it's actually
It's
like a that what I said about the co-synchronization, like the telepathization.
Yes.
That's
So that
how it
is,
happens, because this happens. So
even
when the feel of it,
Doctor, I don't know how to address this, but this thing has really daunted me for, I think, from yesterday. I went to a person to chat, to talk, and she said she's a counselor. And she was running me down saying that you can't handle stress, you won't get married, sometimes you'll get married, sometimes you'll get married or not, like that. And so she was telling these negative things to my life, to me. And that has made a bad perception about myself. How could I come out of this thing that has been told to me?
did that actually happen yesterday, did you say?
Not yesterday, doctor.
The before. Okay,
Yeah. Last month or something, but it's not allowing me to go in front and do anything, because what she told has been registered in my mind. So I'm trying to, I'm not trying to surpass that, but I'm trying to overcome, but it's unable.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, but yeah, definitely you would. I'm telling you now that definitely you would. Don't worry about that. But anyway, understanding this mind is so beautiful, because that's how it is. So much things with the highest power get engraved in the system much, it's so deep. That's where actually the self vibration was the highest. So that is engraved because you felt uneasy in front of her. So that itself means that's going to have you might synchronize to that vibration again and again and again. That's very normal. And more you understand this Dhamma, no thought can bother you. Actually, no thought would wander you, I would say, because all the thoughts are working the same way. They are just synchronization of the same previous thought. That's all. So whatever the incident, I think I was trying to say something like that yesterday also. Whatever the incident, whatever the impact you had, is you. So whatever the impact was the power that we have, and highest that uneasiness, how highest that anger, or higher the uncomfortable feeling that you get, annoyance you get, whatever the word can be different. Word can be different. You can be shame. You can feel shame. You can feel, run down, intimidated. Whatever the word, it doesn't matter. The word means you have felt it. So felt, what did you feel? You feel the self-existence. That's what you felt. So that is going to get registered because whatever the things that has the highest vibration is going to resynchronize again and again, come back in, whenever there is, even if you see someone like her, you might get shocked. You might, someone might say something similar to that, in line with that. Accidentally, if I say something in line with that, you might be like, she going to say something like that person, like that is how the synchronization happens. This is a so beautiful thing to learn how this mind works. This is much more beautiful than seeing a film, because why we like some kind of people and why we don't like some kind of people. It's all in this system. We don't know when it is happening, how it is happening, but there are so many patterns in our lives which are repeating. And whatever the episode that you had made an impact because it was you. The impact is you. There's no separate you in there. That impact is the you. So the burning that came in her presence was the burning that we talk about. And that burning is going to synchronize again and again. That's how the self-vibration works. So whenever this happens, we'll be like, here comes, this is happening again. And no vibration is going to make you wonder why it is happening again. You just, I think it won't be an impact as you thought before. You need to let go some time. So in the sense, you need to let the time, flow by. And one day, even if you see her, you will be like, you will know, as I said before, as I was trying to tell to Sudharma saw something and had a perception. Yeah, you will have a perception. This is that counselor. Yeah, but you want that synchronization to that burning might not happen. That's how it is. That's how beautiful this Dhamma is. That's what I'm saying. No, Joel, don't worry. I'm saying don't worry, because I think this, if you keep understanding how this mind works, how this burning works, because the burning is nothing to do with the mind actually, because the mind is misinterpreted all the time. That mind, it is happening to me. And but when you keep understanding how mind works, how body works, how these hormones work, how the emotions work, how this burning has made like a big impact on us. So what happens is everything will happen without the burning. That's all what is going to happen. So if you are procrastinating about that in the future, that you will feel that no, it is going to get better. Day by day, it is going to get better. And even if you see her face to face, you want, it doesn't necessarily make an imprint on you. Imprint is actually, the reason for the imprint is this power. So when power goes down, whatever the perception doesn't necessarily mean anything to you. Do you get the point, Joel? So don't worry.
Yes, doctor. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. I think Sudharma had to go. I think she has something to do today. So anything else? Suranga, you can join in. Don't have much time. What's time? 9:23. We have 7 minutes.
There was a night, Dr. Kokila. Just
Yeah.
something just came up to my mind just now about the same thing that mentioned by Joel. And now we are worried about these unpleasant thoughts being repeated. But when it comes to some very happy moments, I say a person is given some sort of appreciation or maybe a prize at some special event or some
Yeah.
good performances. Now, sometimes that thought also can keep on coming. I mean, that is getting synchronized because that also has been engraved, as you said, very deeply. And
100%. That's how love works.
yeah, that's right. So we don't complain about such things, are we? I mean, we accept it with open arms,
We
but when it
complain
comes
about it
to
when it becomes a problem.
problem, yes.
But that's how life is. That's what
Yeah,
actually
that's
life
true.
is. These perceptions being coming and perceptions getting real. That's what it is.
Yes.
Actual living is that. But when we keep understanding this beautiful film, that you understand that you actually became a culprit in that. And what happens when you understand this Dhamma, Joel? Actually, you will become the director. You don't really the body will work, mind will work, perceptions will be there without any burning. So nothing is going to be a problem. So it's this synchronization. If you see someone similar to the person you love, and like young, specifically young age with the hormones and all that, that's the only thing that young boy would think about, like girls. I mean, there can be different likings. It doesn't matter. I'm taking an example. So this is how it is. This is how it is, and you see a face, and then if you feel something about that, you keep thinking about that even after coming home, and you don't think it's a specifically unpleasant thing. But if you find out that girl is with another boy, then it becomes a problem to you. Why am I thinking about that girl, even though I know that she's married or she's, that even that can happen. You can still continue to do that. So this is how the mind is. And when you understand this craving of the blueness of the mind, how this works, this vibratory nature of the actual this power, and also the when that power is there, mix with that power, whatever the perception becomes very strong. It's becoming strong, and the power is felt much more than in one way. You don't go after all the girls you see. You just but what I was trying to say in the previous one was all these perceptions as synchronizations. We don't know how these things happening. So a similar face might bring the same, excitement. But then you realize, after looking at that person properly, you realize, it's not her. But that whole gush of the excitement was there, even though that person was not actually that person. Because you just saw someone else, but you misunderstood. But the gush was already there, because it's so instant. This is so beautiful if you keep understanding how this works, and you can you can feel how other people feel, how other people feel that they are living. Also, you can feel, it's so beautiful that how this misunderstanding has happened, and it is a miracle that you actually feel it otherwise, isn't it? Anything to add? Swanka must be busy today. That's okay.
Dr. Kukula.
You have only 2 minutes, but it's okay.
Yeah, no, I just want to say that again, it's that sense of trying to own, isn't it? Ignorantly, the default position is we try to own the stimuli, whether it is, if someone
and
says...
underneath that, Surangika, this is so tricky. Underneath that, what you seek is that pleasurable moment. Even not the girl sometimes, that is the tricky part. The pleasure, the hyped up moment, that the even in the field level, this nandi, is it the pleasure or the I don't know English word to
it's
say
like
that.
an underlying feeling of feel good element, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of. But that is there even in the sadness. That's the thing. You savor, you kind of savor, savor the sadness. You kind of savor the happiness. But at the end only you understand, you savor yourself. Kind of you savor the self vibration. That's kind of the end part. But the how this glue works, I'm saying it is glue because it's easy to understand. How this glue works is that it just works as a glue. It's not necessarily that you are, if you talk to someone, there are even medical conditions, they kind of, that idea makes them to live, kind of, I don't know how to say that, not live, kind of, that is driving them. The sickness has become a thing. So that's how it is. The living is such a thing. We call it living, but we don't know what it is. So, but actually what is living is this changing perceptions and this flow of this power. And the feel of this power, there is a slight a notion underneath that you savor, you feel the sensory organs, and you kind of you feel it existing. You its words are so difficult to say, but the feel of existence, there's an underneath power to wanting to have that feel of existence. That's the thing. It's so getting subtle and subtle. So the feel was the happiness, feel was the sadness. So finally, when you come to understand, it's a mind sensor, yes, but then you understand, okay, this is the eye sensor. Then you understand this is the skin sensor. But then who wants to keep sensing? Isn't it? It's really beautiful to understand this Dhamma. I think we are running out of time now. So thank you so much, Joel, for bringing up the questions. We really appreciate that. And we'll try our best to, have a discussion around that those topics. And thank you, Dhamma friends. We worship Aranwansi for his great guidance. And if anyone, I would like to invite to listen to the 5 o'clock. Is it the 5 o'clock? I think the 5 o'clock Zoom discussion today. It
was the 5 o'clock one.
It's so beautiful. May Triple Gem bless you all.
That was a nice
Good afternoon, everybody. Teruvan Saranai Arinwanse. Teruvan Saranai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 52. If you are able to see that all that you see outside is not true, and if you are able to remain without any reaction towards it, that is called Patisotaya. Patisotaya is the path towards Nirvana, the path towards the supramundane plane. It is very difficult to train yourself towards the Patisotaya. Therefore, it is very important to put a lot of effort into going on the path. You need to consciously go towards the Patisotaya. Chandan Janeti means that you need to have a liking to go on the path. Vayamati means you need to put an effort to go on the path. The Buddha showed us the 4 types of right effort, so we could go on the path. Anupanan, Papakanan, Akusalanan, Dhammananan, Anupadaya, Chandang Janeti, Vayamati Vidyang, Arati Chittam, Pajanati, Padahati, Uppanan Papakanan, Akusalanam, Dhammananam, Prahanaya. Chandan Janeti vayamati viryan arahati chittang pajanati. The four types of right effort, Satara Sampadana Virya, are seeing the thoughts that you receive from your senses. Samvara Padana, seeing the thoughts prevent you
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ශානි. Can others hear Shani's voice?
I can't.
I also can't hear.
Yeah, I think something may have gone wrong with the signals or connection. I think she's no more in the group. She got disconnected probably. We will wait for a few minutes and see whether she joins.
Sudharma, do you have the book? What's the
Yes,
topic
yes,
that
doctor.
what's the topic that she
That
was talking?
should be that should be four great efforts. Satara Samya Pradhana Vira. Yesterday I read the pages, page 52 she said. Because Dobagoda there are always internet connection issues.
Ashani
Yeah,
joined.
Ashani joined. Okay.
I think there are connection issues. What is Satra Samma Pradhana? I can't even remember. What is the Sinhala word for what are the Sinhala
Four
meanings?
great, I think four great efforts, doctor, that from what I read was that kusal nokaru kesal kirimata unopan kusal
Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks.
nokarimata,
Yeah.
those
Yeah,
four things.
thanks.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah. So initial efforts of a person who comes into the path, I think, as if it's given in the book, I can. There is
Shani,
some.
can you hear us, Shani?
Dr. Kokila, can you hear me?
Now we can.
So I'll continue with the paragraph. The Buddha taught us the four types of right effort because you have to apply an effort period to go on the path and realize the ultimate truth. When you get tricked by the thoughts you receive, or when you believe your thoughts, you create akusala, such as lobha, dvesha, and moha. When you apply the four types of right effort and be aware of the thoughts that you receive in your mind, it means that you are on the correct path to realize the truth. Seeing your thoughts according to the Yoniso Manasikara means that you prevent creating thoughts of Lobha, Dvesha, Moha, which would prevent you from realizing the pure truth. Terasa everybody.
Sarnashani,
Well,
thank
I
you.
joined few like one or 2 minutes late.
Yes,
So if you can start, that would be great. Yeah.
okay. Yes, Sarnashani, thank you for reading the book for us and starting the session. As usual, we all pay our homage to our noble friend Aryan Mahanse, and may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is our English Zoom discussion, and we will be based on what was read from the book. We will be starting the discussion, and then there onwards, depending on the questions that come up, we can further elaborate on those facts. We warmly welcome all of you who have joined the Zoom at this moment, and also our friends who are listening to us via other means, YouTube, etc. So if I just brief off on what Shani read actually, initially what was mentioned was about the Patisotaya. What is meant by Patisotaya? The uh, usual thing, or what is described in the mundane world, is what is called Anusotaya. You are going down the stream. And basically what you experience is an existing outside world, and then there is a person who is experiencing the world. So there is duality where the two ends are there. Myself is there in the center, and I am experiencing everything uh, which is taken as world. So world includes all the materialistic things, the people, and also myself. Myself is also a part of this world. So they are all thoughts, but without realizing that they are thoughts, it's taken as real. So that is your anusodaya, where you are just flowing with the stream. What was described by Lord Buddha was what is called the Patisote, where you are trying to swim upwards against the stream, against the current, which is not easy because this is what we have been practicing all over the time. I mean, throughout the samsara journey, the birth cycles, we have been practicing Anusodaya. Now we have recognized, we have identified that this is not the truth. Actually, the world is a creation of the senses, and we are trying to understand and trying to swim upwards. So for that, Lord Buddha described this four types of right effort. Which includes actually there should be an effort to that effort to understand, and there should be a willingness to learn this truth, and then only you will achieve something initially as a knowledge, but then later on as a conversion inside inner transformation. The four types I will just briefly explain. First, you might identify the things which went wrong, or the defilements. Under the defilements in Buddhism, it's explained three things mainly. The lobha means the clinging. Dvesha means aversion. And moha means the feeling of existence. Even if you are not attached, or even if you are not rejecting that, but you still feel that it is there, it's existing. So that is your moha. So identifying these defilements, even after some time, after a time gap from the incident, is also a skill. In Pali, it is called kusal. And then further, when you improve, when you start understanding this, that interval becomes less and less. And then the system will understand these defilements then and there whenever it happens. But there is no way of preventing, because this is a part of the system. Defilements is a kind of current or some heavy feeling that occurs as a part of the system. So further, when you understand this more and more and move towards the truth, these defilements actually gets less and less significant. And finally, what is felt, what is experienced is just very relaxed and very light feeling. So it is a very brief explanation of what was read from the book. We can start the discussion. If there are questions, we can start the discussion on those lines. Or Dr. Kokila, you can select.
Actually, did we talk all the four, or just gave the introduction?
It's an introduction. I didn't give in detail. I didn't mention in detail, but
Even
basically,
Shani didn't mention the all four, did she? She
she
didn't name the four.
She didn't name. Actually, what is in the book is just a very sort of outline, basic outline.
Yeah.
So,
I'll just
yeah.
talk about a little bit, because I think
Yeah.
it's very important how
Yes.
this keep happening, because we have we'll get a basic clinging, because when we take these examples are kind of strong. We try to take strong examples, but if we take something like what can I say, money. So if we take money, we have been given the idea money is very important. We have been taught the whole life, I think, how money can save you, how money is important. Money is, people has to save money, all that. So the perception of money will be there, and so when we try to understand this, we understand that actually what happens is the power of this thought is the actually feeling of self. So the feeling of self is nothing other than this, just a stimulus. So if the stimulus is taken as money, it's an example only. So the actual feeling of self, or this suffering, we call it suffering, the suffering or the burning or defilements, whatever the words you use, it doesn't matter. This suffering is brought about by the power of the stimulus. How does this power of the stimulus come is because of the ignorance. So what we try and correct here is the ignorance. So when we try to correct the ignorance, what we understand is just, yes, there is a perception, don't worry. There is a perception. You can't say money is not there. There is a perception, of course. It's a global way of living. So the perception is there, but is it there? When we ask that question, it's actually kind of two-sided, because yes, perception is there, but is it actually there? Well, if I say money, someone who doesn't understand English will not have any idea. That is from the language point of view. But just imagine you give that message through maybe sign language. But then if someone doesn't know the sign language, again, that is fair. But if someone shows you some dollars, maybe, but that even that, if that is a person in the some tribe in the jungle, they won't know what that is. They will burn it for, to get some fire. They might put it there to get the fire going. So how is this perception giving a value to one system and not to the other system? Anyway, we keep understanding this, how this keep happening, and we also understand something else, because we don't just stop from the perception of the mind consciousness. The mind consciousness is the money, but actually we may touch something. Just touching, I can touch the money and say this is a 5,000 rupee note, or this is a $50 note. So, but that is kind of, by looking at it, it's kind of we feel that something is there, even though it is not. Some might argue, I know this $50 is not there, but there is something. What is it? I can feel it. See, I can feel this paper. I can feel. Is it a paper? Oh, no, you can't call it a paper. Paper is also perception, but I can feel something. But then you keep understanding that is the touch that we are trying to describe. And that touch is also actually, we have described that it is actually a production of the sensory system. That is all. And that if you keep understanding this, actually no way that we can define a self without these six senses. You switch off all these six senses. Where are you now? Just by wisdom, just switch off the six senses. Can you find something there? No. Because the finding of the six senses that we have always defined that there is someone. So when we keep understanding this, now we come back to the Satara Samyak Pradhana, when we try and understand, there are four things that is happening. I think first one, Joel will already understand the suffering that, the suffering that, I don't know whether I'm using the proper language here, though. I'm trying to give the message. So we have something given important here. The example is money. So we keep understanding about that. The ability of that stimuli to bring about that power is not there. So if someone can help me, what is that first one, Sudharma?
Doctor,
even in
I can read. I can read that as if it's in the book, because since we are talking, Dhamma discourses are evolving around this stimulus. The definition for this is also different now, Doctor. The first point is seeing the thoughts that you receive from your senses. That's the first point, as you now described. One should have the ability to see the thought occurring. That's the first point. Yeah. Second point is, seeing the thoughts that you receive from your senses.
Okay. What is the second one?
Second one is seeing the thoughts prevent you from creating defilements. Akusal, that how you liberate from the thought, that mindfulness should be there.
Can you tell it in Sinhala, because I think there is...
Sinhala...
because there is
that is ayatana වලින් එන අරමුණු දැකීම.
No. Actual, I don't know.
The traditional one is, Dr. Sakuntala, will you be able to, as I remember, Upan Kusal,
Upan Kusal. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, first one is
Well, I will
Upan.
tell Upan Akusal
On some.
Nupadavima. So the
That's right.
Upan Akusal Nupadavima, that is, I am trying to tell Joel this because I think Joel really got it. That's why I'm trying to tell this to Joel at this moment,
Yes.
because I'm not actually trying to explain the kind of a deeper thing. I'm just trying to say
got it.
Upan Akusal Nupadavima is actually, you know, we get the, we have identified, kind of, we have identified, even Joel identified, you know, there's recurrent burning points. We have some points where there's recurrent point. Just take it as example, mother worrying about the daughter, the mother-daughter thing, mother-son thing, or whatever. You can take anything. But if we take one example like that, mother worrying about son, so the son actually is kind of a defilement which you have identified, and you keep understanding them, then that those defilements, that burning which actually happen, is not going to happen again. So that's kind of thing. I'll come back to the book, Sudharma, because this might contraindicate the book, so I don't want to do that. I'm just telling it in a different way. So when we understand that, so we kind of dissect one stimulus, or try to understand, or you know, understand Dhamma through thinking. First we do the thinking part, but then we actually keep understanding, okay, this the defilements that were already there is reducing. So and it is not coming. And so Upanakusal, what is the other one, Sakuntala?
Upanakusal.
Yeah, no, you say that. Yeah, Upanakusal.
Upanakusal Nupadima. Upanakusal.
උපන් කුසලයේ වර්ධනය
ප්‍රහාණය.
කිරීම.
උපන් අකුසල් ප්‍රහාණය කිරීම, නූපන් අකුසල් උපදවා ගැනීම.
Yeah, in that also, actually, akusala means the accompaniment. So that is the non-vibration. So actually, I think it will get complicated here. I think I'll stop here because it's going to get a complicated topic, I think. But what I wanted to tell, I will not go deep into that, but what I'm trying to say is, you know, we have already defilements, but then when we talk about the kusal, is like the non-vibration, or this no burning at all state. It happens in hand, because the already the defilements are coming down. The non-vibration, or the non-vibratory state, or the a sort of a meditative state keep coming up. So they all go hand in hand. But I'll stop there, because I think it will complicate the picture. But what I was trying to say to Joel was, actually, because Joel is here, when we keep understanding Dhamma, what happens is our defilements should go down, and the non-vibration, which we have kind of not experienced before, should surface. And there's more to that, but I'll stop there. Do you have any questions, Joel? I mean, not from this, because that will actually confuse you, because it's too complicated, actually, Dhamma points. But how about your questions from the book? Any questions from the book?
Yes, doctor. I just today finished the last chapter of that book, and what I want to ask is, like, now I don't have an I or me. It's the mental formation that we have created, that
Yeah.
I myself.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it's like sometimes in me, I take things personal. So how can
Yeah.
I not take things personal and kill this I and surface the vibration that comes? It's for me, it's for me, it's for me. How can I do
Yeah.
that, doctor?
Wow, that's a good question. Okay, now the things that are so personal. Correct me if I'm going in a wrong track, Joel, because I don't know where this answer is going to flow. So we take things personally. So when we take a thing personally, that word itself, what does that really mean? Okay, so imagine something happening to you in maybe saying we can say in year 12. We can say year 12. I'm not actually targeting you, I'm taking an example because it's so easy when we generalize things. So year 12, a child got an experience. Child went to school. Child actually, I'm actually telling one of the experiences of a child. So that child got kind of physically assaulted by another child. So this happened to a girl. So this girl has been taken to the hospital, treated, police is involved, everything. But whether they are involved or not, this vivid experience is personal. So it's kind of very personal. So that child struggles even to talk about that experience in an office where there is only the medical person and the mother of the person who went through this problem. So just try and become that child if you can. Just give up yourself and just become that child. Can you feel that experience? How much trauma, or we have to use the words here because there's no way I can explain the sadness, shame, anger. What else I I'm running out of words now. If there is guilt, so much, you can't even, lift your head because it's so much and it's personal. It's so unfortunate that it's personal because she is not an arahant or someone who has lost self. It's so unfortunate, but unfortunate things happen. So anyone feeling the self or anyone having this self vibration, everything, not only that traumatic experience, everything is personal. This is where the trick is actually. Everything is personal. The morning you get up and see the sunlight, it's personal. You see the the trees, you see you hear mother making tea, you listen to the sounds of the birds. Well, someone can say they are personal too, because the mother who is struggling to make the tea may not have felt any of them. So they are personal. Can you see this personalization is the duality that we talk about, is the main problem that we talk about, that the main problem that this suffering is this. The personalization is a notion, is a idea because the whatever we felt here, we felt as it happening here. So if something is happening here, it should be happening here. That's person. So the morning you go out of the room, you go through the house, you go through the kitchen door and go out, you can feel the morning breeze. So you can say all that is personal. Well, what is personal? That is the research that someone has to do. What is personal? What is feeling what? Who is feeling what? Well, of course there's some problem here, isn't it? One day, Sudharma went out, opened the door, found one shoe. Other shoe is missing. So it was personal. It was. What is it? This research you have to do, Joel. You have to do it. You can't really think about it. So what is the feeling of person there? Because we feel alive, why do we feel alive? We go through the house, we go to the kitchen door and we go out. And then we see so many things. So what happened there? We felt alive. You felt as you walked. It is personal. You felt as you went out, opened the door, went out. You felt as you felt the breeze. You felt the smell. You heard the noise. You saw the light of the sun. And it's so personal. How come is that? How come is that? Joel, you're asking so deep questions, and you're asking a light question. I'm answering deep. I don't know. That's a beautiful question. How come all these feelings have become personal? How come? Well, I would say it's because we have never known another thing. We have never felt anything impersonal. If you have ever felt something impersonal, this cycle is broken, Joel. This cycle, this bloody cycle, which we think that everything is personal, which has happened for the whole time. One moment, if you felt the impersonality, this is broken. This whole idea is broken. And that is what is the challenge is. But if you keep understanding this Dhamma and you keep questioning, how come this is personal? Well, Lord Buddha or that this Zoom discussion says it is impersonal. But I feel this as personal. How come? Well, if you do this research, Joel, I think actually you might be able to feel something different, because we have never ever felt something different. We believe what we feel. Yes, everything is personal. I smelled roses. It is personal. I saw the shoe. Even if the thoughts are not allowed here, even the feel is felt as personal, because you feel it as it's happening here. The life feel is here. So, do you understand, Joel, the challenges in this Dhamma is to actually feel the non-existence. Actually feel the impersonal moment and to understand, okay, this personal business or the duality we felt all the time is actually a construct, because there's a moment that it has vanished too. That means even though that is felt personal, that is not true. Well, I don't know whether I'm talking too much. I don't know. Do you understand anything, Joel? Or
Yes, doctor. Taking
it
things
should
personal
be,
is a thought kind of thing that comes, and it's an
well,
illusion.
even in the field level, it is happening. That's what I was trying to say. You were talking about the thoughts, but even in the field level, you go and the breeze, you felt as alive, isn't it? When the breeze comes, when you look at the tree, even when there is no much, you're not craving for the tree. I mean, who cares about someone might, but no one really worry about the outside at that moment, but you feel alive. How does that happen? Is because this whole thing we feel as that is an illusion. Actually, even the feel level, it is an illusion. So the thoughts, 100%, they are just but when there is a value, it has become personal already. There's no even talk about that. So if I say my father, if he is a thing to me, in the sense, if there's no understanding about that perception, if you really understand this Dhamma and you start feeling that, you understand that father is actually a perception. Doesn't mean that the father is not out there. It's actually meaning you have no experience of actual father. What we have, Joel, is just an experience of your 6 sensory organs. So if your mind is active, you have experiences. Billion experience, maybe, because whatever if you have, can you mean millions of experiences? According to the lifetime, if you lived about 100 years, Joel, we can't even count, can we? How much thoughts you have gone through. So the thoughts, each and every thought is taken for granted anyway, if you don't know this Dhamma. And whatever the thoughts that have that power to make you feel alive is personal. That is because of that ignorance and not knowing that that is not the case. So whenever we feel alive, that becomes personal because we felt something about that. So we can hate it or we can like it, whatever the experience. But even beyond that, even the feel of light, feel of sound, that is also personal, even though it is in the feel level. So if you keep understanding that, you understand that everything had been personal, even though we only think about the son or the daughter or the money or the job or whatever. So we remember only specific stuff. And as I said about the trauma, that child, that was so personal. Why? That brought so much impact. So the power that the life feel that exerted at that moment, because it's so much power, because it has, so much aversion you get when something like that happens. But that is so personal that she will remember it all the time, and she will struggle the whole life. So, but if I say is it personal, the patient or the person might get even annoyed, because yes, it happened to me. Why are you asking that? It happened to me. So how can we even discuss about something like that in such a situation? You can't. You just have to heal that person, help that person to heal. And if that person is open and feeling calm and okay, and then you might be able to get that person to understand this whole thing is just another stimulus. It's another occurrence. It's another perception. It's a part of this dream which you didn't like. So the you don't like means there is always this duality because you felt that it is happening to you. That is the mirage we are talking about. That is the whole point of Dhamma actually that you're asking. So it's the question, are we not having personal experiences? That's a big question, even though you don't expect that much depth in that. Yes, due to the ignorance, we feel everything as personal. Your mother is your own perception. Even your sister, who is sharing your same mother, even though it is the same mother, siblings will have different perception. So the personal view is different. What the daughter thinks about the mother is not the way the son thinks. And what they both think about is not the way how the dad thinks about the mother or the wife in that case. So how can these experiences feel so personal? Because that is how this system works. It's so complicated because of the mind sensor. 5 senses, not that complicated, but now even that is complicated because you feel like the light is happening here or the sound is happening here. Because the consciousness is always, you feel it happening here. But then after that, this whole mind consciousness comes, slowly the baby is starting to get into this mind bubble. After that, you are trapped in the mind bubble. This mind bubble, these personal experiences are much augmented, bigger, wild, having all the meanings, words, because I was struggling to tell the words anger, guilt, shame, anxiety, whatever the words, But do you know, an arahant, this feeling of self, when it is not there, nothing is felt as personal. That is the beauty of an arahant, which we can only tell. And that's a person without burning. Yeah, I think I'm talking too much. Anyone, Joel, did you actually get any idea about this personal thing? Personal thing is due to the ignorance, basically. Because we don't know how this system works. That's why we feel it as very personal. But if you at least once in your life felt an experience with impersonality, or in the sense without self, without this feeling of self, then you will one day understand, Joel, this whole thing that we have been feeling as a long-term Joel is actually just a joke. Yes. Anything to add to that?
Dr. Kokila, Joel's question resembles what I asked. I mean, when I first came across Dhamma and read a few books and came to know that it is only a system, there is no self, and still feeling as if everything is happening to me. So actually that situation telepathized when he was asking the question. The thing is, it's really good to know that he has started his RA research, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? As you said, he has started it and he is going to see it through himself. I wonder whether he can understand Sinhala language, Sinhalese. I don't know the background. Can he?
Yes,
Or
yes, I can. I can. I can.
so, of course, Dr. Kokila, he can listen to some beautiful sermons of Aryan Mahanse, basically about
Yes, yes.
like Darshana philosophy, isn't it? We did a lot. What this experience is actually, Dr. Kokila, when we read and when we come to know that there is no self, everything is a system, we try to, from the mind, we try to get that experience in life also. I mean, in day-to-day life. But it's too early because that still, although as knowledge we know that it is a system, there is no self, still we feel as if everything happens to me because the self perception is still there. So in my experience, I can tell after listening to the Amma for 2-3 years, even when I talk to Zoom discussions, Aryanwansi says, now see how much self or egoism is reflected in your voice. Still, it's there. You have to identify yourself. You have to work on that, and so on and so forth. So what I am trying to say is this: um, the self vibration or self perception, self view, it dilutes gradually. It's a gradual process. Actually, Dr. Kokla was explaining it, and other experienced friends will explain. So since I was in the same situation, it came to me. That's what Dr. Kokla was telling, that feeling of, I mean, as if I am at the center and everything happens to me. So we take as if it's their personal stuff. In other words, that is the self, because knowledge is there. We have heard the message of the Kalyana Mitra or the spiritual teacher, but we have to experience it by listening to more sermons, participating in discussions, and there's a beautiful practical path, practical program actually recommended by the spiritual teacher also. Dr. Kokila will explain to you further about that. And Dr. Kokila, I would like to talk about his yesterday's question also,
Actually,
because
Joel can go to Dombagoda, yeah, or even
yes,
the new
yes,
ones happening in. No, no, not now, but when he is interested, because there are new beautiful ones happening in Kandy also. So if he's near Kandy, he can go to Kandy ones. Because Domagoda is, I think, not towards Kalutara or Horani. So there would be a lot of beautiful monasteries happening, Joel, where you can actually stay there for 7 days or even 1 month, and or even more than that, and feel it's all in kind of jungle areas, not jungle, how do you say, forest areas, and with waterfalls, with so much tranquility anyway, physically also. But if you go with the correct view, which you're actually getting so fast, you can actually experience what I was trying to say, because this is something you have to experience. You know, we feel everything personal, but at least if you feel this at least once, that experience of this without the self, even in the field level, that would be the most beautiful experience ever, because you know how much tranquility you feel even by just understanding a little bit. So the more you actually go deep and deep, you will just understand there's no self. That's it, and just like that. So the personal, the word even personal or even impersonal stems from me. And when the root of the tree is cut, what can we talk about the tree itself? So actually what happens is all the defilements start to actually dwindle because the root is actually shaken. Because if you feel the non-existence at least once or the non-vibration at least once, this is good for all the listeners, that's why I'm saying, not only to Joel. So everyone in this world, if they feel this, they can understand that whatever we believed or whatever we experience so personal in the whole life, whole samsaric journey, is actually suddenly broken because there's one experience where even the field, the existence is broken. Field of existence is broken. So in that is the most beautiful experience in the world. So that will actually help you to understand that there is no self, even though we feel like that. There actually the burning is going to stop anyway, because this whole stem of the problem or the root of the problem or the core of the problem is taken out. So all the experiences, there are experiences, but they are not personal anymore. So there's no burning anymore. Isn't it beautiful, Joel, even to think about? I don't know, I feel like that. What do you feel, Joel?
Yeah, I feel good. And I have another question. I think
Yeah.
it's out of the topic. Who
Yes.
is Aryan Vanse? Is he a person that I can meet and talk? Where is he?
Well, I haven't met him. Well, you can actually meet him now because I have been listening to his Dhamma I'm from Australia, so I have been listening to his Dhamma. Randomly, I heard his sermons through YouTube. I'm still doing that. And I'm participating into the Zoom discussions too. But I haven't met him face to face. And all other friends, no, I don't know. I don't think Suranka has met, because Suranka is also from Australia, but Sudharma has met him. Maybe Dr. Sakuntala has met him. So he has started to actually come out.
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, we can pass his number to Joel because he will be happy to talk to him as well. Yesterday he was conducting a beautiful sermon in Kurunegala Mekmal Monastery. So he will, so you can talk to him and we can even arrange to meet him at Dombogoda Kalutara. Because he actually does one-to-one sessions also there. I mean, even now there is a foreigner attending the program. So I think better to pass his number, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, someone can do
Yes.
that. That would be great. I think Dr. Sakuntala can.
Yeah, I can pass the message. Maybe I can arrange to sort of talk to him at some time when he's free.
Yes, I think Aranwanse must be must be given a introduction so that because he gets so many calls, so he might not answer at the one go. So because he's so busy going around the country at the moment, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I can arrange it. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So anything else?
Thanks, doctor. Thank you.
Okay. And anyone else? Sudharma or Surangika?
I think Miss Surangika will add her thoughts, Doctor.
Yeah.
Everyone's on my Dr. Kokila, Dharma friends. I just wanted to maybe if someone can discuss the practical program aspect that you brought up, Sudharma. I think that would be good because Joel, I think I heard you say you finished the book. So the the difficulty in this is, or because it is so deep, it's one might think that one understood, when you read it in one couple of chapters or you read the book. But the beauty of this Dhamma is that the truth, the meaning of it changes as the deeper you realize, the deeper you understand the meaning that one gets out of it, the connotations of what each sentence meant in R.N. Mahansa's discourses that you read. I think it's in a question and answer form in some of the parts of the book, isn't it? Or maybe the full book is in a question and answer form. So somebody asks a question and then he gives an explanation. But for each of those explanations, I'm sure you have appreciated the depth of it through also with Dr. Kokila's explanations and then reading the book in parallel. But the more you read it over and over again, and if you couple that with the practical program, so there, I think Sudharma maybe or Dr. Sakuntala, one or two of you should be able to beautifully explain how it is, and that is the way you will be able to get so much more understanding and realization as to what each of those simple explanations meant in the book. And then some of that will resonate with Dr. Kokila's explanations also in the last couple of days. So if someone can explain that more, then Joel, you might be able to go back to some of the aspects in the book and then start reflecting again. Or you can also, if you have a routine during the day, say you go to the gym in the morning, or you go for a walk in the morning in a park or somewhere, or you go and sit by the beach, at any of those moments, or even at home, when you are, going about your daily routine, when you're taking a bath, when you're brushing your teeth, when you're making a cup of tea, these are instances because what comes across as thoughts or mind objects is always flowing, isn't it? There is no end to it. So there is no place where there are no thoughts. Thoughts are never ending. It's continuous. It's always there. It's like this omnipresent kind of thing. So what are we doing through this whole exercise? We are trying to understand the mind, and mind means thoughts and mind objects. So the object of reflection is always there, and that means there is always the opportunity to reflect. And the more you reflect, the more there is an understanding, and the more there is an understanding, the liberation from this so-called personal self-concept that we have talked about today will become, more and more illuminated for you. You'll start to understand this sense of personal thing that we have attached to objects. Was that actually even there? So I won't go into that again because Dr. Kokila will explain it. Maybe Dr. Sakutala or Sudharma, if you can explain the practical stages, because if he's going to the monastery and if he listens to Aryan Mansa or speaks to him, it might be good if he has already got an introduction as to what this practical program is that is being introduced and adopted in all our monasteries. Thiruvan Sannai.
Maybe Sudharma can explain it because you are more involved than me, aren't you?
Dr. Sakuntala, Theruvan Saranai, you mean the practical program?
Yes.
Dobogoda International Meditation Center?
And no, wherever you are doing, yes, I think the good one, or whatever you are doing, you can explain just 4 steps and what we are trying to achieve or what we are trying to understand.
Yeah, so actually, roughly the 1 day program, in the morning session, we discuss the Buddhist philosophy. So as Joel already has read the book, he knows that it is a system, and then how the self is created, that is explained. I mean, the importance is here face-to-face discussion, so you can ask questions from the presenter then and there, and you can discuss how you experience it now and what problems are there. So this one-to-one face-to-face discussion is very important, since you already know the basic theory from the book. And then in the afternoon session, actually the ultimate goal of the program is to somehow get rid of this world, I mean external world, which has become so real to us, and the self, I mean on this side, because now you of course know that since Dr. Kokila has explained, I mean in the past few days also, this duality and how we feel as if I or the self experiences this external world, and how we ignorantly believe that we have lived 34 years or so. So the first step, child, is to to help the person to liberate from the external world. How I mean practically we get the opportunity to feel that we live in a world of thoughts. It is all our imagination. So for example, uh, actually the first point of contemplation is explained, that is because I don't know, we have run out of time now, but still if I will talk through my what is taking an object in front of me. Now there is a flower vase. So when I see the image of the flower vase, when I see this image, we call it actually shape of light, aloka satahanak, or varna satahanak. The word, the name, the flower vase comes from the mind, and I identify it as a flower vase. But my eye doesn't say that it is a flower vase. So now I hear somebody talking, but it is a voice of a human being, it is a sound, but my mind says that it is a voice of a human being. Always this labeling or the name goes from the mind. So that is, I mean, basically what we practice in the first point of contemplation is that. So that is actually artificially created situation for us to feel that we live in a world of thoughts. What externally, that doesn't mean nothing is out there. What we are going to understand is what we believe to be there are not there. I mean, we believe that there are chairs, there are flower vases, there are people. We at once saw them as people and real entities. But this effort is to, as at the very beginning we explained, going against the current. So to see that none of these is a real thing. And then the second point of contemplation is now the mind is there. Mind is there because now we practice the labels come from the mind. So is there something called permanent thing called mind? So second point of contemplation is to liberate liberate from so-called mind. For that we have to see, we have to try to understand how does this flower vase, tree, mother, all these labels come from. So there we have to go back to the very first occasion that this particular object came into our life. For example, now if we take a red apple, at once when we see that the red apple, the label goes out. So how did this label come to my life? we have to do a bit of contemplation. So when we go back to our early childhood, you might probably find that one day your mother brought an apple and introduced it to you, or else in the nursery the teacher introduced those instances. So the why it is important is, somebody might say, no, I don't have to go back to the childhood or to the first instance. I of course know, because I did that blunder. Why should I go back wasting time? I already know it happened at some time. No, this active contemplation really helps, because our spiritual teacher, honestly, we are not exaggerating, he has recommended this in the yesterday also. He said he has done a lot of if research, I mean he has done a lot of work all by himself to come up with this beautiful program, which helps us to come to certain realizations easily. Then with that, we liberate from the mind. And then the third point of contemplation is to see how, and it's actually beautiful experience. Dr. Kokila is the best person to talk about this, because it's about the feel. You feel actually near radiant mind experience, how these all these sensory organs perceives stuff without the hindrance or without the interference of past knowledge or the wrong beliefs. Because we believe that there are things, and these things, labels are there and so on. Once we get rid of that, we get a beautiful feeling. We can actually, if you are on doing an honest job, you can of course feel the original sensory organs experience there. Then finally, the fourth stage, when you are thorough that it is just a system, just 6 sensory organs at work, and the body also moves in walking meditation as a puppet. Finally, it's actually, now we all were targeting at this, getting rid of the self. It is non-self experience. You feel the 6 machines working and body moving, and without the involvement of a self. So it is that's all I can explain right now, because we have run out of time also. So Dr. Kokila and all of you can polish it up. Actually, I don't think I did a good job. Thiruvan
No,
Saranai.
I think it's okay. And we will hand over the Zoom discussion to the 4 o'clock Zoom in Sri Lanka. And
Yeah, actually, just I want to
it's
say, Joel, there's no rush actually to plan any of these things. We have been just telling you the details, but feel free to decide when you like to
yeah,
join,
there's no
please.
pressure.
Yeah, that's right.
No pressure at all, actually.
Thanks, doctor.
Because,
Thank you.
yeah. And we will meet tomorrow and try to elaborate on things, or talk about mere, just even a normal topic. We can talk about that. But sometimes even Joel's questions take me deeper, so I'm sorry if it made it a bit too much. But anyway, thank you so much for coming for the discussion, and we worship Aranwanse for his guidance, and may Tripurjan bless you all, and happiness will be actually with everyone. Thiruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai, Doctor. Thiruvan Saranai, Lord. Join. So the reading of the book will not happen. In time to come, Dr. Kokila and other Dharma friends will join. Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, she has just joined. Today, Shani is unable to join, so no reading will happen. I just started. Dr. Kokila, Thiruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai. I think Shani can't participate today, so we'll start the Dhamma discussion. It's okay. So do you have the book? I don't know.
I have got the book, Dr. Kokila. She said it's page 52 that we have to start. Today, I don't know whether we have to wait until
We
she
can,
joins tomorrow.
yeah,
And
we can wait.
yeah, doctor. It's
Yeah, we can wait. So actually, we can talk about the perceptions today because we talked a lot about the perceptions. And if Joel has a question, we can answer that too. So we have so many perceptions. The development of perceptions, as we discussed last time, happens with so much due to the cultural background or the environmental factors. So a child in the European country and a child in the Asian kind of country and a child in maybe African country or in a tribe, the perceptions they have or aspirations in that sense, aspirations they have, plans they have, thoughts they have, whatever the word you say, they're quite different. So when the life was simple, I think the main aspiration was to find food and survive and look after the breed. That was the main factor which was there. So, but with changes in the generations, now we have quite different aspirations or perceptions or thought patterns. So it changes from generation to generation. It changes. So a lot of if you read about newest generations, they kind of depend. The way they look at the life is quite different. They are open to a lot of simple living, as well as they usually kind of has a free mind, but it all depends. So these perceptions or the pattern of thinking or pattern of living in that sense demarcates who we are. That's how it is. Like I'm so and so. This is, if you ask what is, who are you? And what you can say is, my name is this. We can say, I'm from this background. We have like a definition kind of thing. But if we actually ask, who are you? They might ask, well, I told you, I am so and so. I am Sudama. I'm Kokila. I'm Srangika. I'm Joel. We have like an answer. But then if someone asks you again, you might even get irritated. I told you I'm Surangika, like, why are you keep asking me again and again, who am I? But in Dhamma, when you talk about truth, we keep actually asking that question. That can really irritate us if we don't know why we are asking that. But we ask that to actually rekindle or actually improve your ability to research about this feeling of self. Why do we feel as alive? Why do we feel as there is a me here? Well, I started the discussion like that. Is there any question, Joel, from your side? I'm open to that because you may have some, even a little one. It's fine.
Yes, doctor. Like I've been reading that book these 2-3 days,
Mm-hmm.
and I just felt that my sensory faculties are not working. I was just like floating. I don't know whether this is an experience of yours, but I just want to ask, similar to that, how does a mood, is it connected to the thought, and how does mood swings happen if thoughts are illusionary?
The mood swings are actually the emotional part of the mind. It's actually a kind of an outcome. So it is, this part is not much in animals, like when the mind is not that powerful, the dog might cry when not the kitten, oh my God, the puppy is dead. But for a little while, like then there's no, like they're not, you can't really say they are suffering for ages and ages like our mums. Our mums, if your son died, if their son died, they might suffer for the next, if the mother lived another 50 years, they might suffer for the 50 years of that living. So this mind faculty actually has so much extensions, like the happiness, the sadness, the moodiness, the everything is actually part of the mind sensor. But the extreme changes in that is actually due to this the misunderstanding of self, actually, because most of the time these problems are directed directly towards me, because if someone shouts, if it is not directed at you, you are not really angry. Imagine someone shouts from the road. I'm telling an example. Someone is shouting from the road. You go to the front and see who is shouting and why he is shouting, and you realize that he's shouting at the neighbor, not me. Then you're like, oh, okay, he shouldn't shout. You're kind of calm because you know that he shouldn't shout. We'll say he's drunk, but he shouldn't shout, but you're not that bothered because he's not shouting at you. You know that he's not facing your house. You know that he's facing some other's house. Likewise, so this, the burning which happens, or the moodiness that happens, or whatever the emotional changes that happen is directly related to me or my family or myself. So that part is what we are dealing with. Otherwise, actually, it's a part of the mind sensor. So the some animals will have like a bit of an emotional part, but usually their emotional parts are short-lived. One day my son was telling me that the shortest memory power is of like a fish, but I don't know, it was like a story he was telling, but it could be true. But the human ability to resynchronize to your past is massive, and the resynchronization to your kind of the past thoughts can bring back the same emotions that you had that day. That I was explaining that on the first day that you asked me. So that is kind of the mind sensor, yes. And that's weird, but that's how we feel alive. In the other way around, we mistake our ability to feel the emotions as a self, because you feel, I'm feeling sad. If someone questions, really, are you feeling sad, or is it your... But if someone knows Dhamma, they will not shout at you. But if they don't know, they will be like, yes, are you like judging me? I'm sad. But then when we talk about in Dhamma way, actually what we try to show is actually it is this sensor, ability of the sensor to feel all that. Because the ability of the sensor is there, because if you see a good old friend suddenly on the road you will be like, hi, how are you? After such a long time, you feel such a, like a kind of elated mood. That's normal. That's okay. That's how it is. Because you have a mind sensor. You're born with that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there is a self that is experiencing that. And the other way around, if you meet the same person in the shopping complex again and again and again, you will be like, that becomes a bit neutral, but still, you might have that. In the other way around, if you see someone who is kind of noisy or you don't like, you will get a small nudgy feeling, or like kind of a annoyed feeling whenever you see him, and you might even go on as you are shopping, not even seeing him. So this is kind of the production of the mind sensor. Does that make sense, Joel?
Yes, doctor. Thank you. Thank you.
Anything else?
Anything else is like I just said, I'm reading this book. So I just want to ask everyone, is this a feeling that you get that like you're not in this body and you're just like floating? And I can't sense anything because I'm reading this book. So many truths have been revealed here. This me is an illusion. Our thoughts are just illusionary. Everything is illusion. So I was like, after I read, even when I'm walking, I don't feel like walking. What's going on?
If you kind of understand this, the truth, whatever action you do, so imagine you're walking, imagine you are cleaning the house, imagine you are combing your hair, imagine you're brushing your teeth or dressing up. Well, it's actually not done by you. So we just keep understanding this. It's action, yes. Definitely there's action. Don't misunderstand. There's no argument about that, because there is action. There's hearing, there's seeing, there's talking. There's everything is happening, but the actual feeling that you get is you don't have a burning. That's how you feel. And sometimes we might actually get so light feeling that you might feel like floating. Yeah, that's fine. Don't think too much about it. That's all right. Just keep understanding the truth, because the truth is a bit deeper than we think. Even the floating feeling, the happiness that we get, or the tranquility we get, is also a kind of a product of this system, isn't it? So we don't get attached to that even. So we will be just blissfully, eternally happiness. That's a kind of thing, but that's through deep understanding how there is no self here. And whatever happens, it's happening to the sensory faculties, yes. And as long as your sensory faculties are working, there would be outcome. I mean, that's not a bad thing. It's all right. But just don't keep thinking too much about it, because it's okay. The sadness as well as the both extremes, they are just productions of this sensory organs. And when you keep understanding Dhamma, you will feel lighter and lighter. That's all. That's good. Anyone else? To tell
Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Yes.
Something connected to Joya's question regarding mood swings. Although we feel as if certain mood prevails for a certain period, there is nothing like that. That certain thought power, we feel happiness or sadness or kind of some frustration due to that thought power. Even that thought again, it repeatedly happens, and so that we feel as if that condition prevails for a certain period. Is it so? If we look at it from
What is the example for that?
that mood swings, now we feel as if happiness prevails for a certain period, maybe 10-15 minutes, but nothing prevails like that at a stretch. No, the thought, that certain thought created some power, and that is
Yeah, that is mind
of
sensor. But with this
yeah.
Dhamma, if you
Yes,
really understand this Dhamma,
yes,
the lightness you feel, or the tranquility you feel, or the super happiness we might feel, it's nothing related to your sensory organs. So imagine if Joel said that Joel has some kind of very tranquility, some kind of tranquility. But then if that is going to persist, even in a calamity, he get angry if someone keep asking the same question. But if someone is actually asking him again and again and again about the topics that he doesn't like, then still if he is happy, then I would take it as the the real outcome of this Dhamma. That is the outcome what we actually expect from a person who really feels Dhamma. Did you actually get that point, Joel? It's very important to understand, isn't it? Because when we are happy, that's fine. We feel so light, we feel very good, all are in positive aspect. But imagine someone understands this, Dhamma, that there's no self, there's sensory organs, and that is it, And then, even in a problem, even at a moment that you should be thoroughly upset or really agitated, even at that moment, even if you are exposed to something very terrible, you might underline there would be that feeling. That is the best thing. That's the best thing you might feel in future, actually. Do you get the point, Joel?
Yes, doctor, because I think these 4 or 5 days I could openly say that even in my house, I do not get angry, and my anger has gone down a lot. And it's
That's
because of
excellent.
listening to these things and reading the book. And even when I watch news, I don't feel irritated or upset. I just watch it. I mean, I don't watch it. My
Yeah,
eye is
really.
watching it. Okay. So
That's
it's
good. That's
mainly
good.
on color and sound that we make a big illusion in our mind. The book says so. So I have reduced my anger a lot. Even if irritating things happen, I don't get irritated. I can see a difference. My
That's
parents do see a
excellent.
difference.
That's excellent. That's excellent. I mean, I think our efforts, our efforts is to give the truth. Someone has to feel happy. Someone out there should have eternal happiness, not just happy. You can make someone happy by giving a child can be happy when they get a chocolate, but not like that happy, but eternal happiness without even when you are going to die, you will be having the same tranquility is so very, very I mean, we can't compare that to any other happiness. So I'm really thankful, and we thank our Buddothpado Aryan Vanse for him sharing his experiences with us and trying to teach us this truth. And we kind of try our best to give that in English language, because language problems are there also. But yeah, that's so amazing. What do you think, Sudharma and Surangika? Do you have anything to add?
To thank you
And
basically for doing this. Actually, you have done a marvelous job within the few days, because Joel joined a couple of days ago, Dr. Kokila, and we
yeah,
experienced how you were trying to explain things, and you
but
have done
we
a
are
lot.
kind of, yeah, I
Yeah.
know. We are kind of Buddothpado and Hanse's guidance. Anyway, Sudharma, you asked a question. I forgot that. You asked a question, and you're asking about the. I don't know
Persisting
whether
feeling,
I
Dr.
don't know whether I
Kokila.
answered the question. Did I? Because I think I answered Joel.
Today, no, it's all right, Dr. Kokila. Today I have some other question regarding the perception also. It's rather than a question, how I felt. Now, when my own kids call me Amma, it creates a certain impact. And when somebody else calls me Amma, it creates another impact. But it is more or less the same sound, Amma.
Well, Sudharma,
So,
from today onwards, I will call you Amma. Is that okay?
That's okay.
No,
So,
I can feel that because you know when
Amma, Sudharma Amma.
yeah. So now actually it's very good that you bringing that up because I have had my friends who get so agitated when a kid comes up and tell auntie, and they're like their eyes roll and they're like the face get tightened. They don't say anything. I mean, when we were younger. Sorry, I'm not talking about now. Now we are aunties anyway. But what I'm trying to say is when we were younger, I had friends, you know, the kids come up and say, Auntie, can I have that? Can I have that? And they're like, who is Auntie here? And I have had my own patients who are actually kind of in 60s, 70s. And they came and told me, one of the policemen who they were walking around, and so a policeman has told those two old ladies, and they too were shocked. And they came to me and talked to me about that, how they talk a lot of things with me. So they were talking how they get shocked by it to hear that they're old aunties, you know, like old women. So likewise, we have so many perceptions behind our, it's very tricky. These little things which come up, we don't know why they are coming up even. Because if someone, I used to, people when in Sinhala, some people can call Tamuse, and Tamuse is actually Tamunanse in Sinhala. It has been like a long name, but when it is shortened and talked in a different way, it sounds so rude, intimidating. Yeah, and so so no one likes to be called, Tamuse. But then when the friends are calling, sometimes there may be a fashion that the friends may be called Machang and Tamse, all that, or anyway, So there are simple, actually saying, maybe we can say mathematics, simple mathematics behind these things, simple underlying, I would say subconscious, but there's nothing subconscious, actual, there's no meaning in that, but there is some perception we have which we even can't explain sometimes, because it gives you a feeling with the edge,
age and Dr. Kokila may be representative of certain social class, because not to, intimidate a certain group of people, normally we call Amma especially doctors in hospitals, they address patients as Amma. So age of one thing, one factor. If someone is quite at a certain age, we call Amma. And then this family kind of relationships, mother-son. So same perception or the same label has different meanings into them, and somehow we have, I mean, that telepathizes the moment we hear that is rather, that depends on the context. That's what I actually tried to figure out, why it has various impacts on different situations.
But
So what you are explaining is great.
actually speaking,
Yeah,
Sudharma, this
yeah.
is just a sound, okay?
Sound, of course, yeah. And
It's
yesterday, Dr. Kokila, in the practical program, one lady told me, actually, I quoted this as an example when I was explaining something, the thought formations, I think. She told me her son's mother-in-law used to call her Amma, so she didn't want to talk to her. She didn't visit her for some time, and she openly told her son to tell her not to call me Amma, just to call me Akka, I mean sister. And such a story also came up in the discussion.
yeah, but that's so superficial, isn't it? These are
Yeah,
all
yeah.
superficial
Superficial, yes.
because all these are like mind perceptions. These are
Hmm.
actually not true. And if someone actually strengthens with Dhamma, none of these things would matter.
Of course.
They might call you Archie also, so you have to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
careful.
yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Actually, about this thing, I have to say how when children call you Amma, how you would feel such a love coming up is due to the you get the synchronization with the old happy times, so you feel so happy about it. And even if it is a story, just imagine you are watching a video clip or YouTube something, or even a like TV series. If there is a son and if there is a mom, and that son lovingly calls mom, all that will come. I mean, this is not only through the sound. So we have to understand how these things correlate, how this mind, the Amma is not only in the sound. Amma is in the perception of Amma, the perception of mother is complicated. It's having all these aspects. So it has the eye faculty, it has the ear faculty, it has the smell faculty. So if you see, why do you like some sceneries in the movies and why not others? Why you like the villain to suffer and the lover to win?
Yes.
Why would you like the story to end, nicely? Happily ever after, we like that. So we can kind of have the perception. We don't want anything to go wrong because we don't like that. So, but if you actually understand Dhamma and understand that this actually this is just one stimuli at a time, and these episodes, whatever the things happening, is just another episode. You can actually be so relieved that you don't get agitated. Also, to add to the Joel's happiness in understanding Dhamma, you can actually feel others too. That is the beauty of it. Actually, you might feel the person who is calling you with anything, like Amma, Vachi, whatever. It doesn't matter, but what perspective they are trying to call you. Because sometimes they don't have a word, so they are lost to words. Sometimes, I try to say Mahatmya, and one day I told Mahatmya to someone, I can't remember whether it's, and that Mahatmya actually told, don't tell Mahatmya, just tell the name. And
Yes.
I was, I quickly corrected myself. Yes, but it's kind of, we try to be polite. At the same time, we try to, catch their attention and forget the name also sometimes, or even, whatever the conversation goes on. So if I don't say Surangika, I say, some other thing. And if Surangika gets annoyed, and I can feel it, it's something you feel. So these things are so complicated. So we like our name, 100%. We like our name. Why do we like our name? Is we have an idea that it is me. And if you are
True.
called 1,000 times, if I try to call you and say a wrong name, I might start calling Mrs. Gamage, you might be like, why is she calling me Mrs. Gamage?
Yes.
What's the problem with Dr. Kokila now? Is she like getting some sickness, so we have an affinity, kind of affinity or clinginess to our own name because of our we are used to that.
Identity, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah,
As you said,
no,
yeah.
imagine someone comes to a doctor and say, hi nurse, can you do this? There should be such a understanding for that person, not to say I'm not a nurse, I'm a doctor, but to do that, but sometimes someone might actually not worry about that and keep doing that. Smile and keep doing that. And maybe a day or two later, that person will understand, oh my God, I have told nurse to that doctor. They might come and apologize, likewise. So how we get attached to these things, it's very subtle. And we keep understanding how these things affect us, and when you start understanding that there is no self, actually, you can become the reception, you can become the nurse, you can become the pharmacist, you can become the patient, you can become anything. That's how you start feeling kind of everyone, isn't it?
Years ago, these things didn't matter at all, and we didn't know that we are responding in different ways, even for all these words, and how people address us. Now, because of True Dhamma, we are paying attention and we are noticing them. Otherwise, we wouldn't have noticed it.
Yeah, anything to add, Surangika? Surangika must be doing a lot of board meetings and stuff. Surangika will have ideas about perceptions, isn't it, Surangika?
Dr. Kokila. I think to that Sudharma's last point, it's, back in the day we didn't know, and we had all these, different ways that we reacted for different terms. But the other thing is, even if we felt a twinge, the mind was so powerful that it comes back and immediately gives a justification as to why we thought of it in that way.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Because it says, I felt a twinge, or, I got indignant because somebody called me Amma or whatever it is. But then, I'm not old. Why did that person think he or she could call me auntie or Amma? So like that, again, the mind comes and covers it up by giving some justification, and because of the lack of any insight to the Dhamma or the truth, that is accepted, and then we feel good about it, and then life goes on, isn't it? So,
And a different perspective, a mother actually, someone would feel so happy when Narayan says mother. Like these are so different stuff, like you might feel like you're heard, or you are felt, but actually that's not in that word, but that's how it is. The little children, I just should add it just for the interest actually. Little children, they don't go by the words, they go by the touch. Small children, they go by the touch. Their natural development is also depending on the touch and the loving kindness they feel. So later only they will understand if the mother says I love you. If mother says I love you to a little baby doesn't understand what is I love you. That baby doesn't know. But then they are felt loved because of the closeness and the loving kindness that the feel. And but when we mature, kind of, we our mind is built. Oh my God, no, not built. Mind is, how do I say that? Mind is forming. Then we want people to express that, as also feel that. So there are different aspects. Females would would like to hear it, kind of thing. There is psychological aspects of these things. But what I'm trying to say is, so there are so many different aspects to one perception. The perception is Amma. Can you say the different aspects to different people? Imagine a stepmother. I have seen like a video clip one day. The stepmother was working, or stepfather, I can't remember now, but she hears the stepson calling him mother. And she was like so overjoyed. She was dancing, kind of something like that. So why does that mom mattered so much to her? So the word mom or amma brings so many different feelings to different people. One would actually stop and cry because their mother has died or mother is not there. But other one, like the Canadian story, that person who the mother didn't treat that person very well, the hatred comes. How come is that? So we can understand so much different aspects of this, but just the same perception, same thought, bringing you so many different and also enjoys experiences. The word job, how it affected him. Good job. No one really cares about the word job in different aspects, but when it is heard, he felt that. But likewise, what we feel is really depending on what your world is, what past experiences are. So it's all kind of depending on your past vibrations, I would say. And the past vibration, if you feel the same thing now, it's not a big deal. It's just the synchronization effect. And so be it. You don't have to worry about it. So you kind of, when you try to understand Dharma, what happens is you kind of, you kind of observe how this senses work, and the mind sensor keep jumping up and down, you know. Yes, Suramika, I think I interrupted you. Oh, I don't
No,
know.
that's
Can't
okay,
remember.
Dr. Pulkita. The perceptions thing that you mentioned, particularly about the emotions aspect of it, is also so the thing about the mind consciousness is that it is a culmination of all the other sense faculties, and I thought maybe we can talk about it a bit more because Joel is reading the book, and that might help him get more context around it. So when we think about the sense faculties, and we spoke of this the last few days, so the experiences that are gained are only gained through the sense faculties. So what actually happens is everything that is experienced is only a perception. So that's why, I mean, we've talked about mothers, fathers, children now. In the last few minutes, we've spoken about Amma, and we've spoken about, yesterday we spoke about sound and having different cultures having different connotations for the same sound and therefore taking on different meanings. Then we talked about the mother giving different, somebody can be sad when they think about the mother, somebody can feel happy when they think about the mother. But even for that mother, can you see that what if we think about the sense faculties, every sense faculty will give rise to a perception, because if we think about the eye consciousness or the eye, all that it will emanate is light. So the feeling or the sensation that gives rise from that from the light consciousness, we that is the perception of light. So with the ear, it is the perception of sound. With the nose, it's the perception of smell. But then we don't leave the smell, that basic sense of smell, as smell, right? What we see is if we go out into the garden and we smell something, it's the smell of a jasmine flower. So where did the jasmine come about? How did that come about? So if it was a basic smell, then everything should be smell, right? Smell of, the smell of flowers. All flowers should be the same smell, but we don't take it like that. We take it as, the smell of jasmine, or, a bad smell, the smell of, a dog having gone past and left some poo on the outside curb next to your gate or something. So where did we put those labels? How come those labels were attached to those basic perceptions? So everything that is perceived and experienced is coming from these five faculties, and the way the mind conscious works is it combines all these sense faculties and takes it into one thought, which is the object. So if we think about a jasmine flower, that perception will come to mind. But if you have touched a jasmine flower before, you can get the sensation of the touch, the smoothness of the petals. In terms of color, you will know that it is white in color. And then the smell, the fragrance of the jasmine. But when someone says jasmine and there is no jasmine flower even in sight, all those perceptions, the smell of the jasmine, the fragrance, the smoothness of the petals, the fact that it was light, all that comes to you in one flash, isn't it? So that perception is what we call thought. But can you see that in that thought, and this is where the illusion comes to, what you read in the book, and I'm sure there'll be more and more context and detail given as you keep on reading the pages. These perceptions, now in that thought, consider the thought. If somebody says jasmine flower to you, immediately the thought object will flash in your mind. It will flash, and in that flash you'll see the color white. You'll remember, or the fragrance will come to mind. And all that will come, and even the sound, jasmine, will kind of internally it will reverberate in your head. So how did the sound jasmine come out into your head? And then how did the fragrance of smell come to mind? There wasn't even a jasmine flower in sight. You haven't even physically touched a jasmine flower. Somebody just said jasmine. So can you see that that mind object, that thought that we hold on to and attach so much value to, did it actually even have the fragrance? Did it even have the smell perception in it? And yet we think that it has all those embedded features, isn't it? Did that perception of light actually have the light component in it? Was the white actually there? All that was thought was jasmine. And all those perceptions arising out of those sense faculties, which are relevant for that particular thought, arises in a flash. But
And
it is arising in a construct, isn't it?
that will get complicated also, Surangika. If it's a rose and you kind of telepathizes into something else related to rose, this is just like the rose that I got from my, in a previous relationship or something.
Yes, yes. It can get more and more complicated. That's
complicated.
Right. Yeah.
And that is the thing. I mean, how come, as you said, just a sight brings all these into, that is the beauty of this illusion, actually. The beauty of this illusion is in the sense the miraculous mind of a human. I think that's Lord Buddha has once told that it's the most beautiful film. He told Charnachitra, but I think that's kind of a film. It's the most beautiful film is in the mind, because it's really thing like if I say Niagara Falls now, all of you, without a gap of a fraction of a second, if all of you have heard that before, all of you can synchronize to the something about Niagara Falls. If you have seen a photo of that, you would, it might come to you. You know that it is watery. When I say Niagara Falls, you don't think about a rocky feeling. No, you definitely know it's kind of watery. But if I say Sigiriya, you definitely know it is rocky, isn't it? So this is the beauty of the mind. And you keep understanding more and more. The emotional part also is a factor. If you actually went to Sigiriya with someone, that is a different story then. I'm saying Sigiriya for something else now here to describe the Dhamma, but someone might remember the trip that they went to Sigiriya. No? Likewise, so many this beautiful mind we have, the humans, is actually used to understand the mind. I think Franka said it one day. We understand, we kind of pierce into the mind through mind. Actually, we use the mind to understand the mind. We use the mind to understand the sense faculties, isn't it, Surangika?
Yeah, and I think, Joel, one of the most beautiful lessons I think that our noble teacher taught us, and which we have reflected over and over again, is the thing that I might not have said it as beautifully as he has told us, is that if you consider a phrase that we have all grown up with, right? Jack and Jill went up the hill. Now you read it in so many books in your childhood days. We read it as well. So we have a picture, isn't it, that immediately springs to mind when you say Jack and Jill went up the hill. Now, if you consider that you're reading that sentence of a book, you will immediately, Jack and Jill went up the hill. The sound, even if you don't say it out loud, the sound kind of emanates or it kind of reverberates in your head. Then there will be a picture even that will you'll imagine a little girl and a boy